The main character is amidst a fight. He thinks of the past when he wanted to give up everything because of the struggle, but now he has figured out how he can correct everything as we see him flanked and backed up by everyone. He says that if anyone ever calls him wrong, he will just say that he did it to survive. Then the scene moves into a school where we see a boy sitting down. The boy says that he plans to end himself soon. However, before he does so, he wants to write down about his damned school life. We see a bunch of kids singing happy birthday to the boy while stomping him down. They beat him, Yim Dajun, down hard and made him eat up dirty cake from the ground. They humiliate him and take a picture with him while doing so. Dajun writes this down in his note. We then see more scenes from that day, as the bully Doyen and his buddies bully Dajun some more and tell him to bring another cake tomorrow to celebrate his next year's birthday in advance. The class bell rings and Doyen and his friends leave quickly to catch the class and not get chewed up by the teacher. Meanwhile, Dajun slowly crawls his way back up and slowly makes his way back to the class, where he is scolded by his teacher for being late. We see students around Dajun make fun of his situation as they speculate correctly about him getting bullied again. One student also says that Dajun should end his life instead of bearing with this and have a good laugh about it. Dajun writes it all down and says that he would get first place for writing a final will if this was a competition. He then speculates how doing this will mess up Doyen's life forever. He says that despite the fact that he won't be able to see it with his own two eyes, he is still happy from the thought of being able to mess up Doyen's life. He thinks how his family would react to him taking his own life. He thinks that his brother, a study addict, will still be studying with flashcards at his funeral. His sister will still be on her phone, and his parents won't really care much about him because he isn't really good at anything. However, he thinks that he should still inform his family and say his final goodbye. During the family dinner, Dajun asks his sister where their mom is. She says that she isn't home yet. Dajun, however, goes forward with his decision to say his final goodbye. He tells his dad that he is sorry for being a nuisance to them, but his dad doesn't want to hear it and tells him to move out of the way as he was blocking the TV. Dajun is shocked, but he focuses on the TV. On the TV, we see a case of a high school student taking the lives of his bullies. Dajun is immediately tuned into the news as we see that the kid was severely bullied at school. We then see the kid getting interviewed by the media where he is seen to be very proud of what he did to his bullies. He names them all and says that they are all monsters who humiliated him and made fun of his family. He says that he doesn't care one bit about what people say and that he did it because he had to survive. He further goes on to encourage fellow victims to step up and do the exact same thing as him. Dajun's father thinks the kid is crazy for doing so, and despite the gullies making fun of him, he doesn't have any right to end them at all. However, Dajun is fully consumed by the speech and is inspired by it. Later on, we see Dajun in his bedroom, saying that he shouldn't end himself, he did nothing wrong. Instead, he should end Doyen and his friends for bullying him so much. He brings out a screwdriver and starts stabbing his pillow to practice what he wants to do to Doyen. The next day at school, Dajun has brought the screwdriver along. However, he can't muster up the courage to go ahead with it. He says to himself that despite practicing, he lacks what he needs to do it. He says that he won't do it unless Doyen bullies him again, and just at that moment, Doyen comes to the scene and holds him by the back of the neck. He asks Dajun if he has brought the cake along with him. Dajun grabs a hold of his screwdriver and thinks of doing what he planned. Doyen keeps on pushing his buttons and asks whether he brought the cake to celebrate the birthday and gets more and more mad as Dajun doesn't answer. Dajun finally tries to go for it, but when he looks at Doyen, his body freezes up and he is scared. Dajun says that he has a conditional fear of Doyen, and he is scared whenever he sees Doyen's face. He is so scared that instead of attacking with the screwdriver, he tries his best to hide it as we see Doyen punching him in the classroom. He then says that the party isn't over for Dajun, and he wants Dajun to see him after school. After school, Dajun goes to the backyard with Doyen and his friends. Doyen says that they've bought tons of stuff to celebrate Dajun's birthday. The stuff he bought includes liquor, and Dajun tells Doyen that he can't drink it. Doyen then tells that he must consume or it will be Dajun's last day. They then make a disgusting cocktail of liquor, dirty socks, dirt, spit, and other stuff and ask Dajun to drink it. Dajun refuses and gets beaten up badly for it. With no option left, Dajun gulps it down. However, being unable to hold it in, he vomits. They make fun of him and Doyen says that he must gulp it down fully before they stop. And so they keep on making the cocktail and have him drink it, however, he keeps vomiting. At one point, they run out of liquor, so Doyen tells his lackeys to go ahead and buy it again, as he won't let Dajuin go until he drinks it all. As they go, Doyen tries to pour alcohol onto Dajuin's face, unable to take it anymore and on the verge of it all ending. Dajuin pushes away Doyen, breaking the bottle of alcohol and making a run for it. He doesn't know why he is running, but he still goes for it. However, Doyen soon catches up and beats up Dajuin again. He delivers several punches to his face and grabs Dajuin's hair and drags him back. As he is being dragged back, Dajuin finally decides to do something. As he can't attack Doyen because he is afraid of his face, he can surely do something when he is facing Doyen's back. And so at the right moment, Dajuin pushes Doyen away. Doyen is angry, however. Before he can do something, a car runs over Doyen. As everyone surrounds Doyen and people try to make sense of what happened, Dajuin makes a run for his life, afraid of getting caught. Later, we see Dajuin, all crumbled up on his bed, being scared about what he has supposedly done. He can't digest the fact that his push might have just ended Lee Doyen. He is all tensed up and scared that this is the end of his normal life. The next day, we see a very scared Dajuin go to school. He is scared on just what the reaction will be, if people know about what transpired between him and Doyen, if they're gonna attack him or not. As he enters the classroom, he is afraid that the police is behind the door, waiting to capture him for his crime, but to his surprise, it was business as usual. Nothing had changed except for the fact that the seat that was once occupied by Lee Doyen is empty now. Right after, we see a teacher walking in and announcing to everyone about the accident of Lee Doyen. He says that the accident has caused Lee Doyen to go into a comatose state, and that the accident was because of Lee Doyen walking on the road carelessly without thinking of the ongoing traffic. He says that everyone who wants to visit Doyen should do so at the hospital. Everyone is talking about it, whereas Dajuin is conflicted and paranoid. He can't believe that he has supposedly gotten away with what he has done. His moral conscience is telling him to hand himself over to the police for trying to end the life of Lee Doyen, but he wants to spend a few days normally before doing so. The day at school goes by normally, class as usual, having lunch at lunchtime and reading novels at break time between classes. It was as if he was back to middle school again, where he used to do the same but couldn't do so in high school because of Lee Doyen's constant bullying of him and berating of his family. Dajuin tears up thinking how he was not allowed to live a normal life as a high schooler because of Doyen. A few of his classmates come and playfully accuse Dajuin of being the one who pushed off Doyen into the truck's path. They say so because they've seen Dajuin leaving with Doyen's group that day. However, one of them refutes the theory, simply citing that someone as cowardly as Dajuin can never do something like that in any way. Dajuin feels kind of relieved and thinks that being a coward potentially saved him from a solid accusation. He is still being eaten up from the inside for what he had done, but seeing how those kids, who would usually bully him, are now ignoring him, and how most kids who were also bullied are living a normal day, makes him think maybe it wasn't such a bad thing to push him off. However, we then see a police car arrive to the school grounds. Everyone is scared or is pretending to be scared in a comedic way because they know that they must have come to arrest someone for what went down with Doyen. Dajuin is scared and his worst nightmares come to fruition when someone says that the principal has called him to the school office. There at the office, he is immediately put in handcuffs as the police say that he is under arrest for attempting to end the life of Lee Doyen. The teachers ask how and why is it going down this way, as the police had told them that Doyen's accident was caused by him jaywalking, but the police tell them that it was because they hadn't seen Dajuin in the truck's black box, and after inspecting a local CCTV camera's footage, they found out that Dajuin was the one who pushed Doyen into harm's way. The teachers are devastated and they ask Dajuin just why had he done what he had done. Why couldn't he continue to be a normal kid? Dajuin has no answers for this as he is devastated himself. He thinks that after all, there is a God and he has to pay for what he did. Someone like him can never be happy. We then get to know that Dajuin was put into 2 years of probation instead of being sent into a juvenile correction center. Him being bullied, having written a note which indicated that he was going to end himself, and the fact that he was under the influence of alcohol, all contributed to him getting off rather easily. However, he is now ostracized and can't live a normal life. His connection with his family sucks and he feels guilty for what he has done. He goes to school and finds out that he has been expelled for doing what he did. As he walks out, He hears his classmates talk about how what he did was wrong, and despite Doyen bullying him, he can't be finishing Doyen off for it. Some even say that Doyen was right in bullying him. This angers Dajuan, as he can't fathom how people who never went through the bullying he did are judging him so nonchalantly. After that, he goes back to the only place he can go back, home. However, upon arriving at his house, Dajuan is immediately told to leave by his father. Heartbroken, Dajuan leaves the house while crying. He is drenched by the rain as he walks the night street, and then he runs into the friends of Doyen, who bullied Dajuan alongside Doyen in the past. The bullies are angered and want to take revenge on Dajuan for what he did to Doyen. They viciously beat down Dajuan, telling him how wrong he was and that despite Doyen being a lowlife, Dajuan has no right to do what he did. One of them gets on top of Dajuan and rains down a barrage of punches on him, leaving him a bloody mess. He tells Dajuan to apologize for what he did. Dajuan, beaten up, can't believe that he is suddenly being told to apologize for what he did after being bullied so much. He can't believe how he is the bad guy all of a sudden for pushing Doyen once when Doyen has repeatedly pushed him off a metaphorical cliff, making his life a mess. Dajuan, unable to control his anger, gets angry and tells everyone that he won't apologize because they had bullied him first. The bully is angered and he keeps beating Dajuan up, asking him how dare he speak in a rebellious way. Unable to take all of this, Dajuan gets angry and picks up a piece of brick laying beside him. He uses the piece of brick and beats up the bully in a very bad way, leaving him laying in a pile of his own blood. Dajuan decides that he won't regret anything he did again, and that he will continue to do so. He will continue to end others to survive himself, but such actions from Dajuan makes no real difference to the perception of him to the other bullies. Instead of being scared, they're mad at him for standing up to them and beating up one of their friends. They tell Dajuan that just because they used umbrellas to beat him up first doesn't mean that they don't have other weapons, and they go on and start attacking Dajuan. The group of people surround Dajuan and then start raining down attacks on Dajuan. They beat him up pretty badly as they outnumber him by a lot and have a wider selection of weaponry. Dajuan is defiant though, trying his best to fight off his bullies by using the brick he had in his hand. He attacks one of them, but his comeback is quickly subdued by the other bullies as they raise the intensity of their attacks. Eventually, their beatdown sends Dajuan down to the ground, where the beating continues. They try to get Dajuan to concede, however, Dajuan is still angry and he won't give up no matter what. As the ruthless beatdown continues, a random homeless-looking man arrives to the scene. He tells everyone to not make such a scene at his home. The bullies make fun of him for calling the construction site his home and say that he should leave without interfering in their business. He said that it is indeed their home and he came back to eat. He also says that the brick in Dajuan's hand is his pillow, but now there's blood on it. The bullies are livid from such nonchalant behavior from the man, so they get mad and threaten him to leave. The man quickly accepts and says he will leave for another one of his homes. The bullies make fun of him for leaving cowardly, and as they try to focus on Dajuan, the homeless-looking man returns. He throws his cup of instant ramen on one of the bullies as a diversion to quickly get into his rhythm and deliver a solid jumping kick to the head. The fight continues as the bullies try to attack him. However, it seems that they're no match for the skills of this random guy who came out of nowhere. He delivers a leg kick to one of the bullies and delivers a solid right-handed punch to another guy. He then follows it up with a knee to the midsection on one of them. Another bully comes and tells the guy to leave his friend, so he kicks the guy he had held and sends him flying back onto his friend. He then attacks that bully by using his fingers to attack his eyes. We then see another bully with a stick trying to attack him for looking down onto them. However, he brings out a supposed weapon wrapped around with a paper and asks him if he still wants to continue. The bully is visibly scared because the weapon looks like a knife. He then makes fun of him for being scared now after they see his weapons, even though they have the numbers and weapons advantage. Then it is revealed that the weapon he had wasn't a knife, but instead chopsticks wrapped around with paper. This shocks the bully. However, he has no time to get back in the zone as the homeless man delivers a hard kick to the jaw. Dajuan is amazed by how a guy like him took down Doyen's crew with such utter ease. He feels satisfied by it. The bullies run away as the man makes fun of them for abandoning the friendship. However, Dajuan stands there and thanks the guy for saving his life. The guy is annoyed by Dajuan's presence. Dajuan asks for the guy to teach him how to fight, but he wants to have none of it, He is instead worried about not having anything to eat. Dajuin tells him that he will buy him ramen, so they go to the shop where Dajuin feeds him and tells him his story. The guy praises Dajuin for standing up and taking care of Lee Doyen. He says that people like Doyen don't understand normally, so they need to be taken care of in such a manner. Dajuin takes this chance to ask for his answer to his previous request. He answers it by saying no. Dajuin is devastated and promises to buy him more food in the future, but he still won't budge. He tells Dajuin that he isn't made for fighting and that he can't hang with the bullies. He tells Dajuin that he isn't one for street life and that he should go back home. Dajuin is still adamant on learning how to fight as he wants to take proper revenge on his bullies. So Dajuin starts stalking the homeless-looking man from the next onwards. He starts following everything he does, step by step. He begins by following his routine of wearing clothes from the trash to get used to street life. He then follows his eating habits, where he brings a pack of rice and uses cat food as his side dish. Dajuin tries to do so as well, but he gets caught and gets chased off for stealing cat food. Later on, he sees the man sleeping at a children's playground where all the kids are too afraid to even go near him. Dajuin tries that as well, but the kids don't fear him and instead start playing on top of him. Dajuin starts losing hope in the guy, but then he sees him fighting a bunch of thugs on the street and regains confidence in him. Despite how he is a very skilled fighter. The guy eventually gets annoyed by Dajuin stalking him so obviously and calls him out. He asks Dajuin if he is going to keep following him to learn how to fight. Dajuin says he will keep following him. Then, to Dajuin's surprise, the homeless man agrees to teaching him how to fight, but on one condition. He points to one of the bullies from the Doyen squad nearby and tells Dajuin to beat him up. Dajuin can't do it. He says that Dajuin did well when he used a brick to smash one of the bullies earlier, but what he has been doing isn't called fighting. It's merely him trying to survive, so if he really wants to take revenge, he needs to turn the tables on the bullies. Then we see Dajuin being prepared to jump the bully from behind and start fighting him. Dajuin says to himself that he was the prey, but from this moment onwards, he is the predator. We then see a flashback of when Dajuin and the bully Yonghyun was in school. Yonghyun apologizes to Dajuin, telling him he was sorry for making him strip in front of girls, throwing water onto him, etc., etc. He says he is really sorry for bullying him. Dajuin was shocked by this sudden apologetic behavior, but his classmates tell him to accept the apology because it is so sincere. Yonghyun offers his hand in apology and asks Dajuin to grab it. However, upon grabbing it, Yonghyun crushes Dajuin's hand with sheer force. Yonghyun, being a baseball athlete who is well built, has a grip strength of 84 kilos, which leaves Dajuin screaming in agony, and Yonghyun made fun of it, saying that he feels like a new man after apologizing and promises to apologize like this to Dajuin every day. Back to the current timeline, we see Dajuin seething in anger, thinking of those times from the past. He controls his steps and jumps down from above on the unsuspecting Yonghyun, who was on a call. Dajuin lands a sort of stomp kick variation which sends Yonghyun flying. The homeless man is kind of impressed by it, and Dajuin is ecstatic because it felt nice and he can't believe how easily he took out his enemy. However, at that very moment, Yonghyun punches Dajuin very hard and sends him flying back. Yonghyun can't believe how someone like Dajuin was the one who decided to sneak attack him. He attacks Dajuin viciously and asks him if he didn't get enough of a beat down from the construction site. The homeless man is disappointed by all this. He thought Dajuin really had something, but it all turned out to be nothing. Yonghyun makes fun of Dajuin, says he never hit Dajuin with full force and that he only goes all out against athlete, but now he will attack Dajuin with his full power. Dajuin, however, doesn't give up and uses a bag full of trash to swing and hit Junghyun's face. Yonghyun blocked the attack, however. This is Dajuin's shot to attack him while his vision is blurred and tries to land a takedown on Yonghyun. However, it doesn't work out for Dajuin as Yonghyun blocks the tackle and attacks him repeatedly. Yonghyun pushes Dajuin against a wall and tries to hit him, but Dajuin tries to poke his eyes out. The homeless man smiles a little, seeing how Dajuin is literally copying his fighting style from the construction site. However, he says that Dajuin isn't good at using that style, as we see Yonghyun crushing Dajuin's finger for trying to poke his eyes. Yonghyun asks Dajuin why he is doing this, why he feels the need to attack them, and if he feels cheated. Dajuin says to himself that he indeed feels cheated because they are the ones behind his expelling. He says that if he could, he won't let end each and every one of the bullies. He then thinks of what the homeless man said to him when he said that he can't beat up someone like Jung-hyun. He told him there is a chance because in a street fight there's no tactics. Jung-hyun is one of the people who ruined his life, so there is no need to hold back. He should go all out. Jung-hyun tries to him again but stops after seeing his glare. It pisses Jung-hyun off how he won't stop glaring. Da-joon, taking the advice from the homeless man to his heart, brings out a knife-like object covered in paper and holds it against Jung-hyun's body. Jung-hyun is taken aback. However, he tells Da-joon that he doesn't believe that a loser like Da-joon has the guts to show up with a knife, but when he holds it, he gets scared by the feel of it. Da-joon tells him to hold it hard with his grip strength, just like how he used to hold his hands all the time, and kicks him in the gut. The homeless man says that Da-joon is crazier than he thought he was, but is worried if Da-joon is using a fake knife like he was, but the reaction from Jung-hyun says something else. On the other side, we see Jung-hyun wondering just what had gone wrong for Da-joon to go full out crazy and bring a knife to a fight. He makes a run for it but ends up going the wrong way and is followed by Da-joon. As Da-joon approaches him with the knife, he is in doubt. Will Da-joon really go for it and end him? Jong-hyun, who was backing off, gets caught by Da-joon with a strike to the top of his head with the underpart of the dagger. Da-joon can't be stopped. He is angry and he keeps throwing kicks and punches with no stop. He throws a wild cross right to the upper body of Jung-hyun and then creates distance by delivering several front push kicks to him. Jung-hyun is mad and he can't believe it that he is being beat up by someone like Da-joon. However, there is not a lot he can do because of the knife that Da-joon is wielding. Da-joon then hits Jung-hyun with another front push kick. However, this time Jung-hyun tries to retreat out of this. He grabs his ribs and says Da-joon to not attack him anymore because the recent kick just hit him in the injured area and might have caused the breaking of his ribs. He admits his fault and asks Da-joon to calm down. This pisses off Da-joon beyond limits, as he kicks him in the supposedly broken ribs again, while tauntingly asking if Jung-hyun wants him to stop. Da-joon says that Jung-hyun has no idea just what kind of a life he has had because of Jung-hyun and his bully friends. Da-joon keeps unloading with the covered knife. By striking Jung-hyun over and over again, Jung-hyun apologizes and says that it was all his fault. Da-joon says that no one listened to him. He was beaten unconscious with punches and kicks, was made to do very embarrassing things. Yet when he gained back consciousness, it was him who had to apologize to Jung-hyun and his friends, telling them that it was his fault despite of Da-joon being the victim. Someone like Jung-hyun has no idea what Da-joon had to go through in his life every day, every night, wanting to end his life, so he has no right to apologize and ask Da-joon to stop. The homeless man, who was observing the fight, sees this and thinks about how impressive it is for Da-joon to beat up his bully. However, as he talks about his old memories, Da-joon slowly starts breaking down and stops attacking Jung-hyun, dropping his guard. However, Jung-hyun was waiting for this exact opportunity, and thus he uses this chance to grab a hold of Da-joon's arm and lock in a sort of jujitsu hold to disarm the knife from Da-joon's arm and takes control of it. Now, Jung-hyun has the control over the knife and he confronts Da-joon by saying that now he has no reason to hold back and get hit by Da-joon because the knife is with him now. Jung-hyun says that he always knew that a coward like Da-joon could never use a knife and could never stab him. However, he is not a coward like him and he can very much stab him with the knife. Jung-hyun then stabs in the knife into Da-joon's leg. However, the knife doesn't penetrate the skin and flesh of Da-joon. Jung-hyun then uncovers the knife from the paper to find out that it was just a steel ruler scale. The homeless man is impressed by this act of intelligence by Da-joon, as successfully manages to deceive Jung-hyun into thinking it's a knife. Jung-hyun can't believe it that he got tricked by a ruler. Da-joon taunts Jung-hyun by saying that even though Jung-hyun called him a coward, it was Jung-hyun himself who got scared by a ruler. Jung-hyun then starts a ground and pound assault of Da-joon. He keeps throwing non-stop punches to his face from a top-up position, getting Da-joon all bloodied up, and he has no intention to stop. He is mad and asks how dare someone like Da-joon tried playing a trick on him. After all, he is the baseball team's psycho. However, at that very moment, we see the homeless man walk up to Jung-hyun from behind and drop his drink on top of Jung-hyun's head and say that he doesn't think that Jung-hyun is a psycho and that he has very long way to go before he can even become one. This angers Jung-hyun as the homeless man interfered in his fight and is now insulting him. So he gets up from Da-joon and approaches the homeless man with dangerous intent. However, to the homeless man, this is merely a joke and he delivers a side kick to Jung-hyun's chin to knock his lights out. The homeless man then helps Dejun recover and asks him if he has any idea on what would have happened to him if he had not interfered. He then tells Dejun that he tried well and almost got the better of his bully. However, he can't teach him how to fight because that was what they agreed upon. This breaks down Dejun as he doesn't know what to do anymore. He gets mad at himself for losing control of the situation and dropping his guard. He thinks nothing has changed for him since he was a victim of bullying and that he still is a loser. He violently thumps down his fists on the road in anger. The homeless man notices this and asks Dejun if he really is that desperate and serious about learning to fight and getting stronger. He then offers to give Dejun a second chance, and if he passes there, the homeless man will teach him how to fight. That being said, the upcoming mission for Dejun to accomplish will be way harder than the first one thrown at him. He then asks Dejun to follow him. After a while, we see them walk into a new area. Dejun tells the homeless man that they've been walking for ages now and the homeless man has not been telling him where they're going. He has no idea what is up with this neighborhood as he is new here. The homeless man asks Dejun if he thinks the bullies of his school are the worst humanity can offer, to which Dejun says they indeed are. The homeless man smirks and says that they're not even close to being the worst. In fact, there are way more worse people than them. For example, people so bad that even the schools couldn't control them and they had to move away from the normal school life. He says the people of that kind all gather in this area and live here in a much different and violent life than what he can imagine. Dejun is scared and asks him why he would bring Dejun to such a dangerous place, to which the homeless man says that Dejun has also been expelled from his school and kicked out of his house, and for him to live in the street and toughen up, he should learn to live here in this neighborhood. The homeless man then kicks Dejun into a dark room and tells him to survive this room if he wants the homeless man to teach him how to fight and live the street life. Dejun is left shocked and overwhelmed as he looks up to see very intimidating figures surrounding him. Now Dejun needs to figure out how he will survive in such an hard environment with dangerous people surrounding him and looking to get him. Then we see Dejun on his knees, being interrogated by the group of people living in that home. The red-haired guy asks Dejun if he needs to live in this house and survive to learn how to fight. Dejun says that is the case. He then asks just who asked him to do this and dumped him here unceremoniously. Dejun tells them that it was the homeless-looking man, Cho Hang-il. They are then really disappointed by this thing that Cho Hang-il has done. The red-haired guy then asks Dejun if knows how to fight, to which Dejun says that he can't fight. They can tell that he can't from his appearance, so they ask if there is anything he is even good at, to which Dejun also says no. The girl asks Dejun if he has ever worked somewhere, to which Dejun once again says that he hasn't and doesn't know how to work. The red-haired man is frustrated because Dejun can't do anything for them and is basically useless to them as an asset. The man says that he has no idea why Cho Hang-il would choose to let someone as useless as Dejun into their group. However, they can't even kick him out of the house either because Cho Hang-il sent him here after all. The other person then says that it is too late for them to ponder about what to do with him and that they should at least let him sleep over for the night. The man then grabs Dejun's hand and takes him to a room. He opens a door and tells him to sleep in that room. Dejun is left flabbergasted as the room he has been told to sleep in is a laundry room which is already more than half occupied by a washing machine. The red-haired man then tells Dejun that there is no reason for him to be so overwhelmed and grateful yet, because they're not going to let him live for free. He says that if Dejun really has no real abilities to help their group, he can at least put his body to work, so Dejun should look forward to the upcoming day. We then see that Dejun is doing the entire house's work on his own from the next morning onwards. He is seen washing the bathroom and toilet. He is seen carrying plants in the garden to help the girl. It's all very hard work, however, he can't oppose it because at least he is getting to live there and get food to eat, which is a lot better than going to the school or living on the streets. We then see the group having good food together for lunch, whereas Dejun is seen alone inside the small laundry room, eating much less and cheaper food. We also learn that Dejun has started exploring the outside neighborhood as he has to go out quite often to buy groceries and run errands. Dejun says that this place is a lot tougher and harsher than anything he has ever seen. It's a crime-filled city and it seems like all the gangsters live there. Dejun mistakenly makes eye contact with one of the gangsters while walking home with groceries, which pisses off the gangster. He approaches Dejun and asks him why he looked at them and accuses him of staring at his girlfriend's leg. Dejun thinks that he really must be a bully magnet because this always happens to him. He threatens Dejun, saying that he will let him go if he bows down and apologizes to them, because if not, he will teach Dejun a lesson. Dejun stays calm and quiet, not saying anything but getting angry inside. He realizes that the guy is showing off to his girlfriend and it pisses him off, but he keeps quiet. However, the gangster is angered by it and he tries to attack Dejun. Dejun says to himself that he would normally take this and move on. However, this is what Cho Hang-il wanted him to survive in, so he will no longer hold back, and he channels his anger to get into a fighting stance and ready to throw a punch. The gangster is shocked, takes a few steps back. But that is because the red-haired man is behind Dejun. The man, named Cha Dae-yob, asks the gangster why they've been messing with his houseboy and pushes the gangster with his shoulder. He then takes away Dejun from there and tells him to not waste time outside if he is done buying groceries. He should instead come back and start cleaning the veranda. The gangster is angered by this, but his friends try to warn him, saying that Cha Dae-yob is a dangerous man with gnarly rumors to his name. Also, he has Kim Taek with him. They're Cho Hang-il's crew and shouldn't be messed with. However, the gangster is angry and doesn't want to be a coward like his buddies, and he rushes to sneak attack Cha Dae-yob with a knife. However, Dae-yob sidesteps and uses the guy's own momentum to slam him down hard on the road, using a judo technique. Cha Dae-yob then asks them if anyone else wants to fight, to which all the goons run away. Yim Dejun is left in awe, as he realizes that Dae-yob is just as strong as Hang-il. He wonders if all of Hang-il's friends are just as strong as this. We then see the humiliated gangster, who is back up from the attack of Dae-yob, banging his head on a wall, in anger as his friends try to stop him. He is mad beyond limits and he vows to finish off everyone in that group. He doesn't care if they're friends with the infamous Cho Hang-il. Then we see an unknown shady figure walk up to them and ask if they're really serious about finishing off Cho Hang-il's crew. The shady man offers to help them in their quest to finish off the crew if they really want to do it. Later the scene changes and we see Cho Hang-il's group sleep together in a room, while Dejun sleeps in his laundry room. That is when we see the gangster who wanted revenge come to their doorstep with a cylinder full of harmful gas. He then leaks that gas using a pipe into the room, which slowly starts suffocating all of the Cho Hang-il crew. Dejun wakes up and smells something weird. He isn't affected much by it because he was in a different room. So he gets out and feels the room filled with harmful gas and everyone choking out. Dejun dashes forward and pushes open the door to let out the air. However, the door smashes into the gangster and Dejun recognizes him. The gangster makes a run for it and escapes. Dejun thinks to himself that these people don't really rate him. They make fun of him for being useless, and while that is true, he still wants to do something for them. So, Yim Dejun runs himself, trying to chase down the gangster who wanted revenge on them. We see the gangster thinking he has created enough distance as he stops to catch a breather. He doesn't understand why Dejun wasn't affected by the gas, wondering if he sleeps in a different room than the Cho Hang-il crew. However, just at that time, we see Yim Dejun arrive to scene, determined to beat up scum like the one ahead of him. He tells him to stop as he gets ready for some action. We then see a flashback to a few days before the gas attack on the Choi Hang-il crew, where we see Yim Dejun standing on the rooftop with Cha Dae-yob. Cha Dae-yob asks Yim Dejun just why is he pestering him. Dejun tells Dae-yob that he wants to learn how to fight from him. Dejun was impressed by how Dae-yob took out the gangster from before with a single blow, and he wants to learn that and be just as effective as him. Cha Dae-yob is left wondering just what he will do with this guy. He wishes that Cho Hang-il would just come and take Dejun away from him, because even though he wants to learn how to fight, he can't because of his lack of talent and physicality. However, then Dae-yob gives Dejun a skipping rope. Dejun is confused with what he received, but Dae-yob informs him that weaklings like him need to train a lot to get better at fighting. Dejun asks Dae-yob how many he needs to do, to which Dae-yob dismissively tells him to do however many he wants. Dejun then asks Dae-yob how many he is capable of doing, to which Dae-yob says that he can easily do 100,000 repetitions. Back when he was still working out crazily, he could do that much with relative ease. This leaves Yim Dejun confused, as 100,000 repetitions of jump ropes is a lot. The next day, we see a yawning Cha Dae-yob walking up to the rooftop, wondering what is Yim Dejun up to and where he is, as he hasn't seen him since the night before. After all, Dejun didn't even do the dishes for the day. Then Dae-yob realizes that he had told Dejun to do jump rope. He wonders if the guy is really doing 100,000 repetitions. After all, he was only bluffing when he said that he could do that many with ease. However, he feels that Dejun isn't that stupid, or is he? Then Dae-yeob goes into shock as he sees an exhausted Dejun skipping ropes while looking more like a zombie on autopilot than a human being. Dae-yeob wonders if he really stayed up all night to do this and asks Dejun why he is doing this stupid thing, as it is basically countless. Dejun barely speaks from the breathlessness and huffingly speaks to say that he still has 47,000 repetitions to go. He is doing it because he wants to be as strong as Dae-yeob. Dae-yeob is shocked, but he doesn't show it and shrugs it off. Dae-yeob then asks Dejun if he really thinks that doing 100,000 repetitions of jump ropes will make him as strong as him and suggests Dajun to quit this attempt and go back to doing dishes. He thinks to himself why Dejun is trying so hard to fight. The scene then changes back to present time where we see Dejun fighting with the gangster who wanted revenge from Cho Hang-il's crew. Dejun tries to hit him with a right hook. However, the gangster blocks it with his forearm before hitting Dejun with a wicked uppercut to the chin and knocking him down. However, Dejun doesn't stay down for long as he gets back up again and tries to stop the gangster from getting away. The gangster is shocked by how Dejun keeps getting back up over and over again despite being hit down by him so much. The gangster tries to make a run for it, but Dejun chases right behind him and almost grabs him back. But the gangster anticipates it and he ends up hitting Dejun with a hard elbow, sending him down on the floor again. The gangster makes a run to save himself again. He says that he can't waste his time here and he needs to leave the town as soon as possible because he failed to take revenge on Cho Hang-il's crew. So this means the man who helped him in getting this is going to be mad. He is already a target for the Cho gang because of this. However, as he tries to run down the stairs, Dejun gets right back up again, and he grabs his leg and trips him into tumbling down the stairs, stopping him and hurting him. Dejun then gets ready to take control and tells the gangster that he has nowhere to go anymore and asks him what he meant when he said that he is a target of the Cho gang. However, the tables turn on Dejun pretty quickly when the gangster pulls out a knife to attack. Dejun is frozen and he says that he finally feels what it is like when someone points a knife at you, remembering about a time when he pointed a knife, albeit fake, at Jung-hyun. However, this knife is real and the gangster is unhinged. He will do anything to get out of this predicament, as he is really scared of getting caught by the Cho gang. He swings the knife to land a cut on Dejun. However, Dejun is capable of somewhat dodging these attacks. However, as he is backed against a wall and he trips down and fall. The gangster then tries to use his knife to stab Dejun to finish him off for good. However, Dejun uses his wits to use a concrete tile to block it. However, the tile isn't very strong and is broken into two pieces easily. And now, with nothing to help him block the attack, Dejun is on the verge of getting stabbed by this psycho gangster. The scenes then change to the house, where we see that the Cho Hang-il crew is already woken up. They're trying to regroup, wondering what caused them to feel so breathless and dizzy and who was the one behind it. They assume that it must have been the gangsters from before, trying to take revenge on them. Then they wonder who saved them from choking out on the gas, and how they did it. Cha Dae-yeob interrupts the conversation and says that it was Yim Dejun who helped them and saved their lives. The others then say that the people who attacked them must be dangerous people with dangerous intentions. So what is Dejun thinking when he went after them? Because he will end up being all finished when he tries to fight those people. However, Cha Dae-yeob assertively says that Dejun will survive. Then we see a flashback of when Dejun saved them. Dae-yeob was half awake, so Dejun tells him that now the group owes them one because he almost choked out himself trying to drag everyone from that gas-filled room, and that he has saved their lives by doing so Dae-yeob should teach him how to fight. Dae-yeob is speaking gibberish, so Dejun wonders if Dae-yeob is even awake enough to understand him. However, he keeps on going as he asks Dae-yeob to divide the house chore fairly and that he will also take a part-time job to support them and that he wants to be let in on the meat-eating parties they do. Dae-yeob refuses, but Dejun realizes that Dae-yeob is awake enough to understand. So he puts out a deal where he promises to bring back the man who attacked them with gas by himself, and if he manages to do so, Dae-yeob will accept him and train him properly. He then forcefully takes his hand and does the promise handshake. Back to the current time, Dae-yeob explains this to them and says that no matter what, Yim Dejun will never go down without giving the fight of his life. Back to the fight scene, we see that the knife stab from the gangster was stopped by Dejun by using his bare hands. This shocks the gangster as he can't believe how crazy Dejun is for doing that. Then Dejun speaks up, asking the gangster if that's all he had when he said that he would be finishing off Dejun, before getting up and pushing him back hard while still grabbing the knife. He pushes him to the point that the gangster's back is against the edge of the bridge they're fighting on. However, the gangster predicts that Dejun is simply trying to get leverage so that he can use the same flip slam technique as Dae-yob before. However, he is wrong as Dejun explains that he ain't trying to flip him, as he then aggressively pushes himself onto the gangster, sending both men tumbling down from a big height, putting them both at the risk for their lives. As they fall down, Yim Dejun looks determined to gravely hurt the gangster. However, the gangster is shocked by the sheer insanity of the move Yim Dejun is pulling off at that moment. They both hit the concrete wall around the bridge, bouncing off of it several times as they tumble down to the ground. The knife falls off from the gangster's hand upon the constant impact of bouncing off on the concrete. They both eventually have a hard fall at the ground. However, Dejun gathers himself and is ready to take out the gangster with one last blow. He takes a big chunky brick he found laying on the road and is fully intent to end it all with a head to the gangster's head. However, he finds out that the gangster is already down and out from the blow he received upon hitting the ground and his head hitting the pole. Dejun is overjoyed because for the first time in his life, he has won a fight. He has just outdone and beaten a gangster who he could have never even imagined about beating. He gets confident and thinks that maybe he has a natural talent for fighting when he suddenly notices that the knife that had slipped out of the gangster's hand has gone on to penetrate his abdomen. As he collapses, he just curses his bad luck. Then the scene changes, and we see that Yim Dejun is back up, but he is in the hospital, surrounded by the Cho Hang Il crew, who were waiting for him to regain his consciousness. Apparently, the Cho Hang Il crew had found him lying there unconscious, after which they picked Dejun up and took him to the hospital. However, the gangster who attacked them with gas was already gone by them. Perhaps he ran away. The doctor said that Dejun's knife wound was shallow and nothing serious, and that the actual problem was the high-impact fall, which had exhausted him to the point of collapsation. Cha Dae-yob tells Dejun to man up as his injuries weren't serious and that he will be fine in no time. He also tells Dejun that he doesn't need to feel down even though he lost and failed to keep his promise. However, they also decide to accept Dejun's deal with Dae-yob, where he asked for similar privileges and fight training, despite him not catching the gangster. Dae-yob tells him that despite everything, they owe him one for saving their lives and trying so hard. They also praise him for doing something so courageous as jumping off a bridge with the gangster, which is fitting of someone who was brought in by Cho Hang Il. Then we see Cho Hang Il himself at the hospital. He tells Dejun that he has learned to survive and that Dejun will soon start training to learn how to fight. However, if he doesn't want to, he is open to leaving the group. However, Dejun is determined and says that he will be starting the training as soon as he is discharged. The scene changes to where we see the Cho Hang Il crew granting one of Yim Dejun's biggest wishes other than wanting to learn how to fight, him wanting to join in with them to eat pork belly together. They are really shocked how this was one of his key wishes and how he could have asked for something way better than to eat pork belly. However, Dejun is like a man possessed. He is really excited about eating pork belly and he eats a lot of it. They're amazed by how much he likes eating pork belly. Cha Dae-yob says that by the way Dejun is eating, he is looking like they've starved him for days. This statement puts everyone in silence because they've been feeding him bad for a while after all. One of them says that they've been feeding Dejun only tuna since he came, but Dae-yob is mad because they all agreed to feeding him despite everything. Then they all collectively apologize to Dejun for feeding him bad food for so long. However, they did it because they're also runaway people with their own issues, so they can't just be treating a random somebody with equal value right after he comes to the place. Dejun then breaks into tears, saying that he didn't want to live a life like this. However, it was forced on him, and he can't believe it why he of all people needs to suffer so much. Dae-yob then asks Dejun if he feels like he is the only one with issues like this. He tells Dejun that there is not a single person here without issues. Everyone is suffering in their own way, whether that be more than him or less. He says that there are people here who don't even have a family to be kicked out of. It's that bad. However, they know that living on the street is hard, so if Dejun doesn't want to live on the streets, he is free to live in this household. Because living with punks ain't that bad either. This makes Dejun smile, and he wonders when was the last time he smiled like this. The others are also happy, but they make fun of Dae-yob afterwards for making such a melodramatic speech. That being said, the next day onwards, Life resumes for Dejun, although a bit different. He is now moved out of the laundry room and lives with the rest of them like normal. However, being cramped for space makes him think that it might not be a great thing after all. He has also started to talk a little with everyone, even though it is a bit awkward for now. The awkwardness is even more evident because of the lack of a big age difference, as the oldest one is Cho Hang-il at 19 only, whereas there are two others in the group who are the same age as Dejun at 17. The household chores have also been somewhat divided. However, everyone else has a job to do to bring in money, except for Dejun and Cho Hang-il. They're both jobless and are left at home to do most of the work, but Hang-il is lazy, so he doesn't want to do chores. He instead tells Dejun it is fine to slack off and to train in fighting instead. However, that doesn't sit well with Cha Dae-yob, who kicks Dejun out of the place and tells him that it is not fine to slack off and that he should try to find a part-time job and earn for the household. Dejun then finds a part-time job at a pizza shop. However, he doesn't fit in well. Life is tough due to the rough customers and the overly harsh boss. So much so that he doesn't want to work there and thinks of quitting because people aren't as nice as the runaway family of his. That being said, the boss daughter, Nian, walks into the place and Dejun is left stunned by her beauty. However, he realizes that girls aren't into him and that he shouldn't focus on that, but the girl looks at him and calls him cute. This melts Dejun, and from here on out, this girl will change his life forever. The scene then changes, where we see Cho Hang-il beat up a goon, asking him the whereabouts of someone. He then tells the goon to tell someone to come to him with the gangster who attacked them with gas, or else he will go to them and finish them off for good. Nian is at a pizza shop, demonstrating her pizza-making skills to Dajun. Dajun is amazed by her proficiency. When he struggles to open a simple jar, Nian steps in and helps him. Later, Dajun accidentally breaks a dish, and Nian quickly comes to his aid, asking if he is hurt and assuring him that she will keep it a secret from her father. Grateful, Dajun thanks Kim Taek for introducing him to the job. Kim Taek, a regular customer, had influenced the shop owner to hire Dajun. As Dajun looks at Nian, he wonders if this could be a lifetime job. As long as there are no rude customers, it seems perfect to him. Just as he is lost in thought, a customer rudely confronts Nian, questioning why she cares if he smokes. Nian apologizes politely, explaining that other customers are present. The customer reacts aggressively, throwing a drink at her. Dajun, furious, starts to run towards the customer, but his boss stops him, saying Nian is fine. Despite the incident, Nian smiles and continues to apologize to the customer. When the customer leaves, both Nian and her father bow and apologize, even offering to refill his drink. The customer rudely refuses and exits. Dajun is shocked by the lack of confrontation from the boss. He asks why nothing was said when Nian was mistreated. Nian, drying her hair with a towel, assures Dajun that she is fine. The boss sits at a table and asks Dajun if he wants to ruin their business by reacting. Nian suggests they all calm down and asks Dajun if he is from a different neighborhood. When Dajun confirms, she explains that a dangerous organization operates in their area, making it hard for ordinary people to distinguish such individuals. They must be careful with such customers. The boss laments not wanting his daughter to suffer and admits he has seen many stores close after being targeted by these people. He blames himself for their situation, feeling guilty for being broke and uneducated. Nian thanks Dajun for his concern, explaining that running the store allows her to attend school and her dad to work. Dajun marvels at how mature Nian is despite being the same age. She then comforts her father, urging him not to cry and to prepare for the night shift. Observing this, Dajun realizes that life there is much harder than he thought. As Dajun adjusts to his job, he begins his first lesson. He and Hangil stand on a terrace, with Hangil reading a comic book. Hangil tells Dajun to start by eliminating his fear of hitting someone. Dajun, looking serious, suggests that they might not need to worry about that. Hangil hits him with the comic book, telling him not to be overconfident just because he won once. He asks if Dajun plans to jump off with the gangsters every time he fights, pointing out that Dajun still can't beat them properly. Dajun asks what he should do, and Hangil reassures him that he will reshape him. Hangil asks if anyone from Dajun's family has come looking for him. Dajun responds that even if they find him, he has no reason to leave. Over the next few days, Hangil drives Dajuin hard, making him do push-ups, squats, sit-ups, and odd footwork exercises while Hangil reads comic books. Dajuin doubts if this is proper training, noting that he hasn't thrown a single punch. After his exercises, Dajuin approaches Hangil, saying he is fine with the footwork but asking if Hangil has a guaranteed way to always win. Hangil replies that he has already shown him to use his surroundings, stop the opponent's movements, block their vision, and look for an appropriate weapon. Finally, Hangil smiles, acknowledging that developing these senses is difficult, but encourages Dajuin to work hard. Suddenly, Dajuin shows Hangil a boxing match on his phone, expressing a desire to fight like that. Hangil stands up and tries to strike Dajuin with the comic book again, but Dajuin dodges. Surprised, Hangil strikes 3 more times, and Dajuin dodges each one. Hangil smiles and says he will now teach Dajuin how to use his fists properly. Preparing for a punch, Hangil notices Dajuin's fear. A few days later, in an abandoned warehouse, another gangster, Chun Ki-woong, is beating up a man wearing a helmet with a baseball bat. 3 other men watch and ask Ki-woong what they should do about Cho Hangil, who has been going around attacking their guys. Ki-woong rests the bat on his shoulder and asks what they want him to do. He then places the bat on the shoulder of the man who spoke earlier, implying that they should let him handle the situation without causing more trouble. Suddenly, the helmet of the beaten man is removed, revealing him as the gangster responsible for the blast incident. Ki-woong tells him that it's all his fault. The gangster begs for mercy, but Ki-woong shoves the bat into his mouth and tells him to stop wasting his energy on pointless pleas. Ki-woong remarks that he has never cut anyone slack, but suggests he should step forward to avoid getting caught by their superiors. One of the 3 men comments that it would be easier if he did. Ki-woong gives them 30 minutes to find Cho Hangil's group, saying he won't give them much time. One of them protests that it's impossible, but Ki-woong, with a creepy smile, reminds them that he's still there. Terrified, all 3 men run off to locate Hangil's group. 2 of them reach Hangil's home and knock on the door, but there's no response. One suggests they might as well gang up on Chun Ki-woong, but the other retorts that Ki-woong is worse than Cho Hangil. They call their 3rd companion, who is at the pizza shop. In the next scene, Dajuin is walking near the pizza shop where he works part-time. He muses that it has been a while since he started working and wonders if they could change to a weekly salary. As he approaches, he notices the shop's glass window is broken and sees a fat guy inside talking with 2 other men. The fat guy grabs the owner's collar and, on a phone call, accuses him of being close to Kim Taek yet not knowing his whereabouts. The owner is being beaten by the fat guy, who then looks outside, spots Dajuin, and angrily yells at him for staring. Dajuin sees Nian sitting on the ground as if someone has pushed her and clenches his teeth, declaring he will help her. Nian, murmuring for him to run away, goes unheard by Dajuin. Dajuin reflects on how different Nian is from him. She is kind, warm-hearted, and capable, unlike him, who acts recklessly without thinking. Nian endures hardship quietly, working hard to protect the store for her father's sake. Dajuin resolves to be mature like Nian, understanding that everyone has their way of living. Suddenly, he throws a drink bottle at the fat guy, but the man dodges it. Dajuin steps through the broken pizza shop door. The fat guy demands to know who he is, and Dajuin, looking at him angrily, responds that he is a regular there. In a flashback, we see that the fat guy's name is Kim Tae-young. Despite his large body being all muscle and no fat, he has never worked out a day in his life. Kim Tae-young used his natural gifts solely for violence. Unlike Dajuin, he got expelled for a different reason. No one could stand up to Kim Tae-young, at least inside the school. Outside of school, only Chun Ki-woong was his natural enemy. Tae-young always thought of himself as invincible, but that notion was being challenged now. For the first time in his 17 years, he saw a strange sight, a wimpy loser daring to fight him. To him, Dajuin was like a fearless puppy barking at a lion. Tae-young told Dajuin to knock it off, warning him that he would die if he fought him. Dajuin responded, "Don't spit on the store's floor." Tae-young, thinking Dajuin couldn't understand him, suddenly charged at him, saying he would make him slobber all over the floor. Seeing Taeyong coming, Dajuan remembered the first rule of street fighting: use your surroundings. He pulled a table towards Taeyong, which collided with him. Dajuan thought, block their movement, and then recalled Hangil's teachings. In another flashback during Dajuan's training, Hangil trained Dajuan to punch. Hangil threw countless punches, but Dajuan didn't move, paralyzed by fear. Hangil taunted him, asking if he had given up and was ready to run away. Dajuan remained immobile. Hangil scolded him, telling him not to space out while being punched. Hangil then demonstrated how to punch properly, performing a dummy punch on Dajuan. He explained that the left fist is used to keep the opponent in check, while the real punch is hidden behind the jab, with power flowing from the foot to the fist. Hangil raised his hand, admitting it was hard to use right away but promising to watch over Dajuan's form, encouraging him to keep practicing. Dajuan fell to the ground, seemingly hit by the dummy punch. Back in the store, Dajuan thought about the punch that had been drilled into him over the past few days. Taeyong, momentarily confused by being hit with a table, saw Dajuan channel his power from his foot to his fist and land a perfect punch straight to Taeyong's head. Nian and her father were surprised. Nian thought that Dajuan, always a friend she wanted to help, was different from usual. Dajuan felt satisfied, thinking he had finally perfected the punch. Meanwhile, Dayob was talking to Hangil on the phone. Dayob criticized Hangil for teaching Dajuan to fight and suggested that Hangil find a part-time job if he had so much free time. Hangil replied that he didn't want to work and asked why Dajuan wanted to learn how to fight, noting that Dajuan's reasons sounded like that of a loser. Dayob acknowledged this but pointed out that Dajuan was learning quickly and could fight effectively. However, he questioned who Dajuan could beat just by learning the basics, emphasizing that physical strength is crucial when novices fight. Back at the store, Dajuan's punch does not affect Taeyong. Taeyong, surprised, asks if Dajuan works out. He then throws a punch at Dajuan, but Dajuan dodges it. Dajuan realizes that while Taeyong's movements suggest he doesn't know how to fight, it's still terrifying to evade his punches. He knows it's over if Taeyong catches him. Determined, Dajuan decides he'll keep dodging and punching until Taeyong drops. He hits Taeyong multiple times, but it's like hitting a brick wall. Nothing seems to hurt him. Taeyong smiles and corners Dajuan, grabbing his collar and delivering heavy punches. He taunts Dajuan, saying he'll die if he continues to fight. Taeyong then grabs Dajuan's neck with both hands, choking him. Dajuan struggles to breathe. Suddenly, Nian rushes in and tries to pull Taeyong off, but he pushes her, causing her to fall to the ground. Blood trickles from Dajuan's mouth as he wonders if he'll ever break free from being a loser. On the other side of town, Dayob is on the phone with Hangil. He tells Hangil that he thought Dajuan would be useful because he seemed a bit unhinged. How was he supposed to know Dajuan would get stabbed? He warns Hangil not to let Dajuan get too full of himself, pointing out that some people can't fight even after being taught. Hangil replies that not everyone is a genius like Dayob, but he's noticed that Dajuan has a sense for it. Back in the pizza shop, Taeyong still has his grip on Dajuan's neck. Suddenly, Dajuan spits in Taeyong's face, remembering the second rule of street fighting: block your opponent's vision. With Taeyong's eyes temporarily blinded, Dajuan takes advantage and continues punching him, but it still seems ineffective. Taeyong smiles through his temporary blindness. Dajuan remembers the third rule: look for something useful around him. He grabs a drink bottle and smashes it over Taeyong's head repeatedly. Taeyong screams for him to stop. Despite his bleeding hands, Dajuan keeps hitting Taeyong, thinking that this is nothing compared to being stabbed. He continues until the bottle breaks, and then Nian approaches, telling him he can stop now. Taeyong has fainted. Nian's dad is confused, marveling that a part-timer beat the giant Taeyong. Dajuan looks at Taeyong and threatens to kill him if he sees him near the store again, vowing to rip him apart. He collapses to the ground, relieved, thinking he has finally won with his own two hands. Suddenly, Taeyong's two mates enter the shop, wondering what's going on. One of them remarks that it looks like Taeyong got knocked out. The other doubts it was Dajuan and Nian. They look at the owner and suggest maybe he's stronger than he looks. But Dajuan stands up and declares that he's the one who took Taeyong down. Nian tries to stop Dajuan, worried he can barely stand, but Dajuan signals her to stop. He vows to keep fighting no matter what and challenges the two men. They're confused until one of them is suddenly punched by Kim Taek. Nian supports her father as he stands. Dajuan, surprised, asks how Taek got there. Taek ties his hair back with a rubber band, telling Dajuan he's worked hard and that he'll handle the rest. Rolling up his sleeves, he challenges the two men, asking who wants to die first. The two men charge at Taek, but they're quickly taken down by his heavy punches and kicks. Dajuan is amazed at Taek's strength. After knocking them out, Taek grabs one of the men by the collar and demands to know who sent them. The man confesses that Chun Ki-woong ordered them to do everything and insists he had nothing to do with the gas incident. Taek kicks the man unconscious and mutters that it was those guys from Haegwang. Dajuan, confused, asks who they are and why they would do something like this. He remembers the gas incident and wonders if it's related to the group the gangster mentioned. Taek explains that the area's security has been terrible for a long time, with the police having given up on dealing with endless crimes. This allowed mafia groups to grow their illegal businesses. Dajuan asks if these guys are mafia. Taek clarifies that the mafia groups were wiped out by the local delinquent group, Haegwang, who now controls the area like the mafia they replaced. Chun Ki-woong is known to be the most vicious within Haegwang, and they're likely targeting them for getting in their way. Taek looks at the owner and asks why he didn't say anything all this time. The owner explains that it's impossible to deal with Haegwang, whose cruelty knows no bounds. He recalls seeing many shops ruined by them. The owner says he couldn't let Taek and Dajuan get more involved with those crazy guys. Taek becomes angry. Dajuan, now by Nian's side, puts a hand on her shoulder. Nian thanks Dajuan for helping them, tears in her eyes as she admits she was scared. Meanwhile, Daeyob is returning from his job, walking down the street while talking to Taek on the phone. Taek informs him that Chun Ki-woong attacked the pizza shop. Daeyob becomes angry, realizing that Haegwang is trying to mess with them. Taek says they need to take countermeasures against Haegwang, reminding Daeyob of Chun Ki-woong's danger. He tells Daeyob to take care of himself first. As Daeyob walks, he sees some guys harassing shops nearby, with an old woman and a child sitting near one store. One of the guys tries to attack the old woman with a steel rod, but Daeyob intercepts, grabbing the rod and preventing the attack. He punches the guy in the face. One of the other harassers recognizes Daeyob and warns the others that they're dealing with him. They claim to be from Haegwang. Daeyob charges at them, declaring his name. After some time, Daeyob has beaten and knocked out all the guys. He turns to check on the old woman, asking if she's okay. She points behind him and suddenly, Daeyob is struck on the head with a bat by Ki-woong. At Hangel's house, Taek desperately wants to help the pizza place because he considers their pizza very delicious. The others jokingly agree with him and decide to help defend the pizza place. Everyone gets a message about Daeyob being captured and brutally beaten up, along with the location of the abandoned factory where he is being held. They immediately head there to rescue their precious friend. Before the runaway family arrives at the factory, Taek gives Dojin the option to leave, thinking he would be a liability and hold them back. Despite this, Dojin shows up because he wants to help Daeyob. At the factory, they find 15 Haegwang members, but there are only 4 of them. In reality, it's more like 3, since Dojin is seen as useless. Ki-woong welcomes them by smacking and stepping on Daeyob right in front of them. Gaeong tells Ki-woong to stop acting tough and mentions how ugly he looks. Ki-woong orders his guys to shut them up. The fight begins, and while Dojin stands frozen, Taek and Gaeong prove they are on equal footing with Ki-woong's men, easily fending them off. Dojin tries to protect Gaeong, thinking she is fragile, but she shoves him aside and uses her flexibility to compensate for her lack of strength. Realizing all 3 of them are strong, Dojin calculates that they have already beaten half of Ki-woong's men. Seeing enough, Ki-woong approaches Taek with his metal bat. Meanwhile, Dojin struggles to even throw a punch at one of Ki-woong's normal guys. He tries to use his surroundings to gain an upper hand but ends up being taken hostage due to his inexperience. Proving himself a liability, the fight pauses as Ki-woong demands the runaway family kneel if they want to see Dojin alive. Taek refuses to surrender, and Dojin tells him to leave him if he becomes baggage. However, Dojin's recklessness shows as he stops a shard of glass with his bare hands. Impressed, Take realizes Dojin is the wildest and craziest among them. Dojin defeats his captor and tries to stop the blood flow from his wounds. The others are shocked to see that Take has single-handedly defeated Kiwoong. With Kiwoong on his knees, Take begins a victory speech, but Kiwoong interrupts, saying the fight isn't over. Kiwoong gets up to attack again. While he uses his metal bat, Take is barehanded, making it an unfair battle. Take looks for an opportunity to launch a decisive move to end the fight quickly, but Kiwoong is one step ahead and uses his men to catch Take from behind. After he starts beating him up, Dojin comes from behind and uses a wooden plank to hit Kiwoong on the head. However, this barely does any damage and only makes Kiwoong even more furious. Approaching Dojin with a menacing aura, Kiwoong asks if he wants to die. Paralyzed by fear, Dojin realizes he has never fought anyone so violently and cannot bring himself to move. Kiwoong wastes no time, using his bat on Dojin and making him gag. With one shot to the belly, Dojin falls to the ground, admitting defeat. Despite his minimal contribution, Dojin's actions buy the runaway family enough time to defeat Kiwoong's men. The trio then charges at Kiwoong from 3 different sides, their excellent teamwork briefly neutralizing his movements. However, Kiwoong's strength allows him to break free, remaining unharmed no matter what the trio throws at him. He mocks them for their weakness and offers them one last chance to give up and work under him. Gaeong retorts, asking if he has hit his head, and declares she would rather die than serve someone so ugly. In response, Kiwoong summons dozens more men and finally defeats Take and his friends. He tells Take that he is sending someone to burn his favorite pizza place to the ground. Before he can make the call, Dojin crawls up and bites his leg, unwilling to see Nian and her father suffer. He bites as hard as he can until Kiwoong shoves him away with his bat. Kiwoong proceeds to call the person to burn the pizza place, but the call is answered by Hangil. Hangil has already beaten up the person for arson and vows to show no mercy for hurting his friends. Kiwoong, who originally thought Hangil had run away like a scaredy cat, is greatly amused to see him standing there. Hangil sees Take and the others defeated and knocked down, realizing they must have been beaten badly to be in such a state. He remarks that it's been a while since he has seen Take in such a sorry condition. Hangil tells Kiwoong that he won't leave in one piece after what he did to his family. A brainless thug attacks Hangil, thinking he is all bark and no bite, but Hangil demonstrates that he is in a completely different league. He provokes the others to attack him, but seeing his skills, Kiwoong's men are too scared. To motivate them, Kiwoong puts a $1,000 bounty on Hangil's head. Using his Ultra Instinct, Human Edition, Hangil defeats his opponents one by one, picking up anything he can find to use as a weapon. Dojin, barely able to keep his eyes open, is amazed at Hangil's abilities. Realizing he is about to lose, Kiwoong threatens to break Take's arm. But Hangil remains unfazed and continues beating up Kiwoong's men one after another. Take tells Kiwoong that Hangil isn't the type to be swayed by threats. If he were, he wouldn't have made it this far. Despite this, Kiwoong breaks Take's arm to make Hangil regret his decision. However, Hangil remains resolute, moving steadily towards Kiwoong. Kiwoong recalls a warning from his boss, who had said that Hangil was as strong as the Haeguang leader and advised him to avoid Hangil at all costs. His boss had even emphasized leaving Hangil alone if he got in their way. Ignoring this advice, Kiwoong had messed with Hangil and now had to face the consequences. When Kiwoong attacks, Hangil dodges effortlessly, continuing to defeat everyone else. Hangil informs Kiwoong that he's no match for him and quickly knocks him down with a few punches. Unfinished, Hangil demands Kiwoong get back up. Kiwoong attempts a surprise attack but ends up with a broken arm. Hangil accuses Kiwoong of orchestrating the gas incident and what happened to Daeyob, asserting that eliminating him would be best for everyone. Kiwoong threatens to inform the big boss about Hangil, but Hangil is undeterred, moving closer to the fire pit. Kiwoong remembers why his boss feared Hangil. He never ended things easily after defeating someone. Proving his boss right, Hangil shoves Kiwoong's head into the fire pit. Kiwoong screams and begs Hangil to stop, but Hangil reminds him that he started this conflict and must face the consequences. Hangil tells Kiwoong that his friends would have died in the gas incident if Dojin hadn't woken up at the right moment. He chastises Kiwoong for messing with them if this is all he is capable of. After giving Kiwoong a second-degree burn on his face, Hangil releases him. Kiwoong screams in agony, but Hangil silences him by shoving a foot in his mouth. Dojin watches in shock, witnessing Hangil's terrifying ruthlessness for the first time. Hangil then goes to Daeyob and gently taps his cheeks to wake him up. But Daeyob is completely knocked out, so Hangil carries him on his back. He then looks over at Dojin with a big smile and tells him they can go home now. Thanks to Hangil's efforts, the runaway family survives their fight against Hae Gwang and comes out victorious. However, things are about to take a bad turn for Hangil's crew as their conflict with Hae Gwang intensifies. Daeyob, Dojin, Taek, Gaeong, and Songbin are admitted to a hospital. Financial difficulties arise as none of them can go to their jobs. The pizza place's owner, in gratitude, steps in to pay their hospital bills. Meanwhile, Hae Gwang keeps a low profile, and rumors spread that Hangil had taken down Kiwoong. Dojin believes everything is going to be resolved, but Hangil corrects him, warning that Hae Gwang will be back soon. He tells them that more people in Hae Gwang are even stronger than Kiwoong. Hangil believes that another member of Hae Gwang will come to their neighborhood to take over Kiwoong's role and seek revenge. Hangil gives them two choices: leave the neighborhood quietly to avoid further trouble, or stay and brace themselves for what's coming. Daeyob points out that Hangil was the one who brought them to this neighborhood and wants him to choose the best option, reminding him that they have nowhere else to go. Hangil goes to the roof to clear his thoughts, and Dojin follows him. Dojin asks if there's a way to get stronger faster, but Hangil thinks he is learning quickly enough. Dojin explains that he has changed but still feels like a liability. He wants to be as strong as Hangil or the others to face Hae Gwang when they come. Hangil, seeing his determination, considers a tougher but faster training method for him. Meanwhile, the pizza place enjoys temporary peace, free from the threat of Hae Gwang. The owner hopes this calm will last longer. Dojin returns to work and sees Neon coming back from school. Although terrified about something, she smoothly asks Dojin out on a date. Dojin agrees without realizing it's a date. They plan to meet in front of the pizza place, but Neon doesn't show up. So, Dojin goes to her school, dressed up as a bad boy under Daeyob's influence, and waits for her. Standing near the school makes him feel strange, reminding him of his own time as a student. He feels like he is in a completely different world from them, but then he notices Neon on the school grounds. 3 guys have surrounded her, and the most handsome one among them proposes to her. The handsome guy gives her a teddy bear, but she knows there is a hidden camera inside, so she throws it away. The handsome guy then reveals his actual sick character and starts getting his way with her. However, Dojin arrives to teach him a lesson. The handsome yet despicable guy named Danga mocks Dojin for uttering some cliched words. Danga pushes Dojin away and grabs Neon to take her with him. Dojin punches Danga, making him bleed from his nose. Enraged, Danga smacks down Dojin, demonstrating his dominance as a bully. Despite this, Dojin gets up and begins to provoke Danga. Realizing they are attracting unnecessary attention on the school grounds, Danga decides to end the fight. Before leaving, he tells Dojin that he will remember his face and that they will meet again soon. Dojin and Neon try to forget about the encounter and enter a coffee shop to continue their date. Dojin asks Neon if the guy harasses her all the time. He senses that it is difficult for her to talk about such things, so he shares his own story of being bullied at school. He explains how he thought that he would cause trouble for others if he told them about it. In hindsight, he realizes that it would have been much better if he had confided in someone. He tells her that holding it in won't solve anything and that she will eventually explode if she keeps it to herself. Dojin promises to help her so that she doesn't end up in a miserable state like he once did. Seeing how supportive Dojin is, Neon bursts into tears and shares her story of being harassed. She tells him that she and Danga were in the same class at the start of the school year and had become friends, thinking he was a nice, charming kid. One day, he began behaving strangely and touched her buttocks. He immediately apologized, claiming it was an accident. However, he started pushing boundaries more frequently and in more cunning ways. By the time Nian realized something was wrong, it was too late. She was already labeled as his toy by the entire school. Dongha instigated his classmates to harass Nian, but none of them admitted to being influenced by him. She considered seeking help, but her father was already struggling because of He Guang, so she couldn't confide in him about her ordeal at school. When Dojin heard her story, he couldn't believe she had been silently suffering while putting on a cheerful facade. He thanked Nian for sharing and promised to teach Dongha a lesson. Meanwhile, Dongha was at a karaoke center, trying to harass another classmate. Her boyfriend tried to intervene but was no match for the seasoned bully and endured repeated beatings. Desperate, the girl begged Dongha to stop, and he relented only if she sang a song. Trembling in fear, she began to sing, which Dongha found amusing, though he found Nian far more intriguing. Dongha revealed he had dug up Dojin's entire life history and pondered how Naeon ended up with someone like him. Wanting Nian to suffer as well, he schemed to use her distressed boyfriend to exploit her vulnerability, similar to his tactics with the other girl earlier. Dongha had already dispatched one of his cronies to tail Dojin, intending to use him as bait. However, Dojin had already tracked down Dongha without any need for such tricks. He swiftly incapacitated one lackey with a fire extinguisher and threatened to do the same to Dongha. With resolve, Dojin informed Dongha that Hangil had witnessed the lackey tailing him earlier and subsequently directed him to Dongha's whereabouts. Dongha was caught off guard as Dojin sprayed the fire extinguisher in his eyes, preparing to strike him in retribution for what he did to Nian. Dojin thought that Dongha could still stop the spray even when he was blinded. Dojin knew that Dongha was more skilled than him, so he needed to play dirty. He thought that if he wanted to beat him, he had to take advantage while he was distracted. He tried to distract him, but Dongha was way ahead of his petty tricks and started pounding on him. Dojin tried to get his guard up, but he couldn't even lift his hands against Dongha. Dongha smashed Dojin's head with his fists, hitting him countless times and sending him flying to the ground. He told Dojin that he intended to get his way by using him to blackmail Nian and thanked him for coming there himself. Dongha began to have more perverted thoughts in his sick mind. He thought that if he beat up Dojin, then Nian would do anything for him. Hearing that, Dojin got mad and lunged towards Dongha, but Dongha overpowered him again. Dojin wondered why he couldn't even land a hit on this scumbag. He realized that his skills were not strong enough. So, he decided to give up fighting like a man and return to fighting dirty again. He opened the metal door to intervene in Dongha's attacks and damage his right hand. Dojin then came at Dongha again to just land one hit. But once again, he got knocked back again and again. Dongha told him to stop trying, but Dojin told him to stop with the bullshit speaking. Dojin noticed that ever since he punched the door, Dongha hadn't used his right hand. Dojin knew he could beat him now that his right hand was completely unusable. But Dongha was surprised that Dojin noticed that and was confident he could beat Dojin using only his left hand. So he came pounding at him again and again. But this time, Dojin had his guard up and stepped slowly forward while getting hit. Dongha realized that Dojin was coming for his right hand, so he desperately tried to punch him away. But Dojin remained resilient and finally grabbed Dongha. Dojin remembered the technique Hangil had taught him to use against a trained boxer like Dongha as the special lesson. In the flashback, we see Dojin worried that Hangil was not going to teach him a new boxing move. Hangil replied that even if he learned something now, it wouldn't work against a former boxer. Hangil said that he told him to get into real fights because losing also helps. Dojin looked at the floor, concerned that he couldn't lose. He had to defeat that punk. Seeing Dojin sad, Hangil put his hand on his head and said that if he was certain Dongha was a former boxer, then he just had to remember one thing. When there was an opportunity, dig in deep and grab him. In technical terms, it was called clinching. It's a type of defensive boxing technique where one boxer closes the distance, wraps the opponent's arms, and holds onto them to prevent movement. So in the present, Dojin followed Hangil's instructions and grabbed the back of Dongha's head with his hands. Then he delivered a knee kick to the gut as hard as he could and then went at him wherever he could, repeatedly. Dongha's rib bones began to crack, so he tried desperately to get out of Dojin's hold and began to step back. Hangil also said that if he clinched, Dong-ha would instinctively retreat if he was a boxer who didn't know how to counter knee kicks. Do-jin remembered Hangil's instructions and followed up with a kick right at Dong-ha's head. Dong-ha wondered why he couldn't beat a loser like Do-jin. When he first learned how to box, everything went his way at school. Whatever he did, whoever he fought, everything worked out for him in the end. But now, why not this time? Well, to put it simply, it's because Do-jin was the main character. Do-jin kept punching Dong-ha and made him admit defeat. Dong-ha begged for mercy and promised to never go near Nian again. But that didn't fool Do-jin, as he had been a victim of bullies and knew that jerks like Dong-ha made fake promises. Do-jin remembered when he spared his bully once because he begged for mercy. But right after, that bully tried to attack him. So this time, he was not falling for that. He made it clear to Dong-ha that if Nian ever talked about him, he was dead. At that very moment, one of Dong-ha's friends saw Do-jin beating him. So he slammed Do-jin on the ground and began to choke him. Dong-ha got up, grabbed the extinguisher, and got ready to murder Do-jin. But Hangil came out of nowhere, kicked Dong-ha away, and came at Dong-ha's friend, swinging his elbow right at his face. Hangil revealed to Do-jin that he had been watching the fight all along to analyze everything so that he could give Do-jin feedback afterward. But he had to intervene as the fight wasn't fair anymore. Hangil told Do-jin that he would have won if the fatso didn't interfere and told him that he did great with all of the techniques that he was taught. But Hangil added that there was one big problem with Do-jin, and that was that he was too soft. The threats he made earlier didn't work on savages like Dong-ha, and he kept coming back at him because he didn't end it then and there. So Hangil told Do-jin that he should finish things from now on before the opponent came and staggers him in the back. Hangil then showed how to finish things and squeezed Dong-ha's testicles like lemons. Meanwhile, the girl and her boyfriend, who were being abused by Dong-ha before, wondered where her abuser went. She overheard a crying noise coming from the toilet and peeked to find that Dong-ha and his friends were half naked and being taught a lesson by the bully of the bullies, Hangil. Hangil filmed them in their miserable state and promised to upload this video if they ever troubled Nian again. Do-jin saw the girl peeking at them, so he told her to quietly leave the place. He saw that she was carrying her knocked-out boyfriend, so he realized that she must have also been abused by Dong-ha. He realized that Dong-ha was not only after Nian but other girls too. Hangil threatened them, saying that if they caused any trouble, he would make them the top story at their school. Do-jin told Dong-ha to never screw with anyone again. 2 days later, Hangil went to the pizza shop with Do-jin and Nian to eat pizza. Do-jin learned from Nian that Dong-ha had stopped harassing her and had become a guy who had lost all motivation in life. Nian thanked Do-jin for his help and became worried after seeing several cuts on his body. Hangil liked being the third wheel and continued to enjoy watching them silently. Nian told Do-jin not to worry about her school life anymore. But Do-jin revealed that he knew there were more harassers like Dong-ha. He told her that when he beat Dong-ha, he searched through his phone to delete the schoolgirls' photos and found a group chat full of perverted jerks who had a common interest in harassing women. Nian finally told the truth. There are a lot of bad guys in her school who are just like Dong-ha. She thinks this neighborhood has something to do with the rise of unscrupulous pigs like Dong-ha. Meanwhile, the girl who was bullied before is forced to tell some other thugs from her school about the guy who attacked Dong-ha. But she can't just give up the only righteous person who stood up against her abuser. She claims not to know him, but one of the bullies is sure that she knows something. The girl insists that she doesn't know anything and that Dong-ha didn't come back after leaving the Noribang. So she goes home. However, the bullies don't believe her, and one of them begins to pull her hair to torture her. An innocent pedestrian, Hangil, sees this and steps in to stop their vile act. Hangil grabs the hand pulling the girl's hair and tells them to stop. One punk asks who he is. Hangil answers that he is just an average runaway teen, and he is hungry. He asks them if they have seen the tuna cans that cat moms put out. The punk grabs Hangil's collar and accuses him of making fun of them. Hangil messes with them for a while until they raise their hands at him. He messes with them again and screams for help. Help comes dashing towards him. A flashback at the restaurant shows Hangil figuring out that a few of Nian's harassers are probably hanging around in the neighborhood. So, he proposes to use them for Do-jin's fighting lesson. Do-jin arrives to help Hangil and gets ready to use Nian's school bullies as his punching bags. Hangil tells Do-jin that these punks are his live training dummies. One of them swings his fists at Do-jin, but he dodges and counters with his punch. Another guy comes straight at Hangil, but Hangil makes it clear that he will not be fighting today and tells the guy to wait his turn to fight with Do-jin. Hangil then looks at Do-jin beating up the punk and sees that he is fighting better than before. Do-jin is dodging attacks using his footwork and landing hits at the same time. Hangil commends him for becoming the best of all the losers in the world. Meanwhile, Do-jin keeps smashing his new sandbag as he figures out how to fight him. He doesn't know how much stronger he has become, but he can feel that his opponent is the weakest of everyone he has faced before. Hangil also sees that things are getting too easy for Do-jin, so he lets the other punk go free and tells Do-jin to take both of them down at once. Do-jin is completely thrown off as he never signed up for this, but he has no option as the two punks in front of him come at him at the same time. The two argue with each other, saying they can't even handle one loser. This time, Do-jin is overpowered too quickly and gets hit from every direction. The two gain the upper hand, and he cannot even land a punch, let alone win. The girl tells Hangil to help Do-jin, but Hangil thinks Do-jin doesn't need any help. Do-jin comes up with a strategy to go after one guy, ignoring the other. But Hangil thinks this is the worst strategy, as Do-jin will eventually get beaten up. However, it seems this is the best strategy Do-jin can come up with. Do-jin furiously smashes one punk unconscious before getting kicked away by the other guy. The second punk sees that Do-jin has destroyed his friend and wants to take revenge. But his soul leaves his body as he sees Do-jin holding a broken glass bottle. He slowly steps back in fear and accidentally falls to the ground by stumbling on a rock. Do-jin conveniently stumbles on the same rock and falls face first on the ground too. The punk gets up to finally take advantage of Do-jin's blunder, but Hangil stops him midway and tells him to go home without making any noise. Knowing what a monster Hangil is, the punk carries his friend and slowly walks away. Hangil sees that Do-jin is still unconscious, so he carries him on his back and slowly walks back home. At home, Gaeong scolds Do-jin for getting into a fight every day while treating his wounds. Hangil asks Do-jin how he is going to take revenge on his bullies if he can't even beat two people at once. Hangil tells him that since bullies always stay in groups, Do-jin must increase his skills if he wants to seek revenge. Otherwise, he should forget about revenge altogether. Sometime later, in a park, bullies forcefully take all the money from one boy and begin to beat him up. Do-jin and Hangil find their way there, and Hangil points at them, signaling Do-jin to take them all on at once. A flashback shows Hangil telling Do-jin to take on a group of bullies. Since Do-jin doesn't have enough skills, Hangil advises him to use any dirty moves, considering it's a street fight. Hangil even teaches Do-jin more dirty techniques, promising him that using these techniques, he will win against any number of people. That's why Do-jin is here to take on 4 bullies at once. We see Do-jin's training session on the rooftop of the house where Hangil taught him how to use a hook. Hangil says to Do-jin that he can knock someone out with one good hook to the chin. Hearing that, Do-jin wonders if he can take several people out with a single hook. Do-jin replies that even if he learns the hook, he can't knock them out. Do-jin can learn the proper motion, but in order to knock someone out in one shot, he has to hit them right on the chin. Hangil mentions that even if he learns it, he will still need to have his opponent in the correct position to knock them out. Hangil then teaches Do-jin how to place a hook on the jaw of the opponent. Back to the present, Do-jin follows Hangil's instructions, goes up against the group of bullies, and immediately throws the first punch. The first bully comes crashing to the ground and gets knocked out. The others wonder what just happened. While they are still trying to figure out what's going on, Do-jin goes to beat up another bully, but fails to knock him down as he can't hit the jaw. The third bully comes from behind and knocks Do-jin down, and the 3 of them start beating him up. They ask the nerd if Do-jin is his friend, but learning that he doesn't even know him, they get confused. Meanwhile, Do-jin remembers his sensei Hangil's words again. Hangil told him that it would be hard for him to win against a group even if he landed the first punch. He will need to take down at least half of them before they get ready to fight. And if there are more than 3 people left, the only way to fight them all at once doesn't exist. Not for a loser like Do-jin. So, the only option is to run away. And Do-jin runs away. The three bullies come after him. Doojin tries to block their path and makes one of them fall to the ground. Again, according to Hangil's instructions, Doojin lures one of them to get close to him and hits him with a strong hook. Then he begins to run again and even outruns the two bullies who are left. The two bullies decide to split up to find Doojin, and the game of looking for prey begins. But Doojin is the predator here, and he hits his first prey with another strong hook. This guy blocks the hook in the nick of time and immediately hits Doojin with a round kick. Doojin tries to fight back, but the guy's kicks are too strong for him to take, and he falls to the ground. The guy stomps on Doojin and asks him why he is after them. But Doojin can't just say that he only wanted to practice his new skill, so he stays silent and keeps getting hit until the guy gives up and tells his friend to come there. Doojin remains resilient and begins to smash the guy's face with the rock over and over. The other guy comes to save him from Doojin, but seeing that Doojin has gone completely crazy, he becomes hesitant. The guy asks Doojin what his problem is and why he is after them, even though they did nothing to him. Doojin also wonders why, and then he sees a flashback to when his bully beat him for no reason too. So that's his excuse, just because. Doojin slowly limps forward and punches the guy's left hand with the rock. The guy realizes that Doojin is crazy. He begins to run away, but Doojin runs out of energy to chase him. The guy is going nowhere as Hangil trips him, causing him to fall to the ground. Hangil asks him where Doojin is. The guy loses his temper for no reason and comes at Hangil. He stands up and tries to punch Hangil, but Hangil still looks confident. Instead of the guy's punch hitting Hangil, Hangil punches the guy in the face. Hangil's one punch knocks him unconscious. Hangil leaves the area, telling the unconscious bully not to ask him where Doojin is, but that he can probably go back to where he came from to find him. Hangil then goes to find Doojin and sees him limping his way. Hangil asks Doojin why he let one of them get away even after he was taught how to fight a group. Doojin explains that he ran out of energy and struggled because one of the four was a lot stronger than the others. Hangil laughs and congratulates Doojin for taking on a gang of bullies alone, telling him that he is no longer a loser. Of course, he must mention that Doojin's strength still doesn't come close to that of his other runaway family members. 2 days later, at Nian's school, Jungran High School, two gangsters discuss the new bastard going around beating up bullies at their school. One of them, Sehyeon, asks the other guy, Dongjin, if Dongha was weak. Dongjin doesn't want to go into the matters of the past and tells Sehyeon to find the guy who is beating up everyone before the reputation of Jungran School's bullies gets tarnished. Dongjin tells Sehyeon that the guy they are looking for wears a hoodie and has a teammate with a wolf-style haircut. Of course, they are talking about Doojin and Hangil. Dongjin mentions that the guy in the hoodie always shows up whenever a bully is beating someone up. While talking, they see two guys washing up at a sink, and one of them splashes too much water, which falls on Dongjin. Seeing this, Sehyeon kicks that guy in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. He then comes closer to the guy and hits him countless times with his leg. His mate grabs Sehyeon's shoulder from behind and tells him to stop because they are in the second year, and those are third-year athletes. But suddenly Sehyeon turns around, ready to punch the guy who spoke, and says, "What if they are from the third year?" But one giant guy blocks Sehyeon's punch, Han Jisoo, the student-athlete leader. Jisoo stands in front of them and says, "Do you think the third year has been ignoring your trashy behavior?" He also adds that they were busy training to get into athletic colleges, which is why they were not doing anything. Suddenly, they pick up a fight with Jisoo. But Sehyeon isn't scared of Jisoo and kicks him hard. Jisoo blocks his kick and gets the upper hand. Sehyeon spits in his eyes to throw him off and kicks him in the face. Then he begins to strangle Jisoo with a pipe and smashes his head on the sink until he gets unconscious, filling the sink with Jisoo's blood. That shows what a monster Sehyeon is, and Dongjin is reportedly even stronger than him. After the fight is over, Sehyeon calls the two guys who were washing their faces and tells them to follow him if they don't want any trouble. On the street, we see Doojin looking happy and smiling because he is on an unofficial date with Nian. Doojin thinks that he has been through a lot more difficult times since running away, but this moment is different because he is with Nian. Nian wants to go to karaoke, but on their way, Doojin sees a guy getting beaten up by some bullies. He wonders whether he should help them, He becomes selfish and thinks that he should spend his time with Neon rather than helping someone in need. But then he remembers the horrors he faced in the past because he was a victim of bullying. So he takes a temporary leave from Neon, making an excuse to go to the bathroom, and goes to confront the bullies. He beats the two guys with a single punch. Do-jin looks towards the victim, who is covered with a hoodie and glasses. The victim says that Do-jin seems good at fighting. Seeing that the victim is fine, Do-jin turns back and starts leaving the place. But suddenly, the victim asks if Do-jin wants to fight with him. Hearing that, Do-jin is surprised. Then suddenly, the victim grabs Do-jin's hoodie from behind and reveals his identity. It's Sehun in disguise, and he catches Do-jin red-handed. Sehun attacks Do-jin with a kick, and he realizes that Sehun must be here to get revenge for the bullies from Jungran High School. Sehun replies in the affirmative and tells Do-jin that he will be punished for hurting his fellow bullies. Do-jin gets ready to fight back, thinking he can take on Sehun as they have similar physiques. But he couldn't be more wrong. Sehun hits him so hard consecutively that Do-jin falls to the ground. Sehun runs toward him and punches Do-jin in the face. Do-jin's fists can't even reach him. Sehun mocks Do-jin and tells him to land at least one hit. Do-jin gets mad, but his tantrums get him nowhere as Sehun slams him on the ground and proceeds to pound his face. Do-jin regrets coming to this alley in the first place and tries to think of a way to escape. He grabs some dirt off the ground and throws it at Sehun's face, temporarily blinding him. Rather than running away, Do-jin goes for a surprise kick, but Sehun blocks it and counters with a dirty low blow. Sehun can't imagine how a loser like Do-jin went around beating up bullies. Thinking of it hurts his pride, so he begins to beat him again. He kicks Do-jin between the legs, causing him to fall to the ground. Then Sehun continues to hit Do-jin's face. Meanwhile, Neon wonders where Do-jin went, so she follows his footsteps and finds him all beaten up in an alley, gritting his teeth with blood on his face. They go to a park and sit on the swings. Neon learns that after beating Dong-ha, Do-jin went around fighting other bullies from Jungran High School. She asks Do-jin why he always fights with nothing holding him back. She thinks there was a special lesson Hangil was talking about. She tells him that something is bound to happen if he keeps going this way and tells him to quit acting this way. But Do-jin can't do that. He explains that he has lost everything because of the bullies from his last school. The kids who did that to him still look like they are happy, like nothing ever happened when he wanted to die. When Do-jin thinks about that, he can't breathe, and his mind goes blank just thinking about those days. He doesn't have the confidence to live a normal life with that sense of defeat, so he fights to survive. Neon understands his feelings and tells him that he can do whatever he wants with his life. She tells him that she always wanted to stand up against the bullies and wants Do-jin to punish those pigs on her behalf too. She tells him not to blame himself just because he lost and motivates him to become stronger. Neon wonders what his goal will be when he is done with his revenge arc. Do-jin explains that he has never thought that far, so Neon jokingly tells him to take over her father's pizza place as it is running out of business. They have a good laugh about it, and Do-jin thanks Neon for being so considerate towards him. Later, at Hangil's home, Do-jin tells everyone about the incident. Hangil warns him not to fight when he is not around and tells him to be careful from now on. Do-jin explains that he screwed up badly this time and reveals that Sehun took a picture of him to make him a prime target of the bullies from Jungran High School. Do-jin thinks that he has been thoroughly exposed to those guys who were specifically looking for him. But there's no need to worry, as Hangil's family is here to protect their little brother. Hangil forbids them to help Do-jin and tells him that if he is truly a member of this family, he must prove it by taking on the whole school himself. Hangil smirks menacingly and gives Do-jin the new task of conquering Jungran High School. Do-jin asks Hangil if he is seriously asking him to take over an entire school. Seeing Do-jin hesitant, Hangil asks him if he is not desperate enough for his revenge on bullies. Hangil explains that if Do-jin takes over Na-yeon School, he can take revenge on the bullies from his own school whenever he wants, using his lackeys. Hangil tells Do-jin that it's high time for him to stop being a loser. Do-jin agrees with Hangil and decides to take over the school. But Do-jin asks how exactly he should take over a school. The next day, The guys who bullied the girl earlier see Do-jin's photo in their group chat and show it to another guy. He mocks Do-jin for not being able to do anything in front of Sehyeon. That punk thinks that Do-jin will never show his face again now that he is exposed. Another guy despises Han-gil for stepping in that night and claims he will murder Do-jin if he ever sees him again. Do-jin appears out of nowhere from behind them and tells them to beat him if they can. He immediately punches one of them and asks who the leader of Jungran High School is. A flashback shows Han-gil teaching Do-jin how to take over a school. Han-gil tells Do-jin that it's very simple. He just needs to beat up the strongest kids at Jungran High if he wants to take over. So Do-jin asks the punk who the leader is and threatens to beat him up like last time. The punk reveals that their leader is a person named Yahello, who rarely comes to school but is stronger than everyone else. Then the bully shows a photo of Dong-jin and Sehyeon on his phone. Since Yahello doesn't come to school, Dong-jin and Sehyeon are the number 2 and number 3 ranked fighters. The punk reveals that Dong-jin and Sehyeon are the second strongest members of their school. He also adds that by the time they became freshmen, no one could challenge Dong-jin and Sehyeon. He explains that when Yahello isn't around, Sehyeon and Dong-jin act as the leaders. After learning everything, Do-jin asks him to give their numbers and returns home. After coming back home, Do-jin was still worrying if he'd be able to beat all of them. He even got hooped by Sehyeon. Seeing him all gloomy, Han-gil asks him the reason. He told Han-gil how he couldn't do anything against Sehyeon's long reach. It was a struggle to even get near him. He was doubting if he even had a chance of beating that guy. But Han-gil hits him in the head, advising him not to cower as all the kids' fights are the same. If he just learns how to make up for his difference in reach, he could easily beat Sehyeon. And he was not the one who was going to teach him this time. He points at Gaeong to be his mentor in that area. But she wasn't really thrilled by this and was annoyed seeing Han-gil slacking off again. Does Jin wonder if she is going to teach him? A few days later, while hanging out with his gang, Sehyeon gets a message from Do-jin. He sends a beaten-up picture of one of his lackeys and challenges him in a one-on-one fight. Sehyeon immediately hopped on his bike and rushed to the place where Do-jin had asked him to come. He remembered what his other lackey had told him about him taking over the Jungran High. He was starting to get on his nerves. When he arrives at the location, he yells his name, telling him to come out. When he calls him, he hears his phone ringing in the bushes. He rushes there to confront him, but he only finds his phone there. While he was distracted by the phone, Do-jin attacked him from behind out of nowhere. But even though it was a surprise attack, Sehyeon was able to block it easily. He mocked Do-jin for fighting dirty like he always does and asked him what his next plan of action was now that he had blocked it. During his training with Han-gil and Gaeong, Han-gil told him how to deal with someone who has long arms and legs. The trick was to not let them have the advantage of distance from the start. And to do that, one needs to throw a threatening punch. It doesn't matter if the punch hits or misses, as the true aim is going after the lower body that's been exposed from putting their guard up. And that's exactly what he does. He aims for Sehyeon's lower body and knocks him down to the ground. Do-jin asks Han-gil what comes after that, to which Han-gil replies that once you're on top of the guy, the fight is already over. It doesn't matter if he had long arms and legs at that point. Do-jin announces how he was different from the last time they met. He then proceeds to grab his phone and starts the one-sided beating. On the other hand, the lackey contacted Dong-jin and told him the reason Sehyeon rushed to the place. He was worried the hooded guy and his gang might jump on him. Dong-jin ordered all of his thugs to go look for him. The lackey warned him to be cautious of the wolf-cut hair guy. But Dong-jin cuts him off, telling him that he wasn't worried about Sehyeon. He just wanted to bust the guy open for himself. He remarks how Sehyeon wasn't in danger, he was the danger. Then we see the fight between Sehyeon and Do-jin. Sehyeon managed to get out of his hold with a unique trick. He warned him to reveal any other trick up his sleeve because if that was all he had, he was done for. Do-jin's head went blank. He was scared because he hadn't prepared anything for that scenario. Sehyeon rushes towards him with a menacing look. Do-jin tries to dodge his punch, but it is just a feint. He kicked him instead of punching him, which surprised Do-jin. Do-jin tried to fight back, but it was of no use. He was kicking him left and right. Do-jin couldn't dodge his attacks, but creating more distance between them would be even worse. Seihyun makes fun of him for saying he was going to take over their school when he couldn't do anything to defend himself. When Dojin saw no other way, he resorted to repeating his technique to tackle him again. But he had already warned him that it wouldn't work on him twice. He grabbed him in a chokehold, making Dojin wonder if he had anything on him. He was overwhelming him in every way possible. And for that reason, it was crucial for him to win. He attacked his testicles when he didn't see another way. While Seihyun screamed in pain, he used the same method Seihyun had used on him to trip him over. Seihyun couldn't believe he just copied him. Nor did Hangil, who was watching them fight from the top. Hangil remembered the time he copied his moves too just by seeing it just one time. He was impressed and proud of him simultaneously. While Dojin was trampling Seihyun, he thinks of a way to get out of that situation. Seihyun asked him why he was beefing with them when all he did was fight for his innocent friend from his school, who got beaten up for no reason. This pisses Dojin off even more. The fact that he was calling his lackeys innocent even after knowing what they were doing. He was about to bust him up even more when Seihyun grabbed onto his legs. Dojin thinks he was begging him to stop, but he couldn't be more wrong. Just then, we see Dongjin coming from behind on a motorcycle. As he was about to run over Dojin, Dojin wondered if he was going to die just like this. Just then, Hangil grabbed him by his hoodie and saved him. Dojin couldn't believe he almost died. He recognized the guy from the picture, Kim Dongjin. Dongjin scolds Seihyun for getting his ass handed to him by a loser. Hangil asks about the guy. Dojin informed him that he was one of the 3 guys he needed to defeat to take over the school. Hangil informed Dongjin that it was a 1v1 fight and that he needed to be in line for his turn. But the guy wasn't here for a fair fight and attacked Hangil. Hangil easily dodged him and allowed him to fight Dojin 2-on-1. Hangil runs away saying if he helps him, it wouldn't be Dojin taking over the school. It had to be him if he wanted to take over that school. Dongjin was confused and didn't understand his angle. Dongjin gets distracted seeing Hangil get away, so Dojin uses this opportunity to come right at him with a strong hook. Dojin lands the hook directly on Dongjin's chin, but that's not enough to knock out the number 2 of Jong-un-hai. Dongjin smashes Dojin's head with a kick and sends him crashing to the ground. He asks Dojin if he truly intends to fight them both alone. Seeing the condition that Seihyun is in, Dongjin asks Dojin how he did that with his weak fists. Seihyun explains that he only damaged him because he let his guard down. Dongjin then asks Dojin why he wants to take over the school and if he holds any grudges against them. Dojin accidentally reveals that he has seen their group chat and punches Dongjin, but he doesn't even manage to make his face move with that weak punch. Dongjin grabs Dojin's head and asks what he saw in the group chat. He knows that there are private pictures of women, so he asks Dojin if he likes those. Dojin loses it with that question and bites hard on Dongjin's hand. He blocks and dodges the next few attacks from the 2 of them. But there's only so much a loser like him can do. He realizes that he will die this way and wonders if Hangil meant for him to not take over the school. Seihyun laughs as Dojin's only support leaves him running and tells him that he is dead. Dojin asks Seihyun if he usually goes around ganging up on other people, pretending to act tough, and adds that if he were in their place, he would be too embarrassed to open his mouth. Dojin lunges forward again to attack. But this time he dodges Seihyun's counterpunch and begins to run away from them. He wants to split up the 2 like the last time he faced a group of 4 members. But this time he is not nearly fast enough to outrun Seihyun. Dojin remembers the uppercut move that Dongjin used on him once, so he turns back to Seihyun and delivers the uppercut. Dojin then goes for Dongjin, using Seihyun's back kick move, but Dongjin blocks it. Dongjin then trips Dojin over and begins to beat him up. Dojin runs away again to look for another similar chance. But before he can do so, Seihyun comes from behind and grabs him to turn him into a living punching bag. This was never a fair fight to begin with, so Dojin can't complain and silently gets beaten up. Dojin thinks it's unfair that they are so much stronger than him, so he decides to make it fair by dragging Dongjin into the river to choke him underwater. They reach the river floor, and now it's a battle to see who can last longer underwater. Dongjin pulls Dojin's hair with all his strength to let go, but Dojin just doesn't let go. He is so determined to defeat Dongjin that he chokes him with all his strength. Back on land, Sae Hyun notices that his nose is broken from Do-jin's uppercut and promises to murder him once Dong-jin drags him out of the river. But Do-jin is the one who stands tall and comes out of the river to finish off Sae Hyun. With both Sae Hyun and Dong-jin defeated, Han-gil finally comes and praises Do-jin. But it's not over yet, as there's still one more leader left at Yonggrin. Do-jin must fight him too, just not today. Han-gil helps Do-jin walk, and on their way, he sees all the lackeys of Dong-jin knocked unconscious. One of the lackeys reveals that Han-gil was the one who single-handedly beat all of them up to prevent any disturbance in the fight between Do-jin and the two bullies. The lackey calls their leader, Illinois Tak-hee, in a hurry to tell him everything. A few hours later, Zion and Dong-jin are lying beside the river, still in shock at what just happened to them. Tak finally reveals himself by showing up there, and he immediately kicks Sae Hyun for embarrassing him. He then promises to murder Do-jin in front of everyone for challenging him and Jungran High. The next day on the streets, while Do-jin is on his phone talking, two guys on bikes come to attack him. But Daeyob intervenes just in the nick of time and saves Do-jin. Han-gil comes out of nowhere as well and takes down the thugs on the bikes. Han-gil sees that these two punks are wearing Jungran High School uniforms, so it's clear that they were sent by their real leader. Do-jin directly calls Tak to challenge him to a one-on-one fight. Do-jin tells Tak that he will be taking over his school and gives him his name. Tak tells Do-jin to come alone to his place if he wants to fight him one-on-one. But Do-jin should know better that there's nothing fair in a street fight, as Tak is waiting for him with dozens of thugs armed with weapons. Well, Do-jin is not actually a moron, as he has his family with him, too. The lackeys realize that Han-gil is dangerous, as they have heard of him before. So they silently make a path for the runaway family and lead them straight to where Tak is. Han-gil promises Tak not to get involved in this fight and tells him to have a clean, one-on-one fight with Do-jin. Han-gil even provokes Tak to agree to a one-on-one fight. Tak decides to play along and gets ready to fight Do-jin. Before the fight begins, Do-jin asks Han-gil if he can beat him. Han-gil tells him that there's always a chance of winning in every fight, and he just needs to seize that chance. Do-jin gets motivated, but then he recognizes Tak as he approaches. He gets scared immediately as he sees Tak's face and reveals that they have known each other for a long time. Apparently, Illinois Tak is also one of Do-jin's old bullies, so he becomes even more motivated to take his revenge, even if it costs him his life. Tak also recognizes Do-jin and tells him that he has heard the story of him getting expelled after pushing Doyen. Tak takes a closer look at Do-jin and sees that he has changed. He promises to make him return to his old, scared face in no time. Do-jin remembers the first time he saw Tak. His body flinched as he witnessed Tak beating some kids half to death while playing pool, all because those kids had bumped into him. Upon learning that Do-jin was Doyen's plaything, Tak began harassing him every day and treated him as his human ashtray. He even beat up Do-jin for the cigarette burns and continued until Do-jin was completely broken. To exact his revenge, Do-jin must overcome his fears and confront one of his biggest enemies. He attacks Tak but misses completely as Tak smoothly dodges every move. Tak can see that Do-jin is scared, so he uses that to his advantage and continues beating him up. However, Do-jin gathers courage once more and forces Tak to step back. Tak asks Do-jin if he remembers being his human ashtray, while knocking him down with a kick. Tak tells Do-jin that he is still a loser and that nothing has changed. Han wants to intervene, thinking Do-jin is out cold, but Daeyob tells her to wait a little longer as he still has faith in him. Daeyob remembers how Do-jin trained wholeheartedly every day without stopping, and he saw the desperation in Do-jin's eyes during training. Daeyob knows that Do-jin desires this victory deeply, and if they interfere, Do-jin won't be able to achieve it on his own. Do-jin finally gets up again and grabs Tak strongly. Tak tries to break free, but Do-jin remains resilient and shoves him hard to the ground. He then attempts to punch Tak with his fists, but Tak sends him flying with a kick. Tak goes for another kick, but this time Do-jin grabs his leg and brings him down to the ground again. They both struggle to gain the upper hand. Tak's lackeys start to worry that he might lose to Do-jin. Tak feels embarrassed by their concern but becomes annoyed when he sees pure hatred in Do-jin's eyes. He twists Do-jin's right hand to change his expression. Do-jin recalls when Daeyob asked him if revenge was the most important thing to him. Daeyob suggested living peacefully with his runaway family, but Do-jin explained that he couldn't forget his past of being bullied. As night falls, he can't stop thinking about the faces that tormented him. Despite trying to forget, they haunt his dreams like nightmares. Even when things are going well, memories of his helpless face during bullying resurface unexpectedly, driving his need for revenge. This determination pushes him to endure the brutal training, fighting lessons from Hangil, and beatings from adversaries. Do-jin remains resilient and repeatedly smashes his head against Tak. Tak remains conscious and tries to snap Do-jin's neck. The runaway family tries to intervene, but Hangil and Daeyob stop them, still having confidence in Do-jin. It's time for another flashback. Do-jin was having a good old sparring session with Joe, but Hangil had to ruin it with his mean comments. He told Do-jin that he could predict all his moves and called him slow. Then, he reminded Do-jin that he must get faster if he wants revenge. In response, Do-jin stepped on Hangil's foot and managed to get close enough to make Hangil use both of his hands to stop him. Back in the present, Tak tries to break Do-jin's arm, making it crack. Tak and Choi want to stop the fight, but Hangil remains confident that Do-jin can win. Tak bends Do-jin's arm, trying to break it, but Do-jin flips himself over by thrusting his legs upwards and gets on top of Tak once again. Han commends Hangil for being such a great mentor and teaching him tricks like this, but Hangil reveals that he never taught him this particular trick. Now that the tables have turned and Tak is starting to lose, his lackeys intervene in the fight. The runaway family also joins in and starts beating up everyone. Tak gets up and reprimands his lackeys for attacking Do-jin, expressing humiliation at their belief that he would lose. He commands everyone to stay put and approaches Do-jin to end the fight. Tak commends Do-jin for learning a few tricks, but warns that mere tricks won't work on him anymore. He kicks Do-jin in the face, but Do-jin remains steadfast and begins dodging his attacks. Do-jin retaliates with a punch of his own and prepares for another. Tak wonders how a loser like Do-jin is holding his own against him. He realizes that if things continue this way, he will lose the respect of his lackeys. Noticing their doubts, Tak lunges towards Do-jin, but Do-jin counters and matches his speed. Tak asks Hangil when he trained Do-jin to fight like this. Hangil deflects the credit, stating that he only taught Do-jin the basics and that Do-jin is fighting on instinct. Hangil realizes Do-jin has a natural talent for fighting and feels proud. Do-jin searches for the opportune moment, sees his chance, and lands a stunning punch on Tak. Even after taking the punch, Tak remains barely conscious. Do-jin follows up with another punch and a heavy uppercut, knocking out Tak and ending the one-on-one fight. Tak's lackeys ponder their next move, but ultimately decide to retreat as they are outnumbered by Do-jin's team. Before they can act, Hangil steps forward and stops them, warning that if they come closer, Do-jin will defeat them all. Hangil whispers to Do-jin to maintain a tough demeanor if he wants to be their leader. Do-jin toughens up and challenges them to attack if they want to risk their lives. Intimidated by Do-jin's victory over their boss, the lackeys retreat. Hangil praises Do-jin for his acting skills and assures him they won't trouble him again. Then, Hangil discusses what he learned from analyzing the fight. According to Hangil, Do-jin's victory was possible because Tak underestimated him due to their past perception of him as a loser. If Tak had regarded him as an equal from the start, Do-jin's chances of winning would have been much lower. Do-jin won fair and square, so Hangil congratulates him on no longer being a loser. After this event, winds of change swept through Jungran High School. Tak's defeat dismantled the bully group, and once they loosened up, the female victims of the group chat reported them to the police. As a result, a large-scale school violence prevention committee was established. Do-jin aided the committee by submitting all the data he had gathered from the bullies as evidence, resulting in most of them being transferred or, worse, expelled. Sae Hyun, Dong-jin, and a few others were sent to juvenile hall, but Tak disappeared before facing his punishment. In the end, Jungran High School found peace as all the bullies were gone. Nian began to smile peacefully, no longer suffering every day as before. Her father noticed her happiness and promised to treat her even better. Everything worked out well, and the runaway family held a celebration party for Do Jin's victory. Dayob brought the celebration, but ended up eating most of it himself. Take cooked pork for Do Jin, expressing his surprise at how much Do Jin had changed in such a short time. Sung Bin also expressed confidence that Do Jin was now capable of seeking revenge. They ate together and celebrated. Later that night, Do Jin went to the rooftop because he couldn't sleep. Hangil followed him and asked what was bothering him. Do Jin explained that this was the first time he had gotten revenge on someone who used to bully him. He felt a sense of satisfaction, but at the same time, he felt that life was still unfair. No matter how much revenge he exacted, he couldn't return to how things used to be, so he felt cheated. Hangil asked if Do Jin was thinking of giving up on his revenge. Do Jin said no, that wasn't it. He still wanted to get back at those Woojin high punks as soon as he could. Suddenly, Hangil put his hand on Do Jin's head and reminded him that his revenge arc wasn't over yet, and he should think about his other goals in the future. Hangil promised Do Jin that he wouldn't regret his runaway life and assured him that he would ensure Do Jin enjoyed everything. Dayob overheard their conversation and pondered something. The next day, as Do Jin got ready to go to work, Dayob told him to stay, saying he had given him the day off. Dayob then asked Do Jin to follow him and took the entire runaway family out to have some fun. He took them to a karaoke club where Gaeong sang her favorite songs. Then they played video games with Do Jin, and afterward, they went to a bowling alley where Sangbin showcased his talent. They had fun the entire day, which made Hangil happy as well. Do Jin finally began to see his runaway family as his real family, but then his father showed up in front of him after abandoning him for months. Do Jin wondered what he should do and considered walking away. He remembered how strict his father used to be towards him when he was young, beating him every day for not being a bright student. But his mom told him that his dad did it out of love, so he believed her and kept studying hard to live up to his dad's expectations. Do Jin succeeded in getting good grades, but that wasn't enough to impress his dad. On the positive side, his dad didn't beat him that day and stopped beating him since. However, now his dad finally slaps him. Daejin's dad tells him to come back home immediately and calls him a total embarrassment. Do Jin asks why his worthless, abandoned son should come back after not being cared for all these years and tells him to stop pretending to be a proper father now. His dad gets mad and starts slapping him for speaking in that manner, saying he doesn't need someone like him in his family. Hangil stops his dad from abusing Do Jin and politely asks Daejin's dad to leave. Daejin's dad realizes that Do Jin is essentially a thug, so he tells Do Jin one more time to come back home before giving up on him. Do Jin also declares that he doesn't need a father like him, so he lets him go and begins to cry as he no longer has a family. But Hangil tells him that blood relations are not the only thing that makes a family. Understanding one another, Do Jin also realizes this and begins to smile, as he has now found people who understand him and what he goes through. So he returns to his runaway family, or rather, his real family. Do Jin continues to train daily and becomes bulky over time. He thinks that a few months have passed since living on the streets, and his previous life seems like a blur now that he has embraced his new lifestyle. He even finds a part-time job where he meets Nian and learns lessons from some rude customers in the pizza shop. Do Jin's daily life with his runaway family also improves as he starts getting involved in everything. He becomes completely accustomed to his new life and trains more. However, he still can't land a hit on Hangil. On the other side of the hospital, Do Jin's original bully, Doyen, finally comes out of a coma. Doyen wakes up and the first thing he remembers is Do Jin, who pushed him onto the road, leading to an accident with a truck. This incident, however, was part of a dream. Dayun wakes up in a hospital, shaken by the terrifying dream. His body is now disfigured. He has lost his muscular physique and has an ugly scar on his face. As he steps outside the hospital, he meets two guys who were with him when he bullied Dajun. These two inform him that they've tried to gather all the Woojin High guys as per his orders, but only a few have shown up. They explain that some of the others are not coming because they've been running into trouble. They were beaten up by Dajuan, and others were also beaten by some guy with a wolf-cut hairstyle. Dayun scolds them, saying that those guys have no pride because they were beaten by a loser. One of the guys informs Dayun that the school has also set up a committee to monitor school violence, so they need to be cautious. This news angers Dayun and he grabs the guy's jacket, yelling that he is not a patient, he is a victim. He then orders them to kill Dayun. However, the guy pushes Dayun's hand away, causing Dayun to fall to the ground because his body has become so weak after being hospitalized. His legs are trembling, and he accuses them of never even visiting him in the hospital. Dayun then walks away, saying he doesn't need them. One of them asks Dayun if he knows where Dayun is. In the next scene, we see Dayun at Nian's school. He has come to give Nian an umbrella because it might rain while she is at school. His boss instructed him to do so. Nian thanks him and asks why Hangil is also there. Hangil replies that he's there to score some free pizza from Nian. As they walk and chat, Dayun watches them from behind, his entire body trembling. One of Dayun's guys tells him that since Dayun was kicked out of his school, he has started showing up around Jung Ran Hai. Dayun thinks that Jung Ran Hai was Il-tak's territory, but his guy informs him that Il-tak was also beaten up and has disappeared. Dayun keeps calling Il-tak, convinced that there's no way Dayun could have beaten him. Still, he chases after Dayun, determined to handle him on his own. Suddenly, in the middle of the street, they see some thugs beating up an old man. Hangil approaches them, and one of the thugs threatens him, telling him to mind his own business. Hangil ignores the threat and continues to stare at them, so one of the thugs tries to punch Hangil. Instead, Hangil punches the thug in the face and tells Dayun to handle the other two guys. Dayun runs toward them and delivers a straight punch to one thug, while on the other side, Hangil kicks another thug in the face. Dayun manages to take down two thugs at once. Seeing this, Dayun is shocked. The injured thugs, recognizing Hangil, say that they can't mess with him and flee the scene. Hangil asks Dayun if he can handle guys like that now, and Dayun agrees. Nian approaches the old man and asks if he's okay. Hangil advises the old man to be careful and not pick any fights, given how dangerous the area is. The old man explains that the thugs were targeting him specifically. They started beating him after confirming his identity. He suspects someone around him instigated the attack. Meanwhile, Dayun, hiding behind a wall, watches them and wonders if Dayun really did beat Il-tak. He realizes that if Dayun has indeed become this strong, his own weakened body won't stand a chance. He notices his trembling hand and realizes it's shaking because of Dayun, the same Dayun who used to be a loser. Suddenly, someone puts a hand on Dayun's shoulder. There's a guy passing by, eating candy, who slaps Dayun and declares that they are bullies. Dayun can't believe he's being punked by such guys. The two demand money and his wallet, but Dayun, fueled by misplaced confidence, punches one of them. However, due to his weakened state, he is easily overpowered, and they start beating him up. One of them puts his foot on Dayun and mocks him for trying to fight back. They kick him repeatedly, angry that he dropped their ice cream. Dayun begs them to let him go, but one of them replies that it's not that simple. They only let him go if he eats the ice cream off the ground. They force Dayun's face near the ice cream, and he remembers how he used to bully Dayun, forcing him to do similar humiliating things. But just as Dayun is about to give in, someone punches one of the bullies, knocking him out. The other guy stands up to fight but is also quickly knocked out. Dayun is shocked and confused by what just happened. It was Dayun who helped him, but Dayun can't see his face because Dayun is wearing a hoodie. Dayun asks if Dayun can stand up, and as Dayun realizes who it is, his entire body starts trembling. In the next scene, in the flashback, we see that Lee Dayun was a fat guy. He was a loner because of his weight. Other kids looked down on him with pity and ridicule. He never spoke up and kept his eyes lowered. Each day was humiliating for him until he started using his fists. As he looked down on those he beat up, he found a new perspective on life and vowed never to go back to how it was before. Ever since then, he never allowed anyone to look down on him. In the present, Dayun offers him a hand to help him stand up, but Dayun thinks he needs to run quickly. If his identity is revealed, he's dead. He somehow manages to stand up and tries to walk away and run, but he can't because his legs have become weak. Dayun comes closer to help him, but Dayun is terrified. Suddenly, it starts to rain. and Dayun continues walking. Hangil suggests to Dajun to let him go because he doesn't look like he needs help. Dajun notices that Dayun's legs are trembling. Dayun manages to put some distance between himself and Dajun, thinking that Dajun isn't following him anymore. He considers bringing more guys later to kill Dajun. Suddenly, someone puts an umbrella over him. It's Dajun, offering him protection from the rain. Dajun tries to be helpful, but Dayun flips out and pushes him back. Dajun wonders why Dayun is acting like that, even in his condition. Dajun requests that he at least take the umbrella, but Dayun tells him to get lost. Hearing this, Dajun is shocked because he hears it quietly, barely audible over the rain. However, it's a voice that instinctively triggers unpleasant and eerie memories for Dajun. He thinks that maybe it's because of the rain, but that day he begrudgingly lets him go. The rain continues, so Hangil comes under Dajun's umbrella. After some time, Dayun is far away from them and walking on a highway bridge. Suddenly, his legs give out and he falls to the ground. He reflects on how his early life has come back to haunt him. He then stands on the edge of the bridge and thinks it would have been better if he had never woken up. He just wants to sleep again. On the other side, at Hangil's house, Hangil announces that based on Dajun's last test and other fights, Dajun has passed the requirements with good grades. His fighting lessons are officially over, and Hangil appreciates how hard he has worked. Hangil gives him a jacket as a completion gift. All the other members congratulate him and take a photo. Dajun wears the jacket, but it seems a size too big for him. Dayob tells him that there's no more reason to delay it. All that's left now is for them to go to Wujin High. But Dajun tells them that it's his own issue, so they don't have to come. He needs to deal with it personally. Dayob replies that it's not just his issue anymore because he's a member of the Hangil family now. Hearing this, Hangil is surprised, and they also tell him that they won't interfere if he's having trouble while fighting. Just give them a signal. Hearing this, Dajun becomes very happy. After coming out onto the street, he reflects on how much his life has changed. The reason why his once lonely and miserable life has improved to this point is thanks to the Hangil family. He's no longer alone. Now, he just needs to deal with his past. He looks so confident and tells everyone that he will set the date and start his new life. Then, some gossip starts about Hangil's family ranking. On the other side, Dayun is standing on the edge of the highway bridge. He thinks it's all over for him and considers jumping. But suddenly, his phone rings. It's Ayeltak's call. Dayun, not wasting any time, answers the call, and on the other side is Ayeltak's voice. Ayeltak asks Dayun why he's been looking for him so desperately since he woke up. Dayun screams, asking why Ayeltak is only picking up the call now. Ayeltak tells him that Yim Dajun has put him in a tough spot and that Dajun has changed a lot. Dayun probably won't be able to do anything against him. Ayeltak assures him that he'll take care of it. Dayun responds that he heard Ayeltak lost to him too, and the guys won't even gather at Jungran. Ayeltak says that doesn't matter anymore. From behind Ayeltak, we see a guy pulling out another guy's teeth, and the guy screams. Dayun asks about that, and Ayeltak replies that he's joined a more interesting group that Jungran High can't even compare to. He's joined a group called Haegwang. These guys will go on a hired assault against anyone as long as they're paid. Dayun asks if that's really possible. Ayeltak replies that they don't just assault people, they also blackmail, kidnap, they'll do anything. The simple thing is, Dayun just needs to get money. Ayeltak plans to use these guys to send Yim Dajun to hell, and there's no need to feel guilty toward that loser. Hearing this, Dayun changes his mind and decides not to jump off the bridge. He makes the decision to kill Dajun. In the next scene, in the morning, we see some thugs chasing a guy who is running from them. He is wearing a red cap and carrying a bag. Meanwhile, Dajun has also left for work, walking on the footpath. He has some free time before heading to work. Ever since the fighting lessons ended, things have been a bit more carefree. The lessons were hard, but he endured them because he had people supporting him, especially Nian. He thinks about thanking her again, and after he gets his revenge, he plans to get closer to her. However, not everything will go as Dajun wants. One thing that's bothering him is the rumor that Haegwang has returned. The Hangil family doesn't know when they will show up. They might target them and those around them. Since the Hangil family decided not to run away, if Haegwang pulls any nonsense, they will show them who they are. After some time, Dajuin arrives at a pizza shop and wonders if he can protect the shop now that he's stronger. He opens the door and sees that his boss's hand is fractured and that he seems sad. Dajuin asks him about his arm and also if the Haegwang guys were behind it. His boss simply replies, "No." Dajuin is desperate because he wants to help him, but his boss says the truth is he just fell while walking. Dajuin smiles and asks why he was being so secretive about it. His boss replies that it was embarrassing. It seems like his boss won't be able to work for a while. Dajuin then enters the kitchen and is shocked to see the situation inside. He sees that Neon is holding a handsome guy. Seeing this, Dajuin feels jealous. Neon explains to Dajuin that the guy is a new part-timer while her dad's injury heals. The new guy extends his hand toward Dajuin for a handshake. They both shake hands, and the new guy introduces himself as Sungo. He is attractive and younger than Dajuin. From Dajuin's expression, it's clear he's jealous. The entire day, they both work together. Dajuin shows off his pizza-making skills, which shocks Sungo. When Sungo is washing dishes, Dajuin insists that he has to wash off all the grease marks. When Sungo accidentally spills drinks on a customer's table, Dajuin steps in and handles the situation. Sungo apologizes for his mistakes, but Neon tells him not to worry because he'll get used to it with time. Suddenly, Sungo asks Dajuin to join him for a smoke. They both go outside and sit on the floor, and Dajuin tells him that he doesn't smoke. Sungo praises Dajuin, saying that he's amazing because he works so hard and needs to get better quickly. Looking at Sungo, Dajuin thinks that he's having a rough time, and it's his first day at his first job. Sungo is the same age as Jiyeon, Dajuin's younger sister. Dajuin asks him why he's working part-time when he's so young. Sungo replies that he needs money and is thinking about running away. He explains that there have been a lot of issues with his family and school. Dajuin wonders if Sungo has his fair share of troubles and feels ashamed that, as an older person, he's jealous of someone who might get closer to Neon. Dajuin tells him that he once ran away from home. Hearing this, Sungo is shocked. Dajuin suggests that he might have his own reasons, but he shouldn't take running away so lightly. Just because you run away doesn't mean you're free. You never know what might happen on these dangerous streets. Sungo understands that not running away would be the right choice. Dajuin tells him that he's been in situations where things were beyond his control, so he understands he can't entirely say that running away isn't an option. Dajuin says he might not be able to do much, but if Sungo has any questions about the runaway life, he can feel free to ask him. Dajuin then grabs a cigarette and pretends to smoke, but he's holding it backward. The next day, Dajuin comes to the pizza shop and is shocked to see Sungo making pizzas like a professional. He also washes dishes perfectly and behaves well with customers. All the girls who come to the pizza store like Sungo and ask for his number. Seeing this, Neon's dad doesn't regret hiring him because his daughter knows how to pick the right person. But inside, Dajuin is jealous and tells himself that he shouldn't be jealous of someone younger than him. Suddenly, Neon puts her hand on Sungo's hair and praises him for getting good so quickly, even though it's only been a day. Seeing this, Dajuin becomes more jealous and runs toward the exit door. He goes outside, his body trembling, and wonders how Sungo was able to do it so quickly when it took him so long. He then starts to walk back to the store, but suddenly, someone puts a hand on his shoulder from behind. It's the guy in the red cap we saw earlier. He asks Dajuin to hide him somewhere because he's in trouble and got caught quickly. Then we see three guys gathering and talking about breaking his legs. Dajuin hides in an alley. After the thugs leave, Dajuin approaches the guy and asks why they were chasing him. Instead of replying, the guy tells Dajuin that normal people don't know about it. He introduces himself as a member of a famous organization, the Hangil family. Hearing this, Dajuin is shocked. But the guy starts saying wrong things about the Hangil family, so Dajuin doubts that he's really from the Hangil family and thinks he's just assuming their name to show off. Dajuin asks him that if he's part of the strongest Hangil family, then who's chasing him? The red cap guy replies that it's Haegwang. Before Dajuin can gather more information from him, the three thugs from Haegwang show up behind them. Two of them start beating the red cap guy, while one comes closer to Dajuin and asks who he is and if he knows the guy with the red cap. But Dajuin denies it, saying he doesn't know him. Dajuin then asks if they're from Haegwang and suddenly grabs the thug's face, pushing him back. He then asks the guy with the red cap why he would go around lying that he's part of the Hangul family. He orders him not to abuse their name from now on and then gets into a fighting position. One guy tells the others that he has seen Dajun before. He was the guy who beat Kyuwang back at the abandoned factory, and that guy was part of the Hangul family. They think they can handle Dajun because they believe he is the weakest one in the Hangul family. But suddenly, Dajun punches one thug and knocks him out with a single punch. The other two approach him, but Dajun handles their attacks one by one, dodging them. After fighting a few of Haegwang's members, he realizes that Haegwang has a lot of good fighters. Dajun then performs a counterattack on them and knocks them out. Seeing his strength, they become afraid and run away. The red cap guy, witnessing this, thinks that Dajun is incredibly strong and a true member of the Hangul family. He, too, has been using their name, so he decides he might get beaten up and tries to escape. But Dajun stops him and tells him that Haegwang was chasing him because he was impersonating the Hangul family, yet those guys seem to be avoiding them instead. Dajun asks the red cap guy again why he was really being chased by Haegwang, saying it's better to tell the truth, especially if he doesn't want to pay the price for impersonating them. The guy replies that he was from Haegwang too, but he isn't anymore. Hearing this, Dajun grabs his collar and tries to punch him, but the guy quickly explains that he was betrayed by Haegwang, so Dajun lets him go. The red cap guy then tells Dajun his story. After Chun Ki-woong disappeared, his neighborhood Haegwang changed its methods. They no longer collected money from stores. Instead, they engaged in assault, blackmailing, and kidnapping, acting like a mafia. The red cap guy brings Dajun somewhere behind the bushes. Dajun asks him why he brought him there, and the guy replies that it was the place he came home from work and where he got betrayed. Suddenly, an old man appears, the same one who was attacked the other day. The red cap guy asks Dajun if he knows the man. Dajun replies that he saved him earlier. Dajun then asks the red cap guy who he is. The guy, looking angry about hearing that the old man got attacked, replies that the old man is the district representative of the area, and also his father. We see in the past that the red cap guy ran away and joined Haegwang because of his father. His father kept forcing him to study even though he didn't have the instincts of a top student. At first, his runaway life in Haegwang was fulfilling. He strutted around as they acted like a gang. But after actually witnessing them commit crimes with his own eyes, he realized something. There was nothing attractive about the runaway life. And when the reality of the Haegwang lifestyle hit him, someone commissioned an assault against his father. While Haegwang was investigating him, they discovered that he was the son of the district representative, so they tried to use him to blackmail his father. The red cap guy thought they were like family, but they turned on him in the blink of an eye. Since they had already turned on him, he figured he could get some payback, so he ran away with the money they got for the commissioned assault against his father. The guy is trembling as he tells his story to Dajun. He says that his relationship with his father is already messed up, and he doesn't care if there's a bounty on his head. But Dajun notices that even though he says he doesn't care, his expression says otherwise. He's clearly upset. Dajun tries to offer sympathy but doesn't know what to say about father-son relationships. However, he can say something about a real family, a family that truly cares and worries about him. Dajun tells him that he has to risk his life to protect his father's life. But the guy is terrified and lacks confidence, saying that he wouldn't take a risk for someone who never once thought about him. Dajun then tells him that his father was looking for him earlier when Dajun saved him. He was asking about someone named Jung In-hwan, who turns out to be the red cap guy. Dajun explains that he couldn't recognize him from his school picture, so he couldn't tell him sooner, but his father was definitely looking for him, to apologize. Hearing this, In-hwan starts crying and gets emotional. Dajun reflects on In-hwan and Sungo, noting that they are in different situations. One wants to run away, and the other regrets running away. Dajun assures him that he doesn't know where to start with dealing with his father's issues, but he will help In-hwan. In-hwan still has a chance to make things right. On the other side, we see Chun Ki-woong, a former executive, looking angry and punching a guy. But suddenly, a big muscular guy comes up behind him, grabs his head, and pushes him down. This is Haegwang executive Bae Gangrak. Gangrak asks him about the damage he caused. Hearing this, Ki-woong becomes afraid. Gangrak tells him that he warned him earlier not to mess with the Hangul family and ruin everything, yet Ki-woong didn't listen. Instead of just listening, Ki-woong threatens him. saying that if he's just thrown aside, he'll reveal what he knows. Hearing this, Gangrak kicks him, causing him to fall to the ground. Gangrak tells him that he crossed the line and orders the other guys to deal with him. He then walks over to another Haegwang executive, Han Young-min. Young-min suggests to Gangrak that he should be more careful when working. He might get caught if he's unlucky. But Gangrak tells him that he should be the one to worry since he was the one who strongly supported killing the Hangil family. Young-min then reveals that they have just received a commission to kill the Hangil family. The client was a high school student, and he sounds confident, as if he made a deal with the devil. Young-min asks Gangrak why he opposed killing the Hangil family so much. Gangrak replies that it would be a waste, whether killing them would bring more profit or using them instead. Young-min tells him that he doesn't know how he's calculating that, but if they do this, Ki-woong would be better off than them. Gangrak says that if those guys disagree, they can kill them whenever they want. There's a trap in place, and they've already planted someone among them. We see that Dajuan has been hanging out with Sungo and Inhwan. The spy is one of them. In the evening, at a pizza shop, Dajuan introduces Inhwan to Sungo, but Inhwan says that they already met outside while having a smoke and were already speaking comfortably with each other. Dajuan explains that the reason he is introducing them is because of the runaway situation. Inhwan asks if Sungo wants to run away, and Sungo answers yes. Inhwan points his finger toward Dajuan and tells him not to do it, saying he will just suffer for nothing. He explains that the romance of street life is all a lie. He also tells Sungo that Dajuan only suggested running away if it got really hard, because he was part of the Hangil family. He warns that all the runaways who live in that neighborhood live like trash. Inhwan even suggests that if Sungo really wants to run away, he should join Haegwang. But Dajuan disagrees, and the two start arguing. Inhwan insists that the only chance Sungo has at surviving is with Haegwang. He then asks Sungo why he wants to go out into the streets. We see a flashback of Sungo's past. His family had a peaceful life before his mother passed away in an accident. Her death devastated his father, but he continued to work hard for Sungo's happiness. His father even remarried to try to fill the void left by Sungo's mother. His stepmother treated him like her own child, and he was happy again. But things changed after the baby was born. Now that she had her own child, his stepmother viewed him as an unnecessary concern and was determined to drive a wedge between him and his father. Sungo wanted to tell his father the truth, but he had suffered so much for Sungo's sake, and he looked happier than ever with his new family. Sungo couldn't bear to take that happiness away from him, which is why he was thinking about leaving. He believes they could be a happy family if he weren't there. Sungo asks Dajuan what he should do. Dajuan, uncertain about the situation, tells him that he shouldn't leave his home. He says that if Sungo's father truly cares about him, he wouldn't want him to leave, and that Sungo should take care of himself first. Inhwan also agrees with Dajuan and suggests that they could use some stolen money to get a place and be roommates. Sungo smiles and thanks them for their suggestions. Sungo then asks Inhwan what he plans to do about his father. Inhwan, still thinking about it, says there is no other option but to fight Haegwang. They have more people and are much stronger than them. Dajuan considers telling the Hangil family about Inhwan's situation. Sungo suggests finding the client who commissioned the assault and having them cancel the request. Inhwan remembers something. When he left with the bag, he saw a name written in the ledger. After all the chit-chat, they step outside the pizza shop, and Sungo thanks them for listening to his problems. Inhwan asks Dajuan why he is doing all this for him. Dajuan replies that fellow dwellers help each other out. To Dajuan, both of them seem like good people. But suddenly, Inhwan grabs Dajuan's neck and tells him that he is being too nice. After Dajuan leaves the pizza shop, we hear a call with Gangrak, in which his guy reports that, after observing Dajuan up close, he has concluded that Yim Dajuan is too naive. In the next scene, we see Dajuan at the Hangil family home, telling the entire story of Inhwan to the Hangil family. Dayob understands that in order to save the father of some guy he met on the street, Dajuan needs the help of the Hangil family. Dajuan says that the guy's story is quite sad, but Dayob sternly reminds him that they are not heroes of justice and questions why they should help a guy who was in Haegwang. Take adds that while they do help the business owners of the neighborhood if they are in trouble, helping other runaways is a different story. Gaeong tells Dajuan that he joined the peaceful Hangil family as soon as he ran away, so he wouldn't know, but most of the runaways in that neighborhood are very dangerous. She shares that the first runaway family she joined was planning to sell her to a brothel, so she ran away from there as well. Dojin says he understands, but the guy he met hasn't been on the streets long and seems like a good person. Hangil tells Dajuin that while he may seem good, the only ones from that area that he can trust are the Hangil family. There is no one else he can trust. In the middle of the night, while all the Hangil family members sleep, Dajuin thinks about what they said. Maybe he shouldn't have said anything. Everything they said was right, but that guy, he wants him to be able to return to his family. The next day, we see Dajuin and the other two hiding behind a wall, keeping watch on a nightclub. They see an old, overweight man who is also a district representative, Kim Hyunchul. He is the one who commissioned the assault on Inhwan's father. Dajuin has one option. They can either persuade or threaten him to cancel the commission. They see Hyunchul entering the nightclub, and they decide to wait until he comes out. Inhwan suggests they go inside, but Dajuin reminds him that they are underage, and there's nothing they can do. However, they manage to get inside the nightclub using some fake IDs Inhwan has. The three of them try to find Hyunchul. Inside the club, we see Hyunchul, who is very drunk, surrounded by many girls in his room. He grabs two girls by the shoulders and tells them they have to drink until they die. Some girls are not interested because they don't like Hyunchul. He notices one girl who isn't drinking and asks her why. Another girl explains that the new girl worked last night and probably hasn't recovered. But Hyunchul ignores her and slaps the new girl, saying some nasty things. All the girls then leave the room, which Dajuin and the others notice as they hear the loud noise coming from inside. In the room, Hyunchul blames the bar director for not training the workers properly. Suddenly, the three of them enter the room, and Inhwan tells Hyunchul that they need to have a conversation. Hyunchul becomes angry. Inhwan tells him that he knows he is the one who commissioned Haegwang for the assault and demands that he cancels it right now, or they will blow the whole story up. But Hyunchul doesn't seem too afraid. Instead, he hurls some insults about Inhwan's father, which enrages Inhwan, who grabs his collar. But suddenly, the bar manager arrives and tells Dajuin and the others that they better let him go if they don't want to die. Hyunchul tells the manager to teach them a lesson, threatening never to come back if he doesn't. The manager apologizes to Hyunchul and tells Dajuin and the others to come with him. One of the guys with the manager says he can tell just by looking at them that they are underage, and the guards didn't check properly, so they got in. We can see Inhwan and Sungo trembling as they look at the manager and his men, realizing that they are not good at fighting. The manager then tries to punch Inhwan, but instead, Dajuin throws a straight punch at the manager, saving Inhwan. Dajuin is the first to jump into the fight. Inhwan tells Dajuin not to try to act tough and asks if he's confident he can win. Dajuin replies that he's not confident, but it's better for someone with experience to fight. He then gets into a fighting position. Another guy informs the manager that he checked with the counter, and it seems they used fake IDs to get in. Hearing this, the manager becomes furious, and it looks like things might get dangerous. The manager reflects that it's been a year since he started working there. Although he's the boss, there's something a little off about him, especially regarding money. When it comes to fighting, he shows no mercy to minors. He detests minors, and now he's confronted by one, Dajuin. The manager orders his men to drag Dajuin over to him. Two guys rush toward Dajuin to grab him, but Dajuin dodges their attacks, blocks them, and counterattacks by punching one of them in the face. He handles them one by one. Seeing Dajuin's fighting skills, Sungo is shocked. In the midst of the fight, the manager suddenly kicks Dajuin, causing him to fall to the ground. The kick is so hard that Dajuin is thrown back. The manager continues to kick him repeatedly, but Dajuin eventually blocks the attack with his hands. One of the manager's guys grabs Dajuin by the hair, and the manager breaks a beer bottle trying to stab Dajuin. At that moment, Dajuin realizes the significant difference between adult gangsters and minors. A 3 versus 1 fight is nearly impossible. But suddenly, someone throws a bottle that hits the manager's hand, causing him to lose his grip. It's Sungo, who then punches the manager in the face. Inhwan and Sungo rush to save Dajuin. Sungo tells Dajuin that he doesn't know how much time he can buy him, but he'll try to hold one of them off. Even though he's trembling, he tries to help Dajuin. Dajuin stands up, and all three of them get ready to fight. Dajuan thanks them but then pushes them aside, saying that since neither of them has ever fought before, he can't let them take on two guys. They both fight one guy while Dajuan handles the manager and the other guy. The manager and his guy charge toward Dajuan, and the fight begins. Adult gangsters definitely have higher endurance. Dajuan realizes he can't do any damage unless he hits a vital spot. He has to find a way. These guys keep attacking him randomly with wide swings. Suddenly, Dajuan remembers a fight against Iltak. He thinks that if they continue to underestimate him, he has to take advantage of that. Dajuan throws a punch at one guy's jaw, and with just one punch, the guy is knocked out. Then Dajuan tries to punch the manager, but the manager blocks the punch with his hand, grabs Dajuan's fist, and punches him in the stomach. The hit is critical. Dajuan notices that the manager is strong, and worse, he's no longer underestimating him. He knows Dajuan is aiming for the chin, so he puts up a tight guard. The manager then lands a jab on Dajuan's face. Dajuan thinks about attacking the vital parts like the chin. He has to aim for it. He tries to cross his leg over the manager's, but the manager notices it and lifts his leg. The manager thinks this is his chance to hit Dajuan, but Dajuan remembers something from his training with Hangil. Hangil taught him that there's another vital part on the human body that's a weak spot, the solar plexus. If Dajuan succeeds in hitting that spot, it would hurt the opponent more. He attacks the manager in that spot with a liver shot. The manager bends his knee, thinking that after all the attempts on his chin, Dajuan switched to a liver shot. Hangil had taught him that no matter how strong the opponent is, there's always an equalizing shot. The manager tries to stand up again, but Dajuan lands another liver shot, knocking the manager out. Dajuan then turns to check on the others. Inhuan is shocked to see that Sungo has also beaten his opponent. Seeing this, Dajuan thinks that Sungo isn't just a hard worker. He's also good at fighting, even though it's his first time. After defeating the manager and his goons, the three of them approach Hyunchul and try to threaten him. On the opposite side, the manager wakes up and stands. He can't believe he lost to some underage kids. Furious, he grabs a broken beer bottle and charges toward them to hit Dajuan. But Sungo notices and steps between Dajuan and the manager, saving Dajuan. Dajuan then punches the manager in the face, knocking him completely unconscious. Dajuan notices that his hand is covered in blood. He then looks towards Sungo, who is bleeding with a broken beer bottle stuck in his back. Dajuan and Inhuan are shocked to see Sungo covered in blood. Sungo then falls to the ground. Seeing so much blood, Inhuan is shocked. Dajuan wakes him up and tells him to hurry up and take Sungo to the hospital while he stays behind. Inhuan pulls Sungo up and leaves. Dajuan grabs Hyunchul by the collar and punches him repeatedly. After some time, Hyunchul begs him to stop. With anger in his eyes, Dajuan tells him that he was holding himself back. So why did he instigate an assault on Representative Young Byungchul? Hyunchul trembles at the sight of Dajuan. A few hours later, we see Sungo in a hospital, and Dajuan arrives to check on him. Dajuan asks if he's okay. Sungo replies that he's completely fine. Dajuan tells him that none of his vital regions were pierced, but the doctor needs to keep him under observation. Dajuan then asks with concern why Sungo did something so dangerous. Sungo replies that he doesn't know. He had always thought he was alone and only took care of himself, but his body moved on its own. He tells Dajuan not to feel so bad. Sungo then asks Dajuan to help Inhuan for him because he can't keep going with them, but he assures them he will join as soon as he recovers. Hearing this, Dajuan and Inhuan smile. On the way out of the hospital, Dajuan asks Inhuan how he paid the hospital fees since it must have been really expensive. Inhuan replies that it was fine. He was able to pay the fees with the money meant for the hired assault against his dad. Dajuan thinks Inhuan was going to use that money to live on his own, but instead, he used it to help someone. Dajuan thanks him. Inhuan then asks Dajuan what happened with Hyunchul in the room. Dajuan replies that Hyunchul confessed he tried to assault his father because his father caught on to the fact that he was stealing money from the district council budget. He was investigating, so Hyunchul used Haegwang to give him a warning. Dajuan then threw him to the ground and told him to cancel the contract immediately. But Hyunchul said it wasn't easy to cancel. Dajuan threatened him, saying that whether it was easy or not, he needed to cancel it. Otherwise, he would be the one who was assaulted. Dajuan tells Inhwan that in order to cancel the contract, they have to meet with the Haegwang guy directly, and they need to go with Hyunchul. Dajuan doesn't know what Hyunchul might say to them. He might convince them to target him, though Dajuan did get his embezzlement evidence to prevent that. They have to make sure the contract is cancelled themselves. Inhwan suggests that he will go by himself since Sungo has already been hurt, and he doesn't want anyone else to get hurt. But Dajuan insists that they have come this far, so they should finish it together. Dajuan then places his hand on Inhwan's shoulder and reassures him not to worry. He has his own reasons for wanting to help. On the other side, we see Han-gil hiding near the alley, eavesdropping on their conversation. The next day, Han Young-min arrives at the bar where Dajuan had been the night before. He asks the waiter where the others are. The waiter replies that they've hidden them from the police. At that moment, Young-min is on a call with Gangrak. He opens the door to a room and tells Gangrak that he thinks he understands why he wants to recruit the Han-gil family a bit more. He then checks the manager's wounds. The manager tells him that Dajuan was not an ordinary guy. Young-min tells Gangrak that none of the guys have any fatal injuries. Young-min then asks what Gangrak's decision is on Dajuan. Gangrak responds that Dajuan is too soft, and they don't need guys like him in Haegwang. Meanwhile, at night, Dajuan and Inhwan are with Hyunchul, heading to meet Haegwang directly. Inhwan doubts Hyunchul, thinking he might be suspicious, so he grabs Hyunchul's collar and questions him. Hyunchul says that they need to talk to Haegwang in person for their own security. Hyunchul warns them that after he cancels the contract, they should erase the embezzling evidence. Inhwan angrily responds that he won't let them get away with what happened to his father. Hyunchul says he doesn't want to meet that guy again. Dajuan is confused about who he's talking about. When they arrive, they see a group of Haegwang thugs. Inhwan and Dajuan hide in the bushes to observe the situation. Hyunchul approaches one guy and asks for a meeting, but the guy replies that his boss isn't there yet, so they need to wait. Inhwan wonders how many bases these Haegwang thugs have. Dajuan notices there are about 5 guys there. Suddenly, Dajuan spots a man with a spade. Seeing this man, all thoughts of making Haegwang surrender through strength melt away like snow. Dajuan realizes that the pressure he feels is different from what he felt when facing Kiwoom. It's like facing a mountain beast. The man is Gangrak. Dajuan is terrified at the sight of him and thinks that they need to forget about fighting him. They just need to confirm the contract's cancellation and get away. Gangrak tells Hyunchul that he was late because he had to take care of some business. Hyunchul says he wants to cancel the hired assault against Representative Young Byung-chul because it's gone far enough. Gangrak replies that it doesn't matter as long as he can pay the remaining balance. Even though he cancels the contract, he still needs to pay. Hyunchul thinks that if he doesn't end the transaction, the evidence will spread, and he'll waste a lot of money. He has no choice but to pay the remaining fees. He agrees to pay the fees, but suddenly Gangrak brings up the embezzlement. Hearing this, Hyunchul wonders how Gangrak knows about it. He starts to worry about being blackmailed. However, Gangrak tells him that blackmailing depends. He'd rather do business. If Hyunchul pays them a portion of his embezzled money regularly, Haegwang will become his hands and feet. But Hyunchul tells him that others know about his embezzlement, and if they talk, he'll be finished. Gangrak reassures him that they'll prevent that from happening. He declares that from now on, anyone who knows about the embezzlement besides them or anyone who tries to investigate it will disappear. Even though the contract is cancelled, Representative Young Byung-chul will also be included. Hearing this, Inhwan becomes concerned for his father's safety. Suddenly, Gangrak says that the ones hiding there and threatening him with evidence will also be wiped out. At that moment, a group of bikers surrounds Dajuan and Inhwan. Gangrak had already known they were hiding and listening to their conversation. Inhwan panicked and said that they were completely surrounded. But for Dajuan, the biggest problem was that they had to take on Gangrak. Gangrak ordered his men to bring them over and beat them. All the bikers closed in on them, but Dajuan pushed Inhwan aside to save him, facing numerous attacks in the process. The bikers rushed at such speed that Dajuan didn't even have a chance to fight back. Inhwan got injured and fell to the ground. Seeing the bikers approaching, Dajuan picked up a rock and threw it with full force toward them. The rock collided with one of the bikes, causing it to become unbalanced and crash. He then grabbed a steel rod and threw it into another bike's tire, causing that bike to crash as well. After beating some of the bikers, Dajuan ran toward Hyunchul. Dajuan thought that he at least had to grab Hyunchul as a hostage if they wanted to get out of there. But suddenly, someone threw a spade near them. It was Gangrak. Gangrak complimented Dajuan, saying he had a good move. Dajuan wondered if the mountain-like man knew he was from the Hangil family. Gangrak already knew they were coming. He said to Dajuan that it would take his men a while to handle someone of Dajuan's level, so he would take him on himself. Dajuan found himself in a panic. He couldn't avoid Gangrak, who seemed stronger than him. If Gangrak was as strong as Chun Kiwoong, the probability of surviving was slim. Dajuan thought that if he lost, it would be the end for both him and Inhwan. Suddenly, Gangrak threw a jab at Dajuan, but he blocked the attack with his arms. However, the force of the attack was so strong that it pushed Dajuan backward, causing him to collide with a tree. Even though he blocked the attack, Dajuan still felt pain in his arm and realized that the man he was facing was even more formidable than Chun Kiwoong. Gangrak approached Dajuan again, attempting to hit him on the head, but Dajuan stepped aside, dodging the attack. However, the punch landed on his leg, causing severe pain. Dajuan thought his leg might be broken. Gangrak then grabbed Dajuan's hair tightly, saying that he couldn't let him go because of what the Hangil family did to Kiwoong. He dragged Dajuan near a fire and tried to burn his face. As the fire came closer, Dajuan thought it was over for him and remembered every good thing he had done in his life as a runaway. But he wasn't ready to give up. Suddenly, he grabbed a piece of firewood and threw it at Gangrak's face. Dajuan then picked up the spade and declared that it wasn't his time to die. He attempted to attack with the spade, but Gangrak blocked it with one hand, broke the spade, and punched Dajuan in the face, causing him to fall down again. Gangrak was impressed that Dajuan had stuck his hand into the flames to try to survive. Looking at Dajuan, Gangrak told him that he had decided to finish him off but would give him one chance, join Haegwang. Dajuan refused, but Gangrak told him he had no other option, either join Haegwang or die. Gangrak added that he wouldn't just take Dajuan's word for it because, in this situation, Dajuan might lie to evade it. He would need proof. Gangrak then ordered his men to bring someone. One of the thugs opened a car and pulled out a man. It was the bar manager. Gangrak handed the spade to Dajuan and told him to bury the manager alive. If Dajuan wanted to live, he would need to get his hands dirty. Dajuan looked at the manager and thought that if he didn't do it, he would die. Dajuan then remembered that the manager had stabbed Sungo. He attacked the manager, but instead of targeting him directly, he struck near the manager's head, terrifying him. Dajuan then assumed a fighting stance again and declared that no matter how much he wanted to live, he would never become like Haegwang. Suddenly, Gangrak punched him, knocking him unconscious. When Dajuan opened his eyes, he found himself in a ditch, with thugs shoveling soil over him, burying him alive. Half of his body was already inside the soil. He started to remember the good moments he had with the Hangil family and thought that this was the end for him. He would miss the Hangil family. But suddenly, someone fell near Dajuan, and he saw that Hangil had come to save him. Hangil took Dajuan out of the soil and asked him how it felt to lose. Dajuan smiled, but soon, more Haegwang thugs arrived, armed with weapons. One of them approached Hangil and tried to hit him with a rod, but Hangil grabbed the rod and kicked him in the face. He then proceeded to beat up all the thugs one by one. Dajuan stood up, happy to see Hangil in that situation. Meanwhile, Inhwan was shocked and excited to meet Hangil face to face, something he never expected. Dajuan asked Hangil how he found him. Hangil replied that he had noticed Dajuan was doing some strange things without informing the Hangil family, so he secretly followed him. While keeping watch, Hangil ran into one of Haegwang's lackeys and lost track of Dajuan when he dealt with him. He later found Dajuan by following the loud motorcycle sounds. Hangil then asked Dajuan why they had come there. Dajuan explained that Inhwan's father was in danger, so he was trying to help. Dajuan then asked where the Haegwang executive and district representative Hyunchul had gone. Hangil replied that there was no one like that when he arrived. Dajuan suddenly grabbed one of the lackeys by the jaw and demanded to know where they went. The thug replied that after ordering them to bury Dajuan and the manager, they had left a long time ago, but he didn't know where they had gone. He accidentally mentioned the Haegwang executive's name, Bae Daeyob. Upon hearing that name, Hangil's expression changed as he thought about something. He then told Dajuin to step aside and instructed the thug to tell Gangrak that he had fulfilled his task of burying Yim Dajuin and not to mention that Hangil was there. He should pretend not to have seen him. The thug protested, saying that if Gangrak found out he was lying, he'd be killed. Hangil then kicked the thug into the ditch and warned him that he should fear Cho Hangil just as much as Gangrak. After that, Dajuin and Inhwan sat at a table with Hangil and drank cold drinks. Inhwan was so excited that he took a selfie with Hangil, who even signed his hand. Dajuin told Hangil that in order to save Inhwan's father and get him back home, they needed to take down Bei Gangrak. Dajuin asked for Hangil's help. Inhwan quickly added that it was okay, and Hangil didn't need to involve himself. Suddenly, Hangil pulled Dajuin aside, away from Inhwan, and told him that he couldn't beat Gangrak. Hangil warned Dajuin not to involve himself with Inhwan's problem. Since Gangrak believed Dajuin was dead, there shouldn't be any further issues. Dajuin replied that even if he couldn't beat Gangrak, Hangil could easily take him down. But Hangil explained that he couldn't touch Gangrak because doing so would escalate the fight beyond just the two of them. For everyone's sake, Hangil suggested that Dajuin should step back. Dajuin became upset, unsure of what to do since Hangil wouldn't help him. Hangil advised Dajuin not to involve himself with other runaways, as that world wasn't meant for someone sympathetic like him. Dajuin then suddenly asked Hangil why he had helped him and what the difference was between him and Inhwan. Hangil smirked, leaving Dajuin without an answer, saying he could do what he wanted, but Hangil wouldn't involve himself any further. The next day, Dajuin stood on a rooftop, pondering that even though they needed to beat Bei Gangrak, there was no way to win. Dajuin couldn't even begin to figure out how to defeat him. He also wondered how Gangrak had known they were there, as they had kept District Representative Hyunchul with them the whole time. Suddenly, Dajuin's phone rang, and it was Sungo. Sungo asked how he was feeling. He had heard from Inhwan that they had run into some incredible guy and nearly died. Dajuin replied that Gangrak was a lot more dangerous than they had thought and told Sungo he didn't need to come, as he might get injured again. Sungo assured Dajuin that he was better now and wanted to help Inhwan. Suddenly, Taek appeared behind Dajuin and asked if he was on the phone. Dajuin quickly ended the call. Taek asked who he was talking to, and Dajuin replied that it was just a part-timer who worked with him. Suddenly, Taek threw a punch at Dajuin, but Dajuin blocked it with his hand, though it still hurt. He wondered why Taek was suddenly attacking him, especially with his injured arm. Taek told him that he had heard from Hangil that Dajuin had been meddling around lately and wanted to fight the Haegwang executive. Taek explained that the Haegwang executives weren't ordinary people, and if Dajuin wanted to talk about being able to fight them, he would first have to be able to beat an injured version of Taek. Dajuin was shocked to see that other Hangil family members had also come, and he realized he would have to fight them if he wanted to take on the Haegwang executives. The morning after the fight with Bei Gangrak, Hangil told Taek that Dajuin wanted to fight a Haegwang executive alone, and they both laughed about it. Hangil told Taek to knock some sense into Dajuin so he wouldn't go looking for a fight. On the rooftop, Dajuin admitted that there was no way he could win against them. Taek asked him how he planned on beating Gangrak then. Dajuin was visibly upset. Taek told him that if he was going to stir up trouble without any plan, then he needed to convince them with his skills. He had to beat one of them. But Dajuin was still thinking about taking on Gangrak. Dajuin's first fight was against Gaeong. She rushed toward him, but Dajuin wasn't ready for the fight and didn't want to hit her. However, when she got close, she hit him in the face. Dajuin kept taking hits repeatedly, realizing that if he just kept getting hit, he might die before even meeting Gangrak. He only had one move that she had taught him: tackle and overpower her without hitting her because he didn't want to hurt her. Dajuin performed the move and tackled her, but it wasn't effective because she knew how to counter that attack. She grabbed Dajuin from behind and flipped him 180 degrees. She was especially skilled in wrestling. Dajuin was knocked out and lost his first fight against Hong Gaeong. After a 30-minute break, the second opponent was Ha Sung-bin. He told Dajuin that it was better to give up, but Dajuin didn't want to because he had already lost to Gaeong. This time, Dajuin was determined to win. He threw a straight jab at Sung-bin, but Sung-bin stepped back and dodged it. Dajuin continued to attack, but he couldn't land a single hit. Sung-bin was especially good at boxing, and after Dajuin let his guard down, Sung-bin threw countless punches in just a second, causing Dajuan to fall to the ground again. Sungbin told him that he didn't know anything about this place, and Dajuan lost his second fight against Sungbin. After another break, the third fight was against Kim Taek. Dajuan thought this was his last chance because fighting against an injured person was the best chance he had at winning. But when he saw Taek, he felt the same pressure as when he faced Bae Gangrak. Dajuan approached Taek and tried to hit him, but Taek blocked every punch and suddenly performed a vertical kick, hitting Dajuan's head. Kim Taek was especially good at kickboxing. With just one attack, Dajuan was knocked out, and he lost his third fight against Kim Taek. The final opponent was Cha Daeob, who was especially skilled in judo. He grabbed Dajuan's arm when Dajuan tried to punch, and with just his hand, he flipped Dajuan's entire body down. Daeob asked Dajuan if he really believed he could take on Bae Gangrak without any repercussions with his current skill level. Dajuan closed his eyes, realizing that the rest of the Hangil family could be put at risk because of him. Dajuan then stood up and told everyone that he understood now and would stop trying to take down Bae Gangrak for now. He told Daeob that he was just like him. He couldn't just pass by someone who needed help. When he helped Nian, he felt like he could change someone's life by stepping up and not ignoring people like him. That became his purpose after getting his revenge. Dajuan told them that in order to do that, he needed to become strong enough where he wouldn't put his guys at risk, so he asked them to teach him how to fight so he could win against Bae Gangrak. Hearing this, Daeob tried to hit him again, but Taek stopped him and told him they would help train Dajuan to fight Bae Gangrak. Taek told Dajuan that his current skill level wasn't enough, but his determination made them want to believe in him. Skill-wise, he could get stronger by learning from other Hangil family members. Taek also told Dajuan that they also planned on fighting Bae Gangrak. The fight with Bae Gangrak was already determined from the start. Hangil had told Taek that he was checking them out. If they just sat silently, they would get hurt like they did with Kiwoom. Hangil was stuck in a personal situation where he couldn't touch Bae Gangrak. Hangil told Taek that he wasn't planning on sending Dajuan, but Dajuan had stubbornly insisted on taking down Bae Gangrak, which is why Hangil had Taek test Dajuan. Taek told Dajuan to be prepared because they were going to put him through harsh training to get him strong enough. Taek also told Dajuan that Hangil mentioned those guys had already infiltrated them, particularly noting that Dajuan was in the most danger. Hangil had found out that the two guys Dajuan had met recently, Yong In-hwan and Moon Sungo, one of them was a spy from Haegwang. Upon hearing this, Dajuan was shocked. In the next scene, we see Gangrak's place, where that spy came to report the situation. In the next scene, we see Taek bringing Dajuan somewhere. Dajuan tells him that two of them, In-hwan and Sungo, are not spies. Dajuan then asks Taek about what Hangil said, that they might be spies. Suddenly, Hangil appears, and Dajuan asks him where they were. Hangil replies that it was in the village storage area, a place where people rarely go. Then, Hangil opens the door to a storage room, and we see that he has captured one of Haegwang's patrolmen. The man is tied up with cords, his hands bound, and he's begging for release, promising to reveal everything if Hangil lets him go. Hangil explains how he caught the spy. After returning from the hill with Dajuan last night, something had seemed suspicious. It was then that he found this man surveilling them. The patrolman admitted that Bae Gangrak had been watching them and revealed that Gangrak knew Dajuan had survived. Hangil realized that Gangrak had already learned about it before any of his men could report back, which was strange. He deduced that there was an unknown spy among them. The only conclusion Hangil could come to was that one of the few people who knew Dajuan survived must be the spy. Hearing this, Dajuan is shocked because the only ones who knew, besides their group, were In-hwan and Sungo. Dajuan can't imagine that either of them would betray him. Now, Dajuan doesn't know whom to believe. Hangil tells him that on the streets, there's absolutely no one he can trust. Dajuan checks his phone and sees multiple missed calls from In-hwan. He also finds a message from In-hwan saying that his father has been kidnapped, and he can't find him anywhere. In-hwan begs for Dajuan's help. Just then, Dajuan receives another call from In-hwan. Daeob forces Dajuan to reject the call, but Taek stops him, saying it should be Dajuan's decision. Dajuan begins to wonder, what if one of them wasn't the spy, and what if that person is In-hwan? What should he do then? Dajuan finally decides to cut the call, looks toward Hangil's family, and puts his phone in his pocket. He declares that this is a place where he can't trust anyone. Apologizing to everyone for being too soft, Dajuan asks them all to train him rigorously so he can fight Bae Gangrak. Meanwhile, we see In-hwan frantically calling Dajuan, but he is not answering. Sungo supports In-hwan in his effort. In the next scene, 2 days later, we see In-hwan's father tied to a chair at Bae Gangrak's base, being tortured by some of Haegwang's thugs. They force him to join them, just like Hyunchul did, but In-hwan's father refuses. Suddenly, Gangrak appears and kicks him into a bathtub. Since he's still tied to the chair, he struggles in the water. After a while, a Haegwang thug pulls him out, and Gangrak approaches him, saying they're going to kill him because he's been investigating Representative Kim Hyunchul. Gangrak gives him one chance. If he does as Hyunchul did and shares the district assembly's budget with them, they'll let him go. However, In-hwan's father firmly refuses, saying he won't do anything so corrupt. Hearing this, Gangrak threatens him, warning that they know where his son is, and if he doesn't comply, they'll kill his son too. After saying this, Gangrak leaves the room. Outside, Youngmin tells him that he's wasting his time. Initially, Gangrak wanted to recruit Hangil's family members, but then deemed him Dajuan unqualified. Youngmin also points out that Hangil's family is hiding and ignoring calls from their spy. He suggests that they can't afford to place more spies among the other members to clear them out. Frustrated, Youngmin expresses his anger at their failure, and Gangrak admits that his plan has indeed failed. Gangrak believes the plan went wrong because of someone who always seems to protect Hangil's family. Youngmin remarks that Gangrak should have followed the original plan, as all the executives had agreed to kill Hangil's family. Their leader, though still silent on the matter, won't be able to stop the supporters from killing Hangil's family. Suddenly, a man runs toward them, out of breath, and informs them that there's an emergency. In the following scene, we see 2 lackeys outside Gangrak's base, watching the surroundings and providing surveillance. Suddenly, they spot 2 men and try to stop them. But the men kick the lackeys aside and break into the building. They are members of Hangil's family, and they've obtained information about the base from the patrolman captured by Cho Han-gil. In the past, they were caught off guard by Haegwang and suffered for it. But this time, they've decided to strike first. A fierce fight breaks out between Hangil's family and Haegwang's lackeys. Dajuan was handling 2 thugs at the same time. He knocked them out, thinking there were about 6 of them on the first floor. Earlier, when Hangil's family questioned the patrolman, he told them that Bae Gangrak's hideout had 3 floors. Gangrak would be in room 301 on the 3rd floor. If they went through the main middle doors and took the stairs to the left, they'd be right there. However, it wouldn't be easy because each floor was full of Haegwang members, employed specifically to commit crimes. The other Han-gil family members were fighting well. Taek and Gaeong kicked off many thugs, while Sungbin provided cover for them. Suddenly, one thug with a rod tried to attack Dajuan from behind, but Daeyob intervened, saving Dajuan and telling him to watch his back. Dajuan resumed fighting the thugs, knocking them out one by one, thinking this was the result of his rigorous training. Taek found a way to the stairs, and they all charged straight toward room 301, where Bae Gangrak was located. But on their way to the stairs, they encountered some other lackeys. Surprisingly, these lackeys didn't attack. One of them told Hangil's family to go through the stairs, admitting that they were no match for them. He joined his hands together, saying they'd pretend they didn't see them and that Hangil's family could go to Gangrak as they wished. Taek and Daeyob were confused by this, but the lackey had a different plan. He was pretending to be a fool and was actually planning to attack them from behind as soon as they started climbing the stairs. Sensing the trick, Daeyob suddenly punched him in the face, saying they weren't just after Bae Gangrak. They were there to take down all the lackeys as well. There was no need to beg because even the other lackeys would be beaten up. Hangil's family was far more formidable than what these lackeys had heard. After beating down all the lackeys, they cleared the floor and began climbing the stairs to the next floor. Meanwhile, in room 301, Gangrak and Youngmin were discussing their plans. Youngmin asked one of the lackeys if Cho Han-gil was with Hangil's family, but the lackey replied they hadn't seen him. Gangrak smiled, thinking that Han-gil was avoiding showing himself, which worked in Haegwang's favor. Hangil's family reached the 2nd floor and tried to get to the 3rd floor, but the stairs were blocked. They noticed more lackeys gathering on the side. Taek thought they might have gathered everyone in the building. More thugs were coming down from the other side, where the stairs weren't blocked. Take led Hangil's family, saying they needed to break through and go up the stairs where the lackeys were coming from. Hangil's family charged toward them, crushing the thugs. Dajuan observed that every member seemed to have grown stronger since the Kiwoong incident. He believed there wouldn't be any problems getting to room 301, where Bae Gangrak was. Dajuan tried to punch one guy, but the thug was running in the opposite direction. Dayob and Dajuan realized that these lackeys weren't actively fighting them, but they weren't moving out of the way either. It seemed they were intentionally blocking the path to stall for time on the second floor. Take ordered everyone to finish up quickly on the second floor. In room 301, a lackey reported to Dayob that they had blocked Hangil's family on the second floor. As commanded, Youngmin was on the phone, telling Gangrak that he had called all the executives who supported killing Hangil's family. Dayob ordered the lackey to kill Hangil's family with the help of the executives, while tiring them out on the second floor until the executives arrived. Youngmin mentioned that it would take some time for the executives to get there. Gangrak confidently remarked that the two men on the second floor could handle the situation. Suddenly, someone attacked Take with a knife, but he blocked it. Dayob's concentration was interrupted, and he was hit with a liver shot by one of the attackers. These two men were Haegwang's executive candidates. One with the knife was Lee Paul, and the muscular one was Choi Young-nam. Seeing them, Dajuan realized they looked dangerous. Young-nam was angry because he hadn't been promoted to executive after Kiwoong. Gangrak was confident that these two were almost as skilled as Chun Kiwoong. They weren't just there to hold them up, these two were enough to handle the situation. Paul and Young-nam even made a bet on who could kill more. Young-nam approached Dayob and tried to strike him, while Paul showed off his knife skills against Gaeong and Sungbin. Dayob almost landed his punch, but somehow it didn't connect. Dajuan believed the best thing that had happened since running away was meeting these people. They were always there to protect him with their invincible aura, but even they could get knocked down at times. This pushed Dajuan to become stronger. He had learned so much from them. Dayob wasn't hit by the punch because Dajuan stepped in and delivered a jaw kick to Young-nam, causing him to bend his knee and drop his sunglasses. Seeing this, Paul was surprised. He had thought they only had to worry about Kim Take and Cha Dayob, but now there was Dajuan too, who had learned many new tactics recently. Dajuan then looked at Dayob and offered him a hand to help him stand up. Young-nam put on his sunglasses again and confidently said it would take him only 5 minutes to knock them out. He charged toward Hangil's family, with Paul providing backup. Young-nam threw punches at Dajuan, but Dajuan dodged them. While he couldn't dodge all the punches, he managed to avoid the fatal blows and the larger swings. Then, Dajuan grabbed Young-nam's arm and countered with a strong move, flipping him 180 degrees. Dayob, watching this, thought it was worth teaching him. Dajuan believed he had taken down a Haegwang executive, but Young-nam attacked again with his other hand. Fortunately, Dajuan noticed it in time and stepped back. Take, observing this, thought Dajuan's progress from training was better than expected. While Take dealt with Paul, who wielded a knife, Dajuan handled Young-nam, who had knuckles. Gaeong and Sungbin also helped reduce the number of lackeys. Take felt confident that, at this rate, they would finish clearing the second floor and move straight to Bae Gangrak. Paul tried to slash Take with his knife, but Take dodged by lowering his body and retaliated with a powerful punch to Paul's stomach. Paul fell to the ground, surprised by Take's strength. Take thought that if he could avoid Paul's knife, he could finish him quickly. But suddenly, Take noticed that Paul had managed to cut him on his injured arm. Take hadn't even seen the moment Paul struck, and realized he needed to focus more. Frustrated, Take remarked that this was becoming too much of a hassle. He didn't need to be the one to kill them all since the other executives would soon arrive. Young-nam was only fighting because he got easily excited, and their real job was just to stall until the executives arrived. Paul then ran toward the other side, striking anyone in his path with his knife. The other lackeys had completely blocked the way. Take's original plan was to get in and out quickly, but now they were stuck. He knew they had to finish off the two guys on the second floor and defeat Bae Gangrak before the executives arrived. Take then looked over at Sungbin for support. Meanwhile, Dajuan was still fighting Young-nam, blocking his countless attacks. Suddenly, Take ran over and told Dajuan to head to the opposite stairway. Dajuan, Take, and Dayob started running toward the opposite stairs, taking down any lackeys who got in their way. Young Nam and Paul chased after them, trying to stop them, but Gaeong and Sungbin stepped in, holding them back and clearing a path to the stairs for Dajuan and Take. As Dajuan expressed concern for Gaeong and Sungbin, mentioning that Young Nam and Paul were strong and still had their subordinates around, Take reassured him not to worry. Take confidently said those two were strong enough to handle it. Their only focus now was Bae Gangrak, and they needed to get to the third floor. Back on the second floor, Young Nam grumbled that they would face Gangrak's wrath because things had gotten messy. Paul, referencing their earlier bet on who could kill more, said killing them would be less of a hassle now. Overhearing, Gaeong joked to Sungbin that they should make their own bet, each picking one person to see who could beat their opponent first. Sungbin agreed, and Gaeong picked Paul, the knife wielder. The fight between the two pairs began. When Dajuan and the others reached the third floor, they found no one there. Everyone had likely gone down to the second floor. The three of them stood in front of room 301, where Bae Gangrak was waiting. Take and Dayob stretched their arms, preparing for a fight. Dajuan grabbed the door handle and tried to open it, but suddenly a punch flew toward his face, hitting him hard and sending him flying backward a considerable distance. The door swung open, revealing Gangrak and Young Min standing inside. They now stood face to face with Take and Dayob. It had been a long time since Take had encountered someone like Bae Gangrak. Seeing Dajuan, Gangrak's anger only intensified. Take wondered if Dajuan could handle someone like Gangrak. However, as they all looked on, it became clear that Dajuan wasn't actually knocked down. He had blocked the punch with his arms. Dajuan hadn't forgotten what happened on the hill, and now he was more confident than ever, knowing he hadn't lost a fight when facing the same opponent twice. Gangrak taunted Dajuan, remarking that surviving death had made him more talkative. He also mentioned that he had heard the two guys on the second floor were nearly dead. Dajuan, unfazed, stood up and prepared for a fight, confidently stating that as soon as the second floor was handled, he would beat Gangrak himself. Gangrak then tried to land a punch on Dajuan, but Dayob stepped in, grabbing Gangrak's hand from behind and stopping the attack. Dayob reminded Gangrak that he and Dajuan weren't just there for decoration. Despite Dayob's strong grip, Gangrak skillfully countered by crossing his leg with Dayob's, causing him to lose his hold. Seeing an opening, Dajuan rushed in to attack from behind, but Gangrak managed to evade the strike. Even though both Dajuan and Dayob were attacking him together, Gangrak scoffed, saying that it didn't matter how many of them were present. Dayob then grabbed Gangrak's head, creating an opportunity for Dajuan to deliver a punch to his face. Meanwhile, Young Min tried to assist Gangrak, but Take intervened, stopping him with a powerful kick. Take launched a series of attacks, but Young Min skillfully blocked them, though the force made him step back. Young Min realized that the Hangil family was much stronger than he had anticipated, having previously assumed they were on a lower level than Chun Kiwoom. In response to Jungmin's thoughts, Take confidently told him not to make such comparisons. He explained that after their battle with Kiwoom, the family had resumed intense training, making them stronger than ever. Take was certain that they wouldn't lose to Haegwang again. As Take charged at him, Young Min discarded his jacket and rolled up his sleeves, revealing muscular, tattooed arms. His demeanor shifted dramatically. When Take attempted another kick to Jungmin's face, Young Min blocked it with one arm and countered by landing a punch on Take's face. He quickly followed up by striking Take's throat with his fingers and delivering several blows to Take's body. The relentless assault left Take on his knees. Young Min stepped forward, kicked Take in the face, and mocked him, stating that Hangil's family was considered lower class in their eyes. Distracted by Take's predicament, Dajuan lost focus, allowing Gangrak to launch another punch. However, Dayob once again intervened, protecting Dajuan. He reminded Dajuan not to get distracted by others' fights. Despite the family's extensive training, Dajuan and Dayob were barely holding their own against Gangrak, and Dajuan was struggling to find the right moment to use the techniques he had prepared. At this rate, Dajuan realized he wouldn't be able to help Take. Take, still engaged in his battle with Young Min, overheard Young Min discussing how, after defeating the three of them, the executives would move on to finish off Cho Han-gil. Judging by Take and Dayob's current abilities, Young Min concluded that the two Han-gil members fighting on the second floor were no match for the Haegwang executive candidates. Young Min assured Take that the executive candidates would handle those two soon enough. On the second floor, Sungbin and Gaeong were still facing numerous attacks. Youngmin lifted his leg to kick Take again, but Take grabbed his leg and stood up, calmly stating that the two on the second floor were not just shields. He emphasized that they didn't need sympathy. Normally calm, Take's demeanor changed once his switch flipped and he became unstoppable. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Gaeong grabbed Paul's knife, her hand bleeding profusely from the wound. She had several injuries on her legs, but despite this, she managed to flip Paul to the ground, although she received another cut on her arm in the process. Paul rushed toward her again, but before he could reach her, Sungbin stepped in and punched Paul, sending him stumbling back. The other lackeys, angered by this, charged at Sungbin from all sides. However, as they approached him, Sungbin swiftly knocked them all out in an instant, none of them able to see when he struck. Back on the third floor, Take informed Youngmin that neither he nor Daeyob were the main force of Hangil's family. He pointed out that Sungbin, who was on the second floor, was the strongest member of the family after Hangil himself. On the second floor, Sungbin had effortlessly defeated all the lackeys. Paul and Youngnam were left stunned by his overwhelming power. Sungbin draped his jacket over Gaeong, apologizing for being late. He then prepared to face the two executive candidates, ready to take them on single-handedly. Even when Paul and Youngnam attacked Sungbin together, he easily dodged their strikes. Sungbin then landed a blow on Youngnam, but Youngnam blocked it with his arms, telling Sungbin not to get too excited, just because he had defeated some lackeys. Youngnam retaliated with a punch, causing Sungbin to stumble back towards the door of room 202. Youngnam kept delivering punches, each one so strong that it broke the door behind Sungbin, sending him into the room. Sungbin, having taken numerous blows, sat on the ground as Youngnam taunted him, telling him to get up so he could beat him again. Despite Youngnam joking about Sungbin's punches, Sungbin suddenly stood up and landed a fast punch to his face, so quick that Youngnam couldn't even see it. Sungbin followed up with a barrage of punches, each one faster and more precise than the last. In just a few seconds, Youngnam was knocked out cold. Witnessing this, Paul removed his jacket and threw it towards Sungbin, blocking his vision momentarily. Paul used this distraction to strike with a knife, cutting the jacket in two and wounding Sungbin's arm. Despite the injury, Sungbin didn't stop. He punched Paul and, noticing a weak point, kicked him away. However, Paul managed to stab Sungbin, the knife embedding itself in his left side. Paul attempted another strike, moving closer to stab him again. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Dajuan and Daeyob were relentlessly attacking Gangrak with countless strikes, but Gangrak evaded their blows. His massive body worked to his advantage as he pushed them back. Dajuan realized that there was no way they could win if the fight continued like this. In a flashback, Dajuan recalled a moment during his training when he was practicing kicks on a dummy. Hangil had approached him and noted that Dajuan was working hard, even though it was late at night. Dajuan explained that he was practicing what the others had taught him earlier that day. Hangil then asked if Dajuan thought that would be enough to defeat Bei Gangrak. Feeling discouraged, Dajuan admitted his doubts, as Gangrak's strength seemed overwhelming. Seeing this, Hangil decided to teach him a new skill. Back in the present, Daeyob asked Dajuan what they could do to defeat such a monstrous opponent. Dajuan told him he had something in mind and asked Daeyob to buy him some time. Daeyob agreed and charged at Gangrak, throwing a punch at his face, but it had no effect. Gangrak responded by headbutting Daeyob with such force that it left him reeling. Dajuan realized that if they kept exchanging blows like this, Daeyob would soon be outmatched in terms of strength. Knowing Daeyob wouldn't be able to hold out much longer, Dajuan rushed forward. Earlier, Hangil had told Dajuan that there was no way to win head-on against strong, well-built opponents. In those situations, the first thing to do was to take them down with a tackle. With Daeyob taking heavy hits, Dajuan hurried to his aid, but Gangrak kicked him away, sending him flying across the room. Even from that distance, Gangrak was still able to maintain his advantage. Dajuan knew he had to somehow knock Gangrak over in order to use the skill Hangil had taught him. At that moment, Gangrak grabbed Daeyob by the collar, making it nearly impossible to attempt a tackle. Daeyob was getting beaten down as he tried to create an opening for Dajuan. Gangrak punched Daeyob repeatedly, mocking him and telling him that nothing he tried would work, He then threw Dayob to the ground and continued to strike him. Dayob, weakened from the constant assault, seemed defeated. Seizing what looked like a last opportunity, Dajuan attacked from behind, but Gangrak noticed and kicked him away again. Dajuan, lying on the ground, blamed himself for Dayob's condition. But then, suddenly, Dayob grabbed Gangrak's leg, holding it tightly. Realizing the opportunity, Dajuan smiled and leaped at Gangrak, grabbing his head and striking him with a knee. Gangrak was unable to dodge because Dayob had locked his ankles. Dajuan successfully knocked Gangrak out, and Dayob smiled in relief. Dajuan then sat on top of Gangrak and prepared to use the skill that Hangil had taught him during training. Dajuan sat on Gangrak and said it was his turn to attack. In a flashback, Hangil had taught Dajuan this very skill with a demonstration, sitting on top of Dajuan and explaining that he was halfway there once he had knocked his opponent down. From that position, Dajuan could block any strikes, even if he was overpowered or outclassed. There was still a way to win joint locks. Hangil had shown him that this technique allowed smaller fighters like Dajuan to defeat larger opponents. Dajuan now performed the same technique on Gangrak, locking his joint tightly. For a few minutes, Gangrak resisted, using his other hand to push back. But Dajuan recalled Hangil's advice. He shouldn't be alarmed if the opponent resisted. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't fight back effectively from that position. Following this, Dajuan tightened his grip and stretched Gangrak's arm with full force, causing Gangrak to scream in pain. Dayob, watching, felt his efforts had not been wasted. Meanwhile, Taek was ready to fight again, telling Youngmin that he would regret messing with the Hangil family. Youngmin, holding his head, remarked that Taek had no idea who Bae Gangrak really was and had underestimated Haegwang. Youngmin then punched Taek and admitted he didn't particularly like Gangrak, but Gangrak wasn't just a big guy. Even though Dajuan had locked his arms, Gangrak could easily lift himself up. Among the Haegwang executives, Gangrak was the true monster. Gangrak then dragged Dajuan along the ground, the impact so severe that Dayob, concerned, tried to stand up. Taek too worried that Dajuan was facing an executive opponent too soon. He rushed toward Dajuan to help, but Youngmin stopped him with a kick, telling him he wasn't in a position to help anyone else. Gangrak continued to slam Dajuan into the ground and lifted him up again. This time, Dajuan was sure he heard his arm break. Gangrak taunted him, saying that even with a broken arm, he could still crush him. He then threw a massive punch, causing Dajuan to be thrown far back, landing in a room. Kneeling on the ground, Dajuan spotted a bathtub nearby and saw a man tied to a chair in the corner of the room. As he approached, Dajuan realized the man was Inhwan's father. He remembered how Inhwan had called him multiple times for help, and now Dajuan regretted rejecting his sincere requests. Inhwan had been telling the truth. His father had really been captured, which meant Inhwan wasn't the spy. At that moment, Gangrak entered the room, mocking Inhwan's father, calling him a fool. He said things would have been easier if he had listened to them like District Representative Kim had. Dajuan, stunned, asked if Sungo was the spy. Gangrak smirked, replying that the identity of the spy didn't matter. He then hit Dajuan in the face with one arm, and Dajuan, feeling the incredible strength behind the punch, realized how powerful Gangrak was, even with just one arm. Gangrak punched him again, this time on the head, leaving Dajuan trembling from the relentless attacks. Gangrak mocked him, saying that Dajuan was foolish for not taking the opportunity he had offered earlier. He grabbed Dajuan by the mouth, reminding him that despite his skill, he had been tricked by a spy and betrayed. He continued, saying that the other Hangil family members had tried to act tough, only to be beaten by Haegwang. Lifting Dajuan, Gangrak placed him over the bathtub and taunted him, saying that being good at fighting wasn't enough. Only the strong could survive. He declared that today would mark the complete destruction of the Hangil family. He then pushed Dajuan into the bathtub, submerging him in the water. As Dajuan struggled, thoughts raced through his mind. He wondered if it was truly impossible for good people to survive in this world, and if only the vicious, like Haegwang, could manage to stay alive. His breath became short as he fought for air. His hands went numb, and Gangrak, thinking it was over, left him. But suddenly, Dajuan's hand re-emerged from the water, grabbing Gangrak's second arm and locking it in a joint hold, even while still half submerged. Dajuan realized that committing underhanded acts wasn't the only way to survive on the streets. Not everyone had to live like that. If there was truly a place where only the strong survived, it didn't refer to someone who resorted to trashy tactics. Dajuan, now confident, believed that a truly strong person was someone who was tenacious. He tightened his grip on Gangrak's other arm, determined to win. On the second floor, we see Haegwang's lackeys knocked down on the floor, and Sungo, severely injured. Paul tells him there is no point in protecting Gaeong because she is useless. Hearing this, Sungo moves closer to Paul and throws a punch, but Paul blocks it. Despite his injuries, Sungo is still able to fight Paul. Running toward him, Sungo demands that Paul take back his words about his friend being useless. Sungo is deeply concerned about protecting his friend. He attacks Paul again, but Paul resists with his knife. Sungo becomes more and more aggressive, and Paul thinks that if Gaeong weren't there, he would have lost already. Suddenly, Paul flips and leaps toward Gaeong, thinking that if he captures her, Sungo will surrender. However, Sungo steps in between them and saves her again. Paul asks him why he is sacrificing himself for her. Sungo responds that he can sacrifice himself because he is the only useless one in the Hangil family. Paul assumes Sungo is tormenting himself because he's about to die. Planning to kill them both, Paul charges toward them. In a flashback, we see that the Hangil family had found Sungo as a near corpse on the streets and gave him a second chance at life. As Paul approaches, Sungo screams that he has always been willing to give up his life for their sake. On the third floor, Taek is punching Youngmin, but Youngmin has his own techniques to resist. He strikes Taek's weak point, his broken arm. Taek feels immense pain from the impact. Youngmin repeatedly punches Taek's broken arm, causing even more pain. In response, Taek kicks Youngmin, but Youngmin grabs his leg. However, Taek lifts his entire body and kicks with his second leg, successfully forcing Youngmin to step back. But Youngmin quickly stands up and hits Taek aggressively, knocking him to the ground. Taek is in unbearable pain from the continued hits to his broken arm. Youngmin doesn't stop there. He places his foot on Taek's broken arm and presses down hard. He is deliberately targeting Taek's injury. Dayob, seeing Taek being beaten up, becomes concerned. Suddenly, Sungbin arrives on the third floor and pushes Youngmin away from Taek. Sungbin declares that it doesn't matter if he dies, but the Hangil family must survive. That is why he will protect them with his life. Seeing Sungbin come to the rescue, Dayob smiles in relief. We learn that on the second floor, Sungbin had already knocked out all the lackeys, including Youngnam and Paul. Taek tells Sungbin that he is bleeding heavily, but Sungbin suggests Taek take a break. Sungbin then removes his t-shirt. Meanwhile, in room 302, Gangrak is still trying to kill Dajuan, but Dajuan has locked his joint, even though half his body is underwater. Dajuan feels like he has a firm hold on Gangrak but knows he can't maintain it for long. He has to break Gangrak's arm quickly. Gangrak, however, can still use his right arm, which Dajuan had already broken earlier. He punches Dajuan underwater, causing Dajuan to lose his grip. Suddenly, Inhwan's father, still tied to a chair, comes from behind and pushes Gangrak away. Gangrak loses control and sees Inhwan's father fall to the ground. Enraged, he begins kicking him for getting in the way of his attempt to kill Dajuan. But then Gangrak notices his head is bleeding. Looking around, he sees Dajuan holding a wooden rod. Dajuan says he still has unfinished business with Gangrak. Now confident that he can take down Gangrak, Dajuan prepares for another fight. Gangrak, angered by this, charges toward him, but Dajuan is now ready to face him head-on. On the other side, the fight begins between Sungbin and Youngmin. Sungbin tries to punch Youngmin, but Youngmin dodges each attempt. Sungbin continues to throw punches, but Youngmin avoids all of them. To counter, Youngmin kicks Sungbin, but Sungbin dodges and lands a punch on Jungmin's face. Youngmin cannot evade this attack, and his nose starts bleeding immediately. Taek has always known that Sungbin is strong enough to corner Youngmin. To provide support, Taek runs towards Sungbin, though he is nearing his limit. Taek sees an opportunity to strike, but Youngmin notices and dodges the punch. Instead, Youngmin delivers a kick, but Sungbin intervenes, blocking the kick and saving Taek. Sungbin reassures Taek that he will handle Youngmin. Taek responds that he won't make the same mistake again, so there's no need to worry. However, Sungbin has his own plan to finish Youngmin alone. Youngmin, surprised, comments that it's not the first time they've met, and considering Sungbin as one of the strongest of the Hangil family, their paths cross again. Taek asks Sungbin if he knows Youngmin. Sungbin reveals that he met Youngmin when he was very young. Meeting Han Youngmin was one of the most disastrous events in Sungbin's past, so it's not surprising to him that Youngmin is with Haegwang. Taek realizes this is the first time he's seen Sungbin this angry. Sungbin then advances toward Youngmin, ready to fight. On the third floor, Inhwan's father lies unconscious on the ground. Dajuin continues to try hitting Gangrak. Gangrak retaliates, but Dajuin notices that Gangrak is trying to conceal that he can't use his left arm properly. Gangrak is punching with just one hand, which makes his attacks less effective. Dajuin decides to use everything he learned from his training. He starts by punching Gangrak's stomach and then kicks him in the head. Dajuin attempts to flip Gangrak over but struggles to lift him. Gangrak seizes the opportunity to grab Dajuin's head from behind, claiming it was only luck that they managed to knock him down early due to the 2 versus 1 situation. Gangrak slams Dajuin's head into the floor and tells him not to dream of winning. He then lifts Dajuin's head again and throws it toward the bathtub. The collision causes Dajuin's nose to bleed heavily, but he refuses to give up and continues to resist Gangrak. Gangrak approaches Dajuin and punches him in the stomach, then in the face. Inhwan's father, witnessing Dajuin being beaten, tries to intervene and warns Gangrak that Dajuin might die at this rate. Gangrak moves toward the torture weapons and declares that challenging Haegwang was the Hangil family's worst decision. Dajuin, now on his knees and cuffing, watches as Gangrak picks up a steel rod. Gangrak tells Dajuin that on the streets, they are in charge. Haegwang is beyond the level of a group of young runaways. They can do whatever they want. Gangrak lifts the rod and prepares to strike Dajuin, but Inhwan's father grabs his leg, begging him to stop. Instead, Gangrak first hits Inhwan's father with the rod. He then swings the rod at Dajuin's head. In a flashback, Dajuin apologizes to Hangil for almost putting everyone in danger. Hangil reassures him that they also protected the people in that neighborhood. Even though everyone scolded Dajuin, if they hadn't, they would have done the same and helped. After beating Dajuin, Gangrak approaches Inhwan's father, raising the rod to strike him. But suddenly, Inhwan's father screams, causing Gangrak to stop, shocked by what he sees. Inhwan's father opens his eyes and sees that Dajuin has grabbed the steel rod and is saving him. Dajuin asserts that life on the streets is free, with no rules on how to live. It doesn't matter if he helps others or not. Dajuin's head is covered in blood, and his eyes are barely visible. He tells Inhwan's father that he will definitely save him. Dajuin then punches Gangrak's hand, causing him to lose his grip on the rod. The rod falls away, and Dajuin follows up with a punch to Gangrak's face. In the next scene, we flash back 8 years to when Sungbin was an orphan raised in an orphanage. Although the orphanage was run down, the director sincerely cared for the children, and Sungbin got along well with the other orphans. It was a warm and comforting place for Sungbin. Because he was young, he couldn't fully appreciate that warmth. Sungbin's life took a turn when he met someone he should never have encountered, a man named Han Youngmin, who had just killed someone. Sungbin witnessed the crime, which he later realized was the worst mistake of his life. Han Youngmin was about to kill Sungbin for being a witness, but upon learning that Sungbin lived in an orphanage, seemed to calm down. He threatened the director, using Sungbin as a hostage, and demanded an unreasonable ransom. Despite the director paying every meager amount she had worked hard to save, Han Youngmin continued his violence. Eventually, the director faced disaster. Jungmin's lackeys brutally beat her, leading to her death. With the director gone, the orphanage had to close, and all the orphans were separated. The once warm place they called home turned cold. Sungbin regretted not being able to stop Han Youngmin, believing that if he had, the director would still be alive. As a child, Sungbin had once confronted Han Youngmin with a knife, trying to stab him, but he was too small to succeed. Youngmin slashed Sungbin's forehead and told him to look at the scar in the mirror every day as a reminder not to cross him. Since then, Sungbin had attempted to fight Youngmin multiple times, but had only come to realize his own helplessness. That was how he lost his family and became an orphan again. On the third floor, Sungbin lifts his hair, revealing the scar Young-min had inflicted. He holds a deep grudge and wants revenge for the orphanage. Sungbin punches Young-min, who blocks the punch and taunts Sungbin, saying he hasn't grown much. Young-min retaliates with a punch, but Sungbin dodges it, remarking that Sungbin still hasn't learned, even after the director's death. Supporting Dae-yob, notices a change in Jungmin's stance, an attack style Young-min had used against him before. Warns Sungbin to dodge, and Sungbin observes Jungmin's arm, ducks to avoid the attack, and then strikes Young-min in the stomach. Sungbin continues to punch Young-min. When Young-min lowers his guard, Sungbin seizes the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch and declaring that he will repay all his debts. The impact sends Young-min flying away from Sungbin, causing Dae-yob and Take to smile. However, Young-min is not defeated yet. His glasses are broken, and he stands up, revealing numerous tattoos on his body. Young-min was originally a mafia head enforcer, and he now appears more aggressive. Sungbin advances to fight Young-min, but they exchange blows, each inflicting damage. Sungbin gets pushed back, and it becomes evident that Young-min, who led real gangsters, is on another level. He remains unfazed by Sungbin's punches. Take tells Dae-yob that the fight is not going well and wants to help, but Dae-yob stops him, saying that in his condition, he would only be a dead weight. Take is frustrated, unable to assist Sungbin. Sungbin faces a kick from Young-min. After fighting many opponents that day, Sungbin's movements are getting slower, making it harder to dodge Jungmin's attacks. His accuracy also drops and he can't land an effective blow. He receives a critical punch to the head. In a flashback, Sungbin is seen sleeping in an empty house when Hangil arrives and asks what he is doing there, and if he is good at cooking. Hangil tells him to follow him if he wants to live, and Sungbin joins the Hangil family. One day, while washing his hands, Sungbin thanks Hangil, who advises him not to lose the next fight. Despite taking Jungmin's punches, Sungbin refuses to be knocked down. He assures Hangil that he will protect him properly next time. Sungbin then delivers a vertical jab to Jungmin's face, causing such a critical impact that Young-min is lifted into the air before falling away, his jaw almost broken. Sungbin succeeds in knocking Young-min out and avenging the orphanage. Take and Dae-yob come to Sungbin's side, supporting him as he is now too exhausted to continue fighting. Dajuan kept moving and swung a punch at Gangrak. Even though Gangrak was incredibly strong, there was still a slight chance to win. Dajuan kicked Gangrak on his bleeding head. Gangrak was so irritated. It was the same look Dajuan had given him when they first met on the hill. We see in a flashback that Gangrak was once part of a runaway family. He believed they were a real family, but they betrayed him. He learned the cold truth that on the streets, there was no such thing as family. Then Gangrak met someone who also knew this truth, the man who founded Haegwang. After joining Haegwang, Gangrak immersed himself in crime. If anyone strong got in his way, he either recruited them or killed them. Everyone was an enemy. That was how Gangrak survived alone. Seeing Dajuan fight for the sake of a runaway family made Gangrak very angry. Gangrak tried to kick Dajuan, but he blocked the kick. Gangrak also punched him, but Dajuan ducked and escaped the punch, then threw a punch at Gangrak's stomach. Gangrak noticed and blocked it. Gangrak then somehow grabbed Dajuan by the collar and smashed his head straight into Dajuan's head, then threw him far away. Dajuan fell to the floor. His entire body was shaking, and he still couldn't believe how quickly Gangrak could move. Dajuan tried to stand up, but Gangrak ran toward him to attack again. Dajuan thought it was impossible to beat him with just instincts. If that was the case, he would need Hangil's help. Hangil had taught him earlier to stop the opponent's movement, block their vision, and look for an appropriate weapon. Dajuan tried to spit in Gangrak's face to block his vision but missed the shot. Gangrak noticed and dodged it. Dajuan then somehow dodged Gangrak's subsequent attack and looked around for something to use as a weapon. He looked behind him but Gangrak suddenly attacked him. Although Dajuan blocked the attack, the impact caused him to slip away. Gangrak then attacked Dajuan's arm, causing him immense pain. With his injured arm, Dajuan had limited options. Gangrak kicked him in the face repeatedly. Despite the repeated kicks, Gangrak was shocked that Dajuan was still standing. Dajuan told Gangrak that they absolutely wouldn't lose today. This made Gangrak even angrier, and he punched Dajuan again. He then tried to kick Dajuan's face, but Dajuan anticipated it, sidestepped, and dodged the kick, then punched Gangrak in the head. Gangrak asked him why he kept resisting. Dajuan asked if Gangrak had anyone he considered close in Haegwang. Gangrak replied that he didn't need anything like that. There were only two types of people on the streets, someone to take from and someone to use. There was no way to live with words like family. Gangrak tried to punch Dajuan again, but Dajuan smiled, dodged the punch, and moved near the bathtub. He filled his hand with water and splashed it on Gangrak's head. Dajuan then went behind Gangrak and grabbed a rod. Gangrak also grabbed a rod from the floor. Dajuan told Gangrak that he had been on the streets longer but still couldn't find anyone to call family. Dajuan called Gangrak unlucky. Hearing these words, Gangrak felt annoyed. Suddenly, Dajuan ran toward Gangrak, trying to hit him with the rod, saying that unfortunately, he never got to experience such a reassuring environment as Hangil's family. As he approached, Gangrak smiled, thinking he could easily beat Dajuan with a weapon. Dajuan's life had always been about being beaten down to the ground. He lived in constant fear, but everything changed after meeting them. He could always trust them to have his back, so he didn't have to be afraid anymore. Dajuan smiled, and we see Take, Daeyob, and Sungbin grabbing Gangrak from all sides, immobilizing him. Seeing the opportunity, Dajuan hit Gangrak with the rod on his face. The one who wins is the one who survives, and Dajuan was that one. Because of the impact, Gangrak was instantly knocked down and fell to the floor. Dajuan then put down the rod and said that if anyone messed with the Hangil family, they would be beaten up. After that, Dajuan and the others rested on the floor, all exhausted. Sungbin remarked that it had been a long time since he had fought so hard. Take joked that he couldn't even move his fingers. They told Dajuan that he had surprised them again, considering he had grown to the point where he could take on that monster alone. Take joked that Daeyob might need to be wary of making Dajuan do the laundry now. Dajuan was relieved that they had all survived the fight. He remembered something. Inhwan's father had really been abducted, and Inhwan wasn't lying when he called for help. Dajuan should not have ignored him. It may have been a little late, but he was able to save Inhwan's father. He looked around but couldn't find him. Dajuan then asked Take if he had seen where the old man had gone. Take replied that he hadn't seen him. Dajuan then ran through the third-floor hallway but couldn't find him. He went to the second-floor hallway and found Gaeong, asking if she had seen an old man. Gaeong replied that someone had come by, but she didn't get a good look. Dajuan then went to the first floor, but even after searching, he didn't see him anywhere. Dajuan noticed one of Haegwang's lackeys was conscious. He grabbed the lackey by the collar and asked about the district representative. The lackey replied that Jung Byungchul had been dragged down to the basement parking level. Dajuan asked why, if Gangrak was knocked out, someone would try to kidnap him. The lackey said that once Bae Gangrak was defeated, Jung Byungchul was as good as dead. Haegwang was a harsh place. If a target like Jung Byungchul refused to cooperate, he was a dead man. Hearing this, Dajuan punched him and ran toward the basement. He hurried down the stairs, tasting blood with every breath. His whole body was heavy and in pain. He couldn't move it the way he wanted. He fell down the stairs and regretted ignoring Inhwan's call at that time. Dajuan then stood up and thought about Inhwan, imagining how it felt to be ignored. He reached the basement parking lot and wondered where Inhwan's father could be. Dajuan looked around the cars and saw someone, and he was shocked to see it was Sungo. Dajuan asked him why he was there. Sungo told him that he had heard Inhwan's father was being held up, but it was too noisy above, so he couldn't go up there. Dajuan smiled and told him it was okay. Sungo asked about Dajuan's injuries. Dajuan replied that he came there to fight Haegwang. Sungo asked if he had seen Inhwan's father upstairs. Dajuan looked toward the stairs and said he had lost him again. He asked Sungo if he had seen anything. Sungo replied that he had just arrived himself and hadn't seen anything. He suggested that Dajuan should check the back door. Dajuan walked toward the door to check behind it, and Sungo followed him. Sungo said he was relieved to run into Dajuan because he couldn't reach Inhwan and was worried about coming alone. But now that Dajuan was there, he felt calmer. He remembered how they had fought together. Sungo said he would help like he did that time. But suddenly, Dajuin tried to punch Sungo. Sungo blocked it, and his face suddenly changed. Dajuin asked where Inhwan's father was. Dajuin hit Sungo, noticing that Sungo's hands were covered in blood. Sungo confessed it was because the old man was bleeding too much. He had tried to hide him in a car, but Dajuin noticed and caught him. Dajuin said that Inhwan was a genius and had been a lie. When Dajuin and Sungo met on the streets, Dajuin wanted to trust him, but all their time together had been a lie. Dajuin then ran towards Sungo to hit him. He tried to punch him, but Sungo grabbed his fist and told him that he had been lying all the time. Dajuin was shocked that Sungo had blocked the punch so easily. Dajuin said he was going to make Sungo pay for that, but Sungo told him it would be harder than he thought. There was more that Sungo had been lying to Dajuin about. When it came to fighting and runaway life, Sungo had more experience than Dajuin. He was also a Haegwang executive like Gangrak, and they were working together. Sungo increased his grip on Dajuin's hand. His hand was shaking because he had become so tired from fighting hard against Gangrak. Dajuin then tried to kick him in the face, but Sungo dodged it. Sungo released his fist and said that Dajuin was a fool for wanting to keep fighting in his condition. Dajuin, angry, asked if the old man was in the car. Sungo confirmed that he was in the car, but said it didn't matter because Dajuin wouldn't be able to save him. Dajuin then asked about the lie from that day, mentioning that Inhwan had said Sungo was with him. He asked Sungo what had happened to Inhwan. Sungo gave a creepy smile and said he had been keeping an eye on Inhwan to use him as leverage against the district representative, Jung Byungchul. But Inhwan kept running around, searching for his father, which annoyed Sungo. So, Sungo decided to kill Inhwan and buried him on some hill by now. Hearing this, Dajuin became more aggressive and ran towards Sungo. He tried to kick him, but Sungo dodged and then tried to punch him. None of Dajuin's punches could come close to Sungo. With just one kick, Sungo sent Dajuin flying far away from him. Dajuin managed to balance himself, but Sungo quickly approached again, kicking him in the leg and punching him in the face. Dajuin's condition worsened. He couldn't even dodge Sungo's attacks. His fists felt weighed down, and his legs shook like reeds. Sungo took advantage of Dajuin's bad state, punching him repeatedly. Dajuin felt that it wasn't just exhaustion, but that Sungo was incredibly strong. He punched Sungo in the face, reflecting that while he had been strong back at the bar, it was just the tip of the iceberg. He had no chance against Sungo. Dajuin bent to his knees, unable to stand. Sungo grabbed his head, tried to kick him, and taunted Dajuin about beating Bei Gangrak, claiming he was stronger. But suddenly, Inhwan came between them and stopped the kick. He asked Dajuin if he was okay. Dajuin told him he thought Inhwan had already taken care of him. Inhwan explained that Sungo had almost done him in while pretending to help. Sungo had led Inhwan to the hill and left before he was fully buried. Inhwan was not getting buried a second time after what happened with Bei Gangrak. Inhwan hid a knife in his pocket and used it to threaten the lackeys, asking about Sungo's location. Hearing this, Dajuin was relieved to see Inhwan safe. Inhwan asked why Dajuin was avoiding him. Dajuin apologized but said it didn't matter now since they were fighting on the same side. Inhwan was confident he could take down Sungo, but Sungo smiled. Dajuin would have treated him like a brother, but it had all been a lie. Sungo then charged at them. Dajuin and Inhwan tried to punch him, but he dodged. Sungo punched Inhwan in the face and kicked Dajuin. Seeing this, Inhwan drew his knife, furious, and charged at Sungo. But Sungo grabbed Inhwan's arm and hit him on the head. They were no match for Sungo. Inhwan couldn't save his father, and although Dajuin could still stand, he came between Sungo and Inhwan, saying he wouldn't collapse until Inhwan's father was safe. Sungo then punched him and called him stupid. He punched Dajuin's face again and again. Dajuin endured the hits for Inhwan's father's sake. Sungo said there weren't many on the streets who could beat him. He grabbed Dajuin's arm and advised him to stop resisting because it was pointless against a strong and experienced opponent. Sungo then raised his hand, intending to break Dajuin's arm, but suddenly, someone stronger arrived. Hangil came in and delivered a powerful kick to Sungo's head, sending him flying onto a car. Hangil had come to handle the situation. Dajuin asked why he was there. Hangil replied that he would explain after taking care of Sungo. Looking at Sungo, Hangil mentioned that he had said earlier that the strongest get to do what they want in the world, and as the strongest, Hangil was going to do whatever he wanted. Sungo said that anyone with some fighting skills on the streets would have heard the name Cho Hangil. Sungo then ran toward Hangil to fight him. He threw a punch at Hangil, but Hangil blocked it with one arm and performed a counterpunch, which Sungo dodged by lowering his body. Sungo then threw a kick and several punches, but none of them hit Hangil. Hangil concentrated all his power into a kick, but Sungo did not get pushed back even by that. This meant that the words Hangil had said to Dajuin were not just a bluff. Sungo told Hangil that he was not as amazing as expected. To Sungo, the city's legend seemed more like a myth. Sungo wondered if beating Hangil would make him a legend himself. Hangil was just testing Sungo's fighting skills and soon realized that Sungo only knew a little about fighting. Hangil decided to fight seriously. Sungo then tried to throw a punch at Hangil, thinking there wasn't much difference in skill between them. Hangil could read all his movements and he did the same. But suddenly, Hangil changed the direction of his punch, hitting Sungo in the stomach, which Sungo failed to dodge. It wasn't just a punch. Hangil also kicked Sungo in the stomach at the same time, and Sungo couldn't read any of the attacks. Sungo had only heard about Hangil's strength, and now he was experiencing it firsthand. Hangil's punch pushed him back, and one punch caused him to hit a car, breaking its glass. Hangil told Sungo that he had met many brats like him who messed around just because they were a bit good at fighting, and those guys were fixed by Hangil. Sungo was strong, yet he was easily overwhelmed. There really was no one who could match Hangil. Hangil then prepared to deliver a final blow to Sungo, but Sungo raised his hands and surrendered, admitting his defeat. Hangil asked him what he was doing. Sungo replied that it was still too early for him to exchange fists with Hangil. He wasn't foolish enough to continue when the outcome was clear. Sungo wasn't expecting Hangil to let him go without a price. If Hangil let him go, Sungo promised to make it so that the attack on Haegwang never happened. He told Hangil to think carefully because it was the last chance to keep the Hangil family alive. Sungo raised his hand to confirm the deal, but instead of agreeing, Hangil punched him in the face. Sungo asked if Hangil really wanted to die with the rest of them and stressed that he needed a negotiation. Hangil moved closer to Sungo and told him that the negotiations had already ended. He had come after meeting with his group's other members. Hangil then punched Sungo, pushing him back, and declared that the war had already started. He continued to punch Sungo repeatedly. For Sungo, getting out of there was a priority. But suddenly, a bike came near them. Dajuin tried to notify Hangil, who moved aside to avoid the bike. Sungo then got on the bike and fled with the biker. Sungo asked the biker if he was nearly dead, and the biker replied that the boss had sent him. Sungo regretted not properly dealing with the Byungchul issue either. On the other side, Dajuin was very angry because Sungo had run away like a coward and deserved a proper beating. Hangil, seeing Dajuin's frustration, put a hand on his shoulder and told him that he had done more than enough for the day. Dajuin had smashed up a Haegwang base and saved Inhwan's father. That night, they had gained another victory in their second battle against Haegwang. There had not been a single easy fight since their escape, and after the battle, Dajuin learned more about life on the streets. The first lesson was that he could not just trust anyone in that world. Inhwan then thanked Dajuin for finding his father and left the area. The second lesson Dajuin learned was that even then, there were people he could trust. To survive and not die, he needed to keep overcoming challenges with them. After reaching home, the Hangil family took first aid, and Dayob ate instant noodles. Gaeong was resting and asked Dayob how he could still eat after such a fight. Gaeong and Sungbin, being more injured, were resting on the floor. Taek was glad that it had ended well. He told Dajuin that everyone fought much better than last time. Maybe it was because they all started working out again, but they were completely different from when they fought Chun Kiwoom. We see that Hangil was also eating noodles. Suddenly, Dajuin asked Hangil why he had said before that he could not go himself because it would start an all-out war against Haegwang, but then he came to Bae Gangrak's base and fought Sungo. Dajuin asked what Hangil meant when he said that the all-out war with Haegwang had already started. All other Hangil family members were also curious about this. Hangil told everyone that he had only recently found out that Haegwang already had plans to kill them, whether he got involved or not. Since that was the case, he had barged into Bae Gangrak's base. Taek wondered how Hangil had come by this information and asked him about it. Hangil smiled and said it was nothing special, just old news. Hangil then put down his noodle bowl and told everyone not to misunderstand. An unexpected truth was revealed. Haegwang had been created by Hangil. This shocked all the members. We see from the past that 2 hours before the fight at Bae Gangrak's base, Hangil went to the Paradise Club. He entered a room and met a Haegwang executive and second-in-command, Nam Wonchong. Hangil clarified to everyone at his home that he had created Haegwang with Nam Wonchong. Dajuan asked who he was. Hangil explained that the current leader of Haegwang, Shin Wuzing, used to be his friend. All the members were surprised to learn that Haegwang's boss was Hangil's friend. Hangil then opened a can of cold drink and told everyone that Wuzing had not always been the trash he was now. He started becoming more and more iconic. Eventually, Hangil had no choice but to separate from him, which was why he ended up leaving Haegwang even though he had created it. Dayob then asked what had happened before. Hangil crushed the can, threw it away, and said that it was his private matter. Then Hangil was full and getting ready to sleep. Before he went to sleep, he told everyone that since they had trashed Bae Gangrak, they were going to open fire on them. He asked everyone what they wanted to do, but running away did not fit the Hangil family's style. Hangil assured them not to worry. Everything would be alright as long as he was there. The next morning, Hangil was standing on a roof. He took out a comic book and flipped through the pages, trying to find something. Suddenly, he saw a photo of himself with Shin Wuzing. The day after the Bae Gangrak fight, we see two runaways, Lee Junsu and Kim Haegian, at a church's free breakfast center. They were third-year middle school students. Junsu asked a server for more meat. The server smiled and apologized, saying he had to make sure others got some too. Junsu told him that giving such a small amount was like giving nothing, so he should give him a little more. The server rejected the request. Haegian asked if, even though it was free, the server didn't think it was too much. Junsu said that the servers there were too weak-hearted, and if he threatened them a little, they would give a lot. After their meal, they sat at a table. Junsu told Haegian that he had run away because his home was messed up, but without money, he had to eat such things and sleep on the streets. Living on the streets was just hell. Haegian said that if he had to live out there, he should join a group like Haegwang. Junsu had never heard of Haegwang, so Haegian explained that it was like a mafia group that gathered runaways and paid them to commit crimes. To Junsu, it sounded great. He said he was good at beating people, and if he got a chance, he would join Haegwang. It would be better to stab someone and get sent to juvie. But suddenly, the server came up behind Junsu and overheard their conversation. He told them they were not there to give them food so they could do those kinds of things. He then told them that even if they ran away, they should still try to live properly. Junsu asked who he was to lecture them and demanded money first. The food server said he would give them some money and told them to follow him or he would call the cops to take them back home. The server took them somewhere and asked if they had any money or a place to sleep. He offered them a chance to help around the church, where they could sleep and earn money. Junsu thought the church thing looked boring, but Haegian said they would get paid and have somewhere to sleep. The food server then opened a room door and told them he was also a runaway and understood how they felt since he had been like them too. The two of them entered the room, and the server asked if they thought it was okay to just live like that. He told them not to say things like they would stab someone and get sent to juvie because it would be a waste of their youth. Junsu said he understood and asked him to stop lecturing them. He said he wouldn't do any bad things and would live diligently. The server said he never mentioned living diligently. He was just saying not to waste time in juvie and to live tenaciously. Suddenly, we see Iltak in a nearby room, torturing someone with his lackeys. Iltak called the food server Hyung, meaning big brother. The food server told him to do whatever it took to survive, like the guys torturing the other person. The food server then threw a knife at Junsu and told him it was a knife and that he had earlier said he could stab someone. He offered Junsu a chance to join Haegwang, as they were looking for people like him. The food server sat in a chair and ordered them to stab the guy being tortured. Iltak then brought Junsu closer to the tied-up man and told him that this was a Haegwang audition, and Junsu had to do it. Junsu grabbed the knife, but his hand was shaking. The server told him not to dare mention Haegwang if he was just a weakling who couldn't even do this. Junsu's hand was shaking, and he was scared because he had never done this before. He then stabbed the man and screamed, his hand covered in blood. The food server came closer, put a hand on his shoulder, and said he was now an honorable member of Haegwang. The server then took off his uniform and all the lackeys bowed down. He left the room, and one of the lackeys came near him and informed him that the additional executives had gone to Bae Gangrak's base the previous night. But the members at the base had already been beaten up by the Hangil family, and the one he ordered to rescue Moonsungo was on his way. The food server smiled and said that even though he had told them they would not be easy to deal with, he had ordered a lackey to call all the executives. One of his lackeys put a jacket on him, revealing him as Haegwang leader Shin Woozing. In the next scene, we see a church where, in one room, two girls are crying and begging to be let go. Haegwang affiliate church pastor Oh Jang-yun tells them that they just need to do what the shop's madam tells them to do. The girls respond that it's too scary and they don't want to do it. Jang-yun insists that they will have food and a place to sleep. He screams loudly not to mess with him and tells them not to talk back. A man named Lee Yoon-hak then arrives and asks Jang-yun why he is being so loud. Yoon-hak sits on the floor and asks the girls if he had met them on the streets. He tells them he will let only one of them go. The one in the back can stay. Another girl asks what will happen to the girl who stays. Yoon-hak then slaps one of the girls and tells them that if she doesn't want to work, he will have to beat her until she's dead. He proceeds to beat the girl cruelly. One of the girls tries to stop him. To save her friend, the other girl agrees to do whatever Yoon-hak wants. Yoon-hak threatens that if she doesn't go to the shop, her friend will be beaten to death. The girl sobs, cries, and her whole body shakes. After dealing with the girls, Yoon-hak comes outside, and Jang-yun thanks him for his help. Yoon-hak says it's easy to handle people who aren't aware of their situation. They think the friends they meet on the street are like family, but to Yoon-hak, it's pitiful. He then opens a door and enters a room where Woozing is present. In that room, a meeting of Haegwang executives is happening, and Yoon-hak is also an executive of Haegwang. Yoon-hak wonders why they are having this meeting and why everyone is gathered. One of the executives, Ju Aram, says that Bae Gangrak's Han Young-min and Chun Ki-woong, among the executives, were beaten. Another executive, Seol Gwang-hik, suggests that they should have eliminated them from the beginning. Another executive, Kwon Will, mentions that they have not seen Cho Han-gil before, so they don't know much about him. Moon Sungo is also present and suggests that they cannot take him lightly. He almost died. Aram tells him he should be hanging his head in shame. Moon Sungo apologizes for his weak performance. We see Nam Won-chong, the second in command, also present, simply listening to others speak. Gwang-hik angrily hits his hand on the table and says they need to barge in and kill them all right now. He asks Woozing, the leader of Haegwang, for permission to do so. Woozing says the current situation is interesting and that Cho Han-gil is probably stressed out right now. In the next scene, we see the Han-gil family at a pizza shop eating pizza. Taek asks if it's okay for them to eat so much. Yong In-hwan, who replaced Moon Sungo as an employee, says, they did so much for him so they should eat well. Sungbin asks if it's okay for them to just chill like this and not be concerned about Haegwang. Daeyob, drinking a cold drink, confidently tells everyone that it's fine. Those guys are nothing and they can just crush them again if they appear. But Han-gil seems a bit concerned about the situation. After filling their stomachs, they all leave the shop. On the way home, Daeyob says he will get pineapple pizza next time. Dajuan jokes that Daeyob doesn't know anything about pizza. Suddenly, Gaeong notices something across the road, a photo booth. Gaeong suggests they should take a picture since they have never done so even though they live together. The others agree, but Han-gil says he'll pass. They can take one without him. Sungbin pushes him and insists they should take a photo with Han-gil. They go into the photo booth and take a picture, but Kim Taek's eyes are closed, and Daeyob and Dajuan laugh about it. Dajuan gives one of the photos to Han-gil, who smiles when he sees it. In the next scene, Han-gil is smoking, and Taek appears behind him, saying it's been a while since he smoked. Taek asks Han-gil if something is wrong because he hasn't been looking good these past few days. Instead of answering, Han-gil asks Taek how long they have known each other. Taek answers that it has been a couple of years. Taek then asks why Han-gil is asking. A few days ago, Taek met with Haegwang's second-in-command, Won-chong. Wonchong told him that they received a request to kill Yim Dajuan and planned to start the job soon. Take says that while it's not all bad news, many in Haegwang want to kill them for touching Bei Gangrak. This is Wuzing's special offer: hand over Yim Dajuan, and they won't lay a hand on the Hangil family. Hangil faces a choice between one person or the entire Hangil family. That day, Hangil did not answer and left the meeting. Wonchong told him to think about it, as it was possible to lose everything while trying to protect something small. Suddenly, Hangil smiles at Take and says that the longer the relationship, the more valuable it is. Take is confused about what's happening with Hangil, as he doesn't know that Hangil met with Haegwang's second-in-command. Take again asks Hangil if something is really wrong. Hangil replies that he doesn't need to worry about it. Hangil then goes to the roof and stands there, contemplating the offer. He can't tell the others. They are too nice and would want to help him. But if they fight against Shin Wuzing's Haegwang, someone will definitely get severely hurt or even killed. He looks at the photo of the Hangil family, particularly at Dajuan, and cuts the photo into 2 pieces. He decides there is no other choice for him and puts the remaining part of the photo into his jacket. The next day, at a church, Iltak, who is currently with Haegwang, is confronted by Doyen, who is very angry. Doyen asks when they are going to kill Yim Dajuan. Iltak tells him to be patient. They will get to it when the time is right. Doyen angrily exclaims that he can pay right now, so why aren't they killing him? Iltak responds that it's a bit complicated since Yim Dajuan is part of the Hangil family, so it won't be easy. Doyen says that Yim Dajuan is the one who made his leg weak, and he can't stand seeing life normally. Doyen is in a hurry and says he's going straight to Haegwang's boss. Suddenly, someone puts an axe in front of his head. It's Wonchong. He tells Doyen that even if he is a paying client, he should know when to stop. If he doesn't, he might end up being sent up there along with Yim Dajuan. Since Doyen has commissioned them, he shouldn't worry. They will be sure to kill Yim Dajuan without any setbacks. In the next scene, Hangil is at a construction site where he first met Yim Dajuan. He reflects that it all started there, where he first met Dajuan. Hangil smiles and thinks that Dajuan was getting his ass hooped. The following day, Sungbin and Gaeong are hanging clothes on a line to dry. Gaeong suddenly looks very angry when she sees Hangil just chilling and reading a comic. She asks him why he doesn't stop watching and help. Hangil jokes that he is still injured. Gaeong tells him that if he isn't going to help, he should get lost. Suddenly, Hangil becomes serious and asks Gaeong what she thinks it would be like if Yim Dajuan were gone. Gaeong wonders why Hangil is having an afternoon drink and thinks that even if Dajuan weren't there, it wouldn't be too bad, just a little uncomfortable, as there would be no one to fold the socks. Hangil tells her that she is heartless and that Yim Dajuan might get sad. In the kitchen, Dayob asks Dajuan why he hasn't done the dishes, as it was his turn today. Dajuan replies that it was because he was late for work and in a rush. Dayob tells him that since he has lived there a while, he needs to help out properly. Dajuan apologizes and Hangil intervenes, telling Dayob to stop and to put on dishwashing gloves, saying he will do it instead of Dajuan. Both Dajuan and Dayob are surprised, as Hangil has never done the dishes before. The other 3 also notice that Hangil has been acting strangely lately. Hangil starts washing the dishes, and Dajuan comes closer, saying it's fine and that he will do it. But Hangil insists that Dajuan should rest. Dajuan finds this behavior strange. When night comes, the 5 of them are in a room, wondering why Hangil hasn't come back yet. Gaeong says that Hangil has been looking down these past few days, so he might have bought some meat. Take says that Hangil might not be back until later, so they should start eating. They begin eating without Hangil, and Gaeong mentions that Hangil has been acting really weird lately. He's been treating Dajuan extra nicely, as if he feels guilty or something. Gaeong asks Dajuan if Hangil has done something to him. Dajuan is a bit confused and says Hangil hasn't done anything to him. Take also remembers that Hangil said something strange to him. He tells everyone he thinks Hangil has a problem. Dayob says not to worry about it because Hangil is probably just sleeping in some weird place again. Dajuan also thinks there's nothing to worry about because Hangil is Hangil, and he trusts him. In the next scene, Hangil is walking down the road and approaches the church where the Haegwang base is located. He reflects that it has been about 5 years since his relationship with Wonchong began. He goes inside the church. Meanwhile, after eating, Dajuan steps outside the house and wonders why Hangil is so late today. It's strange. He then notices a piece of paper on the ground. Inside the church, Wonchong is waiting with his lackeys and tells Hangil that he assumes Hangil has made his decision between the Hangil family and Yim Dajuan. Hangil says he is there with his answer. He mentally apologizes to Dajuan because that is the only thing he can do. Dajuan then picks up the piece of paper and sees it is part of a photo of the Hangil family. The photo is torn into pieces, with Hangil's face removed from the group photo. Hangil says he won't choose between either of them. Hearing this, Wonchong says Hangil is making a mistake. But Hangil says he has nothing more to say and orders Wonchong to bring Wuzing there. Wonchong instructs his lackeys to attack Hangil. Hangil realizes he can't keep taking care of Dajuan until the end. On the other side, seeing the photo of Hangil, Dajuan confirms that something is going to go wrong. He then goes to the other Hangil family members and shows them the photo. Dajuan thinks that Hangil must have dropped the photo and has been acting differently lately. Dajuan asks Take if he thinks the piece of photo might be related to why Hangil hasn't come back yet. Sungbin says that if it is, Dajuan admits it does make him worry a bit. However, Dayob insists there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Take also says that even though Hangil has been strange lately, he isn't someone who would do something like that. Take reassures Dajuan not to worry, pointing out that it's not like Hangil has never come back late before. On the other side, at the church, Wonchong tells his lackeys to give Hangil a proper beating. The lackeys all run toward Hangil. One of them, an executive candidate, is eager to fight Hangil. But as the lackeys approach, Hangil jumps up and kicks the executive candidate in the face. The remaining lackeys become a bit afraid. They try to hit him with rods, but Hangil dodges all the attacks and counters with strikes. In a short time, Hangil knocks down several lackeys. The other lackeys are terrified and think Hangil is a monster. They are completely scared, their bodies shaking. Suddenly, from behind, Wonchong attacks Hangil, but Hangil blocks the attack. It seems Wonchong might be too much for Hangil to handle. One of the lackeys suggests that if they team up with Wonchong, it will be the end of Hangil. Even though the lackeys are attacking with Wonchong, Hangil still handles it without breaking a sweat. He fights off the multiple attackers even though Haiguang has the overwhelming advantage. Hangil then kicks Wonchong and tells him he is not a match for him and to bring Wuzing there. Hangil attempts to punch Wonchong, but suddenly Guang Heek arrives and punches Hangil, sending him flying back. Quan Will, Ju Aram, and Moon Sungo, other executives, arrive with Wuzing. Seeing their boss Wuzing, the lackeys smile and become excited. Wuzing tells Hangil that he gave him a chance, but he never expected Hangil to come there himself to fight. Wuzing warns that because of Hangil's foolish choice, he and the entire Hangil family will die. Hangil asks Wuzing how he became this way. Wuzing tells him not to delude himself. The current him is the answer. Wuzing says there's no need to dwell on their lame past. He orders the executives to kill Hangil and bring him there. All the executives rush toward Hangil, and he faces multiple attacks simultaneously. The monstrous Haiguang executives are all gathered to beat one person. One of the lackeys thinks that no matter how incredible Hangil is, there's no way he can survive this. The executives attack Hangil from all sides. Suddenly, Guang Heek seizes the opportunity and hits Hangil repeatedly. Wuzing comments that after living so idly, it seems Hangil isn't as strong as he used to be. Suddenly, Hangil grabs Guang Heek's jaw, and his head is bleeding. Hangil tells Wuzing that he won't stop but reassures him not to worry. He will stop Wuzing. Hangil grips Guang Heek's jaw with one hand, and the other lackeys are astonished that Guang Heek is beaten so quickly. Hangil declares that today it will be either Wuzing or him. One of them will have to die for this to end. On the other side, we see Dajuan searching for Hangil in places where he is sometimes found. The search is making Dajuan anxious, and he looks around but doesn't see him anywhere. Dajuan wonders where Hangil could have gone. He decides to visit the construction site where he first met Hangil. Dajuan reflects that it has been such a long time since he was last there. It feels like only yesterday that he met Hangil there. After seeing Hangil's photo, Dajuan thinks that the other guys are alright and that Hangil is probably just on a long-term trip. Dajuan leaves the construction site, thinking that since it's Hangil, there's nothing to worry about. However, As he comes out onto the road, he suddenly sees something. At the church, Gwang-hik is unconscious, lying on the floor. The other executives and lackeys are shocked. Woo-sing tells Han-gil not to think about winning because Haegwang has changed since he left. Now, the Haegwang members are loyal and obedient. Woo-sing calls Gwang-hik's name and tells him to get up. Han-gil remarks that Gwang-hik won't be able to get up for a couple of days. Woo-sing suddenly says that Gwang-hik has to get up if he doesn't want to die. Gwang-hik opens his eyes, gets up, and apologizes to Woo-sing, saying that he can still fight. Woo-sing gives a devilish smile and tells Gwang-hik that he almost disappointed him. Woo-sing then tells the other lackeys who are lying on the floor that if they don't want to be killed by him, they must fight until they are dead. Hearing this, all the lackeys who were beaten earlier get up and run toward Han-gil again. Han-gil wonders why these guys, who were nearly dead a moment ago, now have even stronger murderous intent. He manages to deal with the lackeys, but then he sees Gwang-hik coming closer. Woo-sing tells Han-gil to look because this is what Haegwang has become. In the past, Han-gil and Woo-sing were good friends and used to eat together. Da-jun notices a man chasing a girl, who is screaming for help. Da-jun thinks the man is obviously a bad guy and the girl looks like she's in danger. However, he recalls that the last time he tried to help, things got out of hand. If he hastily tries to help on his own, things might turn out the same way. Suddenly, Han-gil comes between them and puts his leg in the man's path, causing him to fall to the ground. Da-jun apologizes, but the man curses at him. Da-jun thinks the girl should have been able to escape, but he sees that she has been caught by two lackeys. Da-jun assumes a fighting stance, but then Lee Yoon-hak, a Haegwang executive, arrives and tells Da-jun that it's none of his business and to get lost. Jang-yoon thanks Da-jun for the help. Yoon-hak says that the girl is causing trouble and ran away while Han-gil was creating a commotion. Hearing Hangil's name from a stranger shocks Da-jun. Yoon-hak tells the girl that he warned her that if she didn't go to the shop, her friend would die. Yoon-hak orders the lackeys to punish her, but Da-jun puts his hand on Yoon-hak's shoulder and asks what he just said about Han-gil. At the church, Han-gil is fighting off many lackeys. Woo-sing and Gwang-hik are scared because they don't want to lose. Gwang-hik grabs Hangil's entire body, immobilizing him. Han-gil tries to free himself from Gwang-hik, but suddenly Junsu, who was recently recruited into Haegwang, stabs Han-gil in the leg. Han-gil collides his head with Gwang-hik's, manages to free himself, and kicks Junsu. Han-gil tells Woo-sing to stop because even a little brat like Junsu is wielding a knife. Woo-sing responds that Haegwang has become an organization that commits crimes without hesitation on his command. He says that they have to make a lot of money and thanks Han-gil, acknowledging that they could only have come this far because of him. Woo-sing recalls that it all started 5 years ago at that church, when he was being beaten up and Han-gil came and saved him. In the flashback, 5 years ago at a church, 14-year-old Shin Woo-sing had always prayed to be saved from the hellish life he endured, and his prayers were answered. Cho Han-gil became his savior. After defeating some bad guys, Han-gil told Woo-sing why he went around getting beaten up. He invited Woo-sing to come with him and offered him a place to stay if he had nowhere else to live. In the present, Han-gil tells Woo-sing that he really shouldn't have taken him to that old man back then. Woo-sing responds that it's too late now and that he will send Han-gil to that old man. Hearing this, Han-gil loses his mind and rushes at Woo-sing, trying to hit him, but Sungo kicks him as he gets closer. Sungo continues to hit Han-gil, telling him to show the same strength he had during their last fight. Han-gil thinks that if his leg weren't injured, he could have finished Sungo off like he did with Gwang-hik. Suddenly, Will grabs Han-gil from behind, and Sungo kicks him in the stomach. Han-gil prepares himself, determined to end everything that started because of him. He escapes from Will's grip and tries to get away, furious and thinking that even if he dies, he will make sure to take Shin Woo-sing down. As Han-gil tries to flee, Woo-sing's lackeys chase him. Despite his injuries, Han-gil manages to knock down several lackeys. Will tells the other lackeys that their only chance of survival is to kill Han-gil, so they should go after him even if it means their own deaths. Hearing this, all the lackeys approach Han-gil. With no choice left, Han-gil cannot escape. There is a big door behind him, and the lackeys hit it so hard that it breaks. Han-gil steps back and enters a room. He can no longer afford to waste energy on the lackeys. In the room, Hangil sees a girl on the floor, bloodied and begging for help, saying she doesn't want to go to the shop and doesn't want the money anymore. Haegwang uses runaways for their own purposes. Hangil tells the girl that he doesn't have enough strength to save both of them. Wuzing and the executives enter the room. Wuzing tells Hangil to stop thinking about escape and focus on his will instead. The girl grabs Wuzing, begging him to let her go, saying she was wrong. Wuzing recognizes her as the girl who was supposed to go to the shop. Wuzing then stabs her, saying that their product quality will drop. Seeing this, Hangil becomes extremely angry and screams. Wuzing hands the knife to one of his lackeys, telling Hangil that he is still as meddlesome as ever and never could just pass by people like her. The girl, who just wanted to live, reminds Hangil of a past incident. He remembers that if he doesn't save this girl now, she will die from losing too much blood. If that's the case, Hangil can't die even if he wanted to. He wonders if there's a way to save her and get out alive and suddenly recalls an old man. On the other side, Dajun asks Yoonhak who these guys are and why they are talking about Hangil. Suddenly, Yoonhak punches him and kicks him. Dajun manages to block it, then tries to punch Yoonhak, but Yoonhak dodges and delivers a reverse kick, surprised that Dajun can fight. Yoonhak is taken aback by Dajun's ability to take his attacks. Yoonhak asks where Dajun is from, and Dajun says that it's not important and demands information about Cho Hangil. Yoonhak asks why he's curious, and Dajun explains that Hangil is his older brother, and he's looking for him since he left home. Yoonhak realizes that Dajun is from Hangil's family and smiles, telling Dajun that he has some interesting news. He says that Cho Hangil will die soon. Yoonhak explains that Hangil barged into Haegwang's base and is currently fighting alone to protect Hangil's family. Yoonhak adds that it would have been better if Hangil had just taken the deal they offered him. For Hangil, it's difficult to give up even one person. Hearing this, Dajun punches Yoonhak, but Yoonhak dodges and punches Dajun's face, saying that Dajun is nowhere near being able to exchange fists with him. Yoonhak tells Dajun to just go back, but Dajun manages to hold his own against Yoonhak. Back to the other scene, Cho Hangil fights on with the thugs. He punches down the lackeys in a valiant show of courage. Even Kwan Nuel looks at him taking on people, and can't help but feel how tough Cho Hangil is. Shin Yusong watched on as well, and he took this opportunity to mock Hangil. He asked Hangil what happened to his resolve. He vowed to take Yusong's life, yet now he looks too focused on taking on others. Hangil reassured him that he will be coming for him soon. However, Yusong questioned if that is possible, because Hangil was simultaneously trying to fight him and save the girl. Hangil realized that Yusong saw through his thought process, because Hangil was more concerned about the girl, who had to be rescued as she had barely any time left. He doesn't want the past to repeat itself. Yusong thought it was pathetic and asked Hangil if he wanted to replicate what happened to the old man with himself. He asked if he also wanted to be the caretaker of kids with no background. This seemed to anger Hangil, as he told Yusong to keep his mouth shut. However, Yusong told his guys to go ahead and take the girl's life first. The guys rushed at the girl who was bleeding out, while Hangil wondered just what he could do now. We then go to a flashback. From the very beginning of Cho Hangil's life, the feeling that was constant was solitude. At age 14, he was left as a boy with nothing. After he was born, Hangil was abandoned by his parents and grew up in an orphanage. This made him a prime target at school. Even though the teacher asked if the school was violent, and the students always responded saying there wasn't, he had to suffer immense bullying afterward. The teacher saw but ignored it. Eventually, it became too much for him to handle, and so Hangil decided to beat up his bullies and left school, as his teacher noticed this. After starting his life as a homeless runaway, he realized that this way of life wasn't exactly sunshine and roses. He had to fight and claw his way through things. However, he started to settle in. He at least felt good knowing the fact there weren't any stupid adults. He thought life like this wasn't exactly bad. This is when he met a strange old man. The old man, Mate came at him and chewed him out for smoking in front of his store. Hangil felt annoyed by the guy's attitude and asked the guy what was wrong with his smoking. The guy didn't like Hangil talking back to him and took his cigarette and started smoking himself. He told Hangil that he should at least share his cigarette if he wants to smoke. Hangil was shocked by the guy, but he was quite normal about it. Later, the guy asked Hangil if he was a runaway. He saw all the scars on his face and could tell that Hangil was going through hell ever since he became a runaway. He asked him to quit living like this. Hangil wasn't interested in Taebyum's words and started leaving. The guy stopped him and told him to reconsider his choices. He can't live like this on the outside without getting freeze to his end, so if he wants to live, he should come with him. Hangil decided to go along with him out of curiosity. This is when he figured out that Taebyum was taking care of orphans and helpless kids at his store. He saw a few kids at the place, and it was an odd feeling for Hangil. Even though Taebyum told him to feel at home, he couldn't just adjust to life like that. He didn't understand the warmth. So, even though Taebyum told him to stay at his store, Hangil left and went back to the streets. He went back to his old way of fighting to survive. Eventually, he came across Daeseong, who ruled the streets back then, and started fighting them. The fighting didn't go well for him, and he eventually got taken out by an executive. The executive stepped on his head and asked Hangil if he wanted to join them, as he had a lot of potential to do something. There were only two options, either join them or get stabbed. Hangil, burnt out by his life, thought this was an opportunity to end it. He started provoking the thugs to stab him. He said that they were all talking, and they have never actually stabbed anyone. He started persuading them to do it. The executive was taken aback by his craziness and told his men to stab him and finish it. However, before that could happen, Mate came and stopped the knife with his bare hands. He asked how they could do something like this to a kid. What followed was a long fight, where Taebyum took a lot of hits from Hangil. Eventually, the thugs left as they didn't want this little incident to get bigger. Battered up, Taebyum questioned Hangil on why he got into a fight with thugs. Moreover, what bothered him the most was Hangil's attitude towards life. It made Taebyum tear up. This was an eye-opening moment for Hangil. For the first time in his life, someone was crying for him. Hangil knew that there was someone who cared for him, and so he went back to Taebyum. He proceeded to follow Taebyum around like he was his own father. He got used to his new familial life and enjoyed it. One day, Taebyum explained why he helped out Hangil. He told how he was also a runaway, wandering the streets when he was Hangil's age. It was a tough period. Everything was hard, and he felt very lonely. However, his neighbors were very helpful. So when the help started coming in, he no longer felt lonely. This is why, when he sees kids in a similar position, he wants to reach out and help. So, he told Hangil that there's no reason to feel alone, and that he belongs in the world. He assured Hangil that he was on his side, and he could trust him. Back to the current time, Hangil stared at the group of thugs coming at him. The thugs talked about how Hangil is a tough guy, because he took down everyone who went for the girl. Hangil checked on the girl behind him and told her to hold on. He mentioned how life as a runaway has hardships of its own. But it's worth it to hold on and live as long as one has someone with them. And he assures the girl that he is with her, so she must hold on. Shin Yusong heard this and told Hangil that his words are just as annoying as the old man. In a moment of anger, he then told his men to go and take Cho Hangil's life. He told them that if they don't manage to take his life within 5 minutes, he will make sure all of them meet their end. Motivated not to fail, the thugs rush towards Hangil. The fight begins and Hangil slowly starts taking on the guys. He was doing quite well, but it started getting harder as more men poured in. Suddenly, the thugs felt some unknown force hitting them. They couldn't see who it was in the dark, as the room light had been dimmed off. It was none other than Lim Dajuan, who came in and started hitting them. He went up and joined Hangil, which shocked the guy. Hangil asks him why and how he was there. Dajuan told him that explanations are for another time. For now, they need to lock in for what's about to come. For some context, we see what happened a few minutes earlier. Dajuin is embroiled in a heated battle with Lee Yoonhak. The two go at it hard, and Yoonhak gets the edge over Dajuin. His striking is too good, and his toughness is off the charts. This makes Dajuin wonder if the guy is an executive too. He looks just as strong as someone like Bae Gangrak. This is when Dajuin remembers what Yoonhak said earlier. He mentioned how Cho Hangil was fighting alone for their sake inside the church. This made Dajuin realize that Hangil must be in danger, as he is alone. He comes to understand that he can't waste fighting a drawn-out fight with Yoonhak and needs to hurry. So, Cho Hangil uses the dirt on the ground and throws it towards Yoonhak's eyes. This blinds Yoonhak momentarily and allows Dajuin to make the escape. On his way out, Dajuin makes sure to get the girl with him. He takes out a few lackeys with uppercuts and other punches before moving out. They make a run for it and only rest when they've got enough distance on the thugs. Dajuin assures the girl that they're most likely safe now, and now he will be going to the church to fight alongside Hangil. The girl tells Dajuin about her friend, who is the same girl Hangil is protecting, and asks for Dajuin to help her. Upon entering the church, Dajuin sees just how battered and beaten down Hangil is from the constant fighting. He also spots the friend of the girl, and understands that Hangil is protecting her. He realizes that he won't be doing well if he directly joins the fight, so he cooks up a plan. He turned off the lights, and that's how he joined up with Cho Hangil. Dajuin told Hangil to stop with the talk and go for the escape first, as that's the most important thing. Hangil looked around to see that Shin Yusong was right there. This made him realize that both Yusong and Dajuin were at the same place, and it made him uncomfortable. He remembers first meeting Yusong at this very church. He used a brick to fight the bullies but got beaten up badly. It was very much like how it was with Dajuin. So Hangil joined in to help Yusong. He beat up the bullies and rescued him. After that, he emulated Taebyum and asked Yusong to join him for food. From there, he took him to Taebyum's hardware shop, and they started living together. Yusong got along with everyone right away. They started living a harmonious life and everything was coming along great. For Hangil, this was great, as finally he had someone his age. They became the best of friends and would spend the entire day together. Eventually, Yusong asked Hangil to teach him how to fight as he wanted revenge. Hangil couldn't refuse and started teaching him. Yusong adapted like a fish to water, as he already could fight a bit. Soon, he took his revenge on the guys. However, he was a lot more sadistic and ruthless in his approach. Yusong got drunk on his own power. He started going around and picking fights like it was nothing. He had become a thug like how Cho Hangil was in the past. However, a key difference between them was that Hangil was a loner, but Yusong formed a group. He would go around the area promoting his group and picking fights. At one point, he got into a fight with the mafia. The mafia were mad at him because of this, but he didn't stop and started seeing the mafia like they were nothing. Ma Taebyum learned of this and scolded Shin Yusong, as he had warned him against fighting the mafia. However, Yusong became rebellious and wanted none of it. The Haegwang store life was slowly crumbling. One day, the store was set on fire by the mafia because Taebyum had refused to pay the protection money. During that accident, Taebyum had injured himself too badly while he tried to help the kids escape. It was to no avail. In his final moments, Taebyum apologized to Hangil for not being able to stay by his side. However, he wanted him to stay happy even after his passing. Losing Taebyum and the kids was a traumatic moment for Hangil, and he had gone into living like trash again. This was when Yusong told Hangil to cheer up and continue the legacy of Taebyum by creating a safe haven for runaway kids. Yusong had seemingly become like his past self after Taebyum passed away. And so, they formed the Haegwang group and made a safe haven for the runaways. They also attacked the mafia to keep the group safe and enact revenge for what happened to them. The duo of Hangil and Yusong were quite revered for being strong. One day, Hangil attacked the mafia boss. The mafia boss asked for mercy, citing their partnership as a reason. Hangil didn't know what he was on about and wanted to finish him, This is when the boss informed him that he helped with the store fire. Hangil was confused, but his confusion turned to horror when he learned that Yusong sponsored the store fire. Livid, Hangil went to Yusong and started beating the crap out of him. He asked for a reason as to why Yusong did something like that when Taebyum was basically a father to them. Yusong, being the person that he is, said the reason was simple. He cited money to be the reason. He was getting it on good, but Taebyum interfered with his business, and he had to get rid of him. Hangil got even more pissed off and tried to attack Yusong again, but Kwon Yuel and Lee Yoonhak stopped him. This is when Yusong revealed that even now, people like Yoonhak and Yuel are doing business behind his back. The two expressed their want to be with Yusong, and this broke Hangil. Unable to take it anymore, he called it quits and left the Haegwang. Back in the present time, Dajuan was still asking Hangil to come and escape with him. Hangil knows that the world here is cruel, and he doesn't want Dajuan to see it. So he wants him to go away from here. Hangil tells Dajuan to leave with the girl while he fights, because there's no way they can just escape and expect that they won't get back to them. So Hangil proposes to fight while they escape. Dajuan opposes, as Hangil was bleeding and was in no condition to fight. However, Hangil said the girl's life is in danger, so they need to hurry with her. He will be just fine. Left with no choice, Dajuan finally accepts, but promises to come back as soon as he escorts her to safety. He tells Hangil to hold on till then. Thus, Dajuan takes the girl and escapes. This is when the thugs turn on the lights, and they see Dajuan escaping with the girl. They're about to give chase, but one of them gets kicked down by Hangil, who declares to everyone that they won't be going anywhere when he is still standing. Hangil takes a stance to take on everyone, while he wishes that Dajuan continues to save people. Hangil hopes he doesn't become like Shin Yusong. His final words to Dajuan before he leaves is that he wants Dajuan to live well with the guys, and that he will see them again. Even though Dajuan kept on running, hearing these words from Hangil made him feel weird. He didn't know why Hangil was saying what he was, and it didn't feel right at all. So, for a split second, he wondered if he should leave the girl and go back to fight alongside his mentor. However, he quickly comes to realize that the girl's situation is dire, so he needs to take her to a hospital first. After that, he needs to hurry and come back with the entire Hangil fam to put on a fight. Meanwhile, back at the fight, Hangil is putting on a clinic against his opponents. He uses a long hook to make sure he catches two opponents at once. Following this, he gets kicked by an opponent, but he uses his forearm to block it, all while simultaneously taking care of another attacker who came from the back with his elbows. As he was fighting valiantly, Shin Yusong watched in awe. He acknowledges just how great of a fighter Hangil is. He has always been that way. He, alongside Yusong, managed to take out the mafia as kids. He is one of the reasons why Haegwang became so strong. However, he isn't the only reason, because with his help, they only took down half of the mafia. The rest of the mafia were taken out by his skillful executives. Just then, Kwon Yuel comes forward and starts fighting using a knife. He initially managed to land a knife strike on his first full attempt. After that, he started showing off his flashy and quick knife skills while Cho Hangil strengthened his defense with a cross block. However, he isn't allowed much time to hold his block, as another thug attacks him with a baseball bat. The strike is to Hangil's lower back, so it breaks his guard. What follows is another few thugs coming at him with knives at the same time. He manages to dodge the majority of it, but some strikes still graze his face and draw blood. This frustrates Cho Hangil more than anything. He thinks about how it was already tough for him to deal with these fighters barehanded. However, the situation has gotten way tougher now that they're wielding weapons. Shin Yusong watched this and commented saying that Hangil is truly a great fighter. It was thanks to his help that Haegwang got the initial boost it required. But to carry on from there and expand its strength, he has hired some of the strongest and most skillful bunch in the game. So, Yusong makes it clear to Hangil that Haegwang is still strong without him. Cho Hangil scoffed, as he questions just when did he start hiring these skillful people to fight for him. Was it when they met for the first time? That's highly unlikely. Couldn't Yusong just settle after taking his revenge? Why did he feel the need to continue on? Yusong admits that at first, his plan was to get revenge and stopped. But when he learned how to fight thanks to Hangil, he went to those bullies and smashed their faces in with his fists only. It was when he broke their faces that he felt a feeling unlike any other. It wasn't rage, relief, or satisfaction. The feeling was that of sympathy. For the first time in his life, he felt what it was like to be powerful. He questioned those bullies if this is how it had felt for them all along, if this is why they do it. If so, he wanted to feel like this more often too. It was at that moment when he got hooked on power. He wanted to get even stronger and keep feeling this jubilation. He trained himself and expanded his reach by hiring even more runaways and using them to fight and defeat even stronger enemies. He could feel firsthand how much stronger he was getting by the day. However, not everyone was a fan of this. Mate Biam slapped him in the face for using runaways to fight for him. People like him and Cho Hangil, the ones who cherished these people, stood in his way. They didn't want him to get stronger. So, even though he could get stronger by doing what he was doing, he was being held back and made to feel like a weakling. He tried to tell Tae Biam that this was a good way for the runaways to survive freely, but he opposed it. This pissed Yusong off, and eventually, he realized that he needed to cut off the hurdles to get to his goal. So, he played off the mafia to get rid of the hardware store and the people that come with it. The mafia did as he told them, and that day, Tae Biam lost his life. Shin Yusong then used this as a vehicle to convince Hangil to form the Haegwang. Through that, he managed to get back at the mafia and pretty much take them out. So, he is grateful towards Hangil for doing what he did for them. Since then, they have created a system within the church that allows them to hire and nurture runaways to join them. This makes sure that Haegwang will continue growing, and this time, there won't be anyone to block it. As Shin Yusong declares this, his men run at Hangil to finish him off. Hangil realizes that both Yusong and Haegwang have gotten too strong. The guys attacked him with sticks, while the executives used their knives and baseball bats to attack him. He tried blocking, but the damage was taking its toll. Quan Yuel notices that and calls for his men to go for another assault on him, this time with weapons only, because Hangil looked like he didn't have much left. The men charged at Hangil, and Quan Yuel took this opportunity to land a strong lead kick that sent Hangil flying back. This manages to trap Hangil in the storage room, so the executives tell the normal members to block the exit. Hangil, beaten down, realizes that this time, they're really determined to take him out. Previously, he managed to get away thanks to Dajuan, but not anymore. The exits are blocked, and the executives are inside to beat him. He realizes that this might very well be his last stand, as the predicament couldn't get tougher. However, he uses the environment of the room to his favor. He picks up an object and throws it at Quan Yuel. He then dashes towards him, steals his knife and slices his ear off. This is when he gets hit with the baseball bat to the back, when the other two team up and attack him together with their knives. Bleeding profusely, Hangil puts all his might together to go on a slashing rampage. He manages to hurt all the executives at once. The executives were shocked, and so was Yusong by how good a worn-out Hangil is. Hangil took this opportunity to trash-talk Yusong. He asked him if he was scared. He was talking big game about how his executives were the best, but they're not anything special. Yusong clapped back, asking if he was acting tough because he was losing. After all, hasn't even knocked down one of his executives. Hangil thinks this is too much coming from someone who hides behind his lackeys while they fight and get injured. Yusong decides to ignore it, but Hangil says that he knows why he is like this. It is because he is still scared of being weaker than him. He knows he can't win, so he hides behind his men. Yusong still tries to ignore it, but Hangil directly challenges and calls him to fight him right there. Fired up, Yusong comes forward and accepts the challenge, vowing to finish it himself. He tells everyone to get out as he gets ready. Hangil reckons this is fitting because they should have been the one to see this to end anyway. All while he lights up a cigarette to smoke. Yusong states that he could have finished him earlier, but now he will be doing it. Hangil lets him know that he doesn't care if Yusong were to take his life today, because now he doesn't care about his life anymore. Saying this, Hangil flicks off the remnant of the cigarette to a pile of petrol on the floor. This starts a huge fire that confuses everyone. Yusong realizes that he was setting up for this the moment he got here by kicking down the cans. Hangil says that he never liked playing with fire. However, because this whole conflict started because of a fire, it might as well end with one. So, he gears up and tells Yusong to get his knife ready. Because today, Hangil was vowing to take down both Yusong and Haegwang down with him. Fire everywhere. Knives clashing. Two brothers are out for each other's blood, while the roof collapses around them. This isn't a spar. It's a death match. Cho Hangil realized too late that he created a demon in Yusong, and now he has to bury it in the flames. But as one legend falls, another rises from the smoke. Dajuan is standing over the bodies of Haegwang thugs with a look that would make the devil shiver. As both Cho Hangil and Shin Yusong stood in the middle of the fire, the rest of Yusong's thugs watched. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Cho Hangil was basically burning down their entire establishment in front of their own eyes. Not only that, Yusong was caught in the middle of the fire as well, so they can't just leave the place. So, a few of them decide to bring a fire extinguisher and try their best at putting the fire out. However, the flames were simply too strong for them to accomplish that. Despite that, they were trying to figure out a way to put the flames out and ask other members to bring in more fire extinguishers. One of them goes to fetch one, but this is when Nam Wonchong arrives, the second in charge for the Haegwang. He tells the guy to put the extinguisher down. Confused, the guy tells Wonchong how Yusong was in the middle of the fire and that they need to extinguish it. But in one swift motion, Wonchong slices his throat open with a knife, putting him down for good. Wonchong did this because he didn't want the fire to be stopped. The story then moves back 5 years to the past, where Hangil and Yusong were eating together. Hangil mentioned to him how Yusong hadn't been visiting the hardware store in a while. Yusong knows that, but he reassures him that he likes the place, he likes how Matebium treats them, and he likes the other kids too. Hangil breathes a sigh of relief because for the first time, he was getting along with someone his age, so he didn't want Yusong to leave. This is when Yusong expresses his gratitude towards Cho Hangil, because if he hadn't saved Yusong back at the church, he wouldn't be here. He thanked Hangil, and Hangil very much liked the sound of it, so he wanted Yusong to say it again. Yusong does so, but Hangil keeps asking him to say it again and again, annoying Yusong a bit. But Hangil was doing that on purpose to piss him off. After this, Yusong hesitantly asks Hangil if he would be willing to teach him how to fight just like him. Yusong wanted to learn the art of fighting because he wanted to take revenge on the kids who bullied him earlier and protect himself better. He felt like if he didn't strengthen himself now, he would just garner more hatred within himself. Hangil understands this and agrees to help him out. He asks Yusong if he didn't expect Hangil to say yes, because he looked surprised. He then puts his fist forward and declares that Yusong and he are friends now. Elated, Yusong fist bumps him and Hangil tells Yusong how he owes Hangil big time for this. Back in current time, the two of them stood against each other, about to engage in a fight for the ages in the middle of flames. The ones trying to put the fire out were waiting outside, and they were in panic. They had to somehow put the fire out because Yusong was still there, but one of them suggests they stop panicking, as he thinks Yusong will be just fine. After all, this was the same guy who took out the Dizong group along with Hangil in the past. Not to mention, Hangil himself is also injured and tired from the previous fights he had to go through, so they think Yusong will definitely beat him. Meanwhile, inside the fire, Yusong asks Hangil if he really thought he could beat Yusong in a one-on-one fight. He states how he is fully aware of Hangil's tactic of talking trash to agitate the opponent. He is also thankful to Hangil for being the one who taught him how to fight, but Yusong makes it clear that currently, he is way better than Hangil. This makes Hangil smirk, as he says that the only way they can know who is the stronger one is through a fight, so he was ready for that. So, the two of them take a stance mirroring how they used to spar back in the days. After this, the two of them run towards each other in hopes of landing the first blow. The fight was basically a replay of how their previous sparring sessions went, but this time they were doing it with knives. Yusong swings his knife, which Hangil manages to duck out of the way from. Hangil then threw his counterstrike, but unlike the past, Yusong is better, so he manages to block the majority of it and deal some damage to Hangil too. This leaves both of them with wounds in their arms. After this, Hangil continues his usual forward striking routine, but Yusong spices things up with a kick. But unlike the past, this time he aims for the knife and disarms Hangil. This allows Yusong to attack an unarmed Hangil, so he goes on the offense. However, Hangil uses his grappling prowess to great results, managing to ram Yusong against a cabinet, disarming him in the process as well, before taking him down on the ground. Hangil manages to gain a full mount on him and starts raining down punches in Yusong. However, Yusong is much more skillful than he was in the past, so he blocks the blows from landing significantly before using his legs to push Hangil off of him. This results in the two former friends getting into a standstill, and to break the stalemate, both of them lay their eyes on a knife that was there for the taking on the ground. Without much thought, both of them jump to get a hold of the weapon. In the past, Hangil would eventually come on top as the victor, managing to overwhelm Yusong time and time again. He would still praise Yusong for developing so much in so little time. However, Yusong was still a long way off from beating him. But from his development, anyone could tell Yusong was a prodigy with natural gifts for combat. Yusong would thank Hangil after the sessions, exclaiming how he was doing a lot for him. Hangil would make sure to remind him that there was no reason to thank him, as they were both friends. In the current time, those friends were out for each other's blood. Yusong had gotten a better hold of the knife, while Hangil had to grab the blade, which was hurting his hand. Yusong manages to overpower Hangil and stab Hangil with the knife around the chest. This is when Hangil admits that Yusong had in fact become quite strong since they last fought. But Yusong didn't want to talk and went for the finishing blow by shoving the knife deep into Hangil's chest, causing him immense pain. This is when Hangil finally realizes that he had inadvertently created a monster by training Yusong. He tells Yusong how he has totally lost the plot. Yusong had always required more attention than others, and now that he was going down the wrong path, Hangil felt like he had to take the responsibility. Hangil knew that he had to end it because if he didn't, a lot of innocent people would get hurt. He needs to slay the beast he created himself, so Hangil grabs Yusong by the head and shoves it into the burning flames. As he does so, Hangil thinks about the countless people who were hurt by Yusong. So, as Yusong cried out in agony, Hangil declares that he will be the one finishing off Yusong, because they are friends. The story moves back a little to show Hangil entering the Haegwang church before starting this fight. As he was walking, Hangil noticed the alleyway where he first saw Dajuan, who was being bullied at that point. He also notices that the cinder block there was the exact same that Dajuan had used to fight off the bullies back then. Feeling nostalgic, Hangil thought this was the perfect place to leave the photograph he had of himself and Yusong at. The story then moves back to real time, where Yusong's lackeys finally start noticing how the roof wall started falling off, indicating that it was only a moment of time before the entire church burned down. Fearing this would happen, they start evacuating and call 911. All while Nam Wonchong watches on with a smirk on his face. Inside the fire, Yusong was getting his face burned to a crisp courtesy of Cho Hangil. Yusong screamed in agony and flailed helplessly, while Hangil held him firm, determined to finish him off. However, Shin Yusong manages to push him away using a kick. This created much-needed separation, but Yusong was still whimpering in pain as half of his face had been burnt. He vows to take revenge by finishing off Hangil right there. Meanwhile, Hangil cursed himself for not being able to finish Yusong off, but he knew well that he had to do it. That being said, Hangil felt his head feel dizzy. This is when he realizes that the stab wound Yusong inflicted on him was deep and was making his vision go blurry. But he shakes it off because he knew very well that Yusong was not at his best too. So he has to do something. So, as they stagger and get back into a fighting stance with their knives in hand, Yusong asks Hangil why he is trying to ruin Haegwang. Just who does he think he is? Meanwhile, Hangil was looking for that one decisive blow to end it all. The story once again moves back to the past, when Yusong and Hangil lived together at Ma Tae-beom's place. As they were in bed, Hangil asked Yusong if he had any family, to which Yusong asked him why he wanted to know about it. Hangil elaborates how he had never heard Yusong mention his family since coming here. This is when Yusong hesitantly states that he doesn't have a family. Hangil finds this interesting because everyone says the same thing, but it made sense because why else would they even be there? Hangil says that Yusong, like others, must also be feeling lonely. But Yusong says no to this. That is because he now has a family with them. Back to the fight again. The two friends with a brotherly love were now engaged in a dangerous knife fight. Yusong tries to overwhelm Hangil by performing a fast dash attack, but Hangil manages to block it mostly. Yusong still manages to graze him on the face. Hangil counters this by stomping down on Yusong's foot before leaning forward for a knife attack, which manages to cut Yusong on the face as well. The two then slash at each other relentlessly, managing to draw blood from one another and even damaging their knives in the process. Following this, the two block each other out by going cross with their knives. It turns into a test of strength, where Yusong smartly uses his other hand to put pressure on Hangil's block and starts a cut on his throat. But Hangil manages to push Yusong's knife out of the way before hitting him with a straight punch to the face. Hangil then starts a barrage of kicks which Yusong dodges, but it manages to push him back against the wall. Hangil tries to hit him with a sidekick, but Yusong dodges the kick, causing Hangil to hit the wall and giving him adequate time to slash on his thighs. Hangil tries to readjust by taking a low stance and attempts a takedown, but Yusong sees through it and clenches down on his shoulder to stop him. Yusong subsequently uses that leverage to shove his knife inside the midsection of Hangil, hurting him deeply. However, Hangil still shows grit and headbutts Yusong hard, causing him to fall down. Hangil takes the full mount and was about to finish Yusong off when Yusong applies extra pressure on the knife he had shoved inside Hangil, causing him to wince in pain. This allows Yusong to kick Hangil away and save him from disaster. After that, Yusong gets up and curses Hangil. He makes fun of Hangil's intention of pretending to be a good guy and giving kids shelter, when in reality he is nothing. Hangil huffs for breath as Yusong talks. He thinks about how he couldn't stop Yusong from doing all those bad things. In a way, it is because of this reason that Mate Biam lost his life. Cho Hangil would often look at the photograph of him and Yusong and cry, because after what he did, it became obvious that they were never family. So now, in the current time, he was ready to give it one last push. He always wanted to be family with Yusong, but that simply can't happen. So he was ready to put an end to all of it. Meanwhile, all the remaining lackeys inside the church came running out as the flames became unstoppable. Things started burning to dust, like Yusong and Hangil's relationship. The two of them dashed at one another to finish off their once friend, now foe, as the church burned down. The scene shifts to Dajuan, who had successfully taken the injured girl to the hospital and was now heading back towards where Cho Hangil was. He had already contacted Cha Dayop and others to get reinforcement, so there was nothing to worry about. However, he remembers how Hangil told him to get along with everyone and take care. That didn't sit well with Dajuan, so he was praying to God for Hangil's safety. But when he arrives near the church, his heart drops. The church was covered in uncontrollable flame, as all the lackeys were running out and the firefighters were doing their best to bring the fire under control. This breaks Dajuan, who couldn't comprehend what was happening and started heading towards the church. The firefighters try to stop him, but he runs straight ahead, ignoring the personnel. He ran through the heat and falling debris and was looking for Hangil's whereabouts. However, Dajuan eventually had to stop to gather himself, because the flames were too strong and so was the smoke, which was suffocating him. However, the thought of Hangil's suffering was active in his mind. Dajuan recalls how he only thought about getting revenge at one point in his life. He had no other choice. To survive in such a cruel world, one must have the rage within them. However, the one to get him out of this darkness was Cho Hangil. He supported him and gave him a new family, which in turn made him suppress his rage. So, Dajuan kept moving forward, because he wanted to help Hangil no matter what. Meanwhile, all the other members of Cho Hangil's fam had arrived outside the church. They were understandably in a bad mental state and were trying to push inside to go save Hangil. However, the firefighters managed to block them because it was getting worse. After all, the wind was blowing against them, so their extinguishing efforts weren't doing much. As it stood, they feared that they wouldn't be able to save anyone inside. However, by the grace of God, it started raining at that very moment. This relieved everyone because it meant that the fire would get weaker. Dajuan also noticed this and started going inside various rooms to find Hangil. He eventually does find Hangil, but the condition he finds Hangil in scares Dajuan. He was laid out flat on the ground, unconscious and bleeding out profusely. Dajuan approaches him right away and tries to get a response out of him, but there was none. He wondered why Hangil was bleeding so much before picking him up, as he needed to be rushed to the hospital. As he picks him up, a teary Dajuan tells Hangil that he doesn't want revenge anymore. He will be leaving that path for good now. In exchange, he just wanted Hangil to stay by his side and not leave him. Later, Han-gil gets a hint of his consciousness back, but not enough to move around or anything. He was kind of surprised to see himself there in an ambulance, because he thought he was still in a fight with Shin Yusong. He soon notices that Dajuan and everyone else from his family was there, and they were crying for him. In a way, he was glad that he got to see them all again. He thinks about how Ha Songbin reminds him a lot of himself. When he saw Songbin struggling alone on the streets, it really hit Han-gil hard. So, he approached him and asked him if he could cook for him. Fast forward to the present day, Songbin is a much happier person than he was back then. So, if Han-gil hadn't brought him along, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Next was Kim Taek. He had blossomed into becoming a very dependable person. However, he used to be someone who was very frail and looked like he could pass away anytime. Han-gil picked him up from there and trained him relentlessly. Kim Taek stood firm, because his willpower is the strongest of them all. And that is why Han-gil doesn't feel worried about leaving the family in Kim Taek's care. Then there was the girl Hong Gaeyeon. She is by far the most natural one from the family. When he first met her on a rainy day, she looked like she had the world on her shoulders. After all, her age made her mature before time. So, Han-gil was glad that after taking her in, he could at least see Gaeyeon laugh around and joke like a kid her age. Cha Daeop is also among them. He was the most troublesome one. No matter where he went to, he always caused trouble. His bad attitude made Han-gil want to beat him up, but he could never do that, because despite everything, Han-gil never hated him and found charm in how he was a rebellious force to be reckoned with, someone who didn't fear people or repercussions. It is almost funny how Daeop is a completely different person now, and acts like he always follows the rule. They laughed a lot because of Daeop, but he wished they could have had even more fun. Lastly, it was Lim Dajuan. He is the one Han-gil worries for the most. He is a young kid who wants his revenge. However, as it was going, Han-gil wouldn't be able to help him get the revenge he wanted. Han-gil wanted to make sure he doesn't end up like Yusong. After all, he also wants revenge just like Yusong, and the two of them fight in a similar manner too. However, Han-gil is sure that Dajuan won't end up like Yusong, because he knows that he is a nice kid at heart. All things considered, Han-gil was satisfied with how things had transpired. He was thankful to all of these guys. Because of them, Han-gil, who had suffered all his life, the one who dealt with loneliness and dread at all stages, could live a normal life. They were his family. So, he hopes that in his next life, he is really family with all of them. Just like that, the piece of paper he was holding onto drops down to reveal a family photograph of the Han-gil fam, with Han-gil's part unfortunately burned. And with that, Cho Han-gil breathed his last breath. A few months earlier, Han-gil had trained Dajuan to call him by his name. Dajuan felt awkward and wanted to go back to calling Han-gil sir. However, Han-gil told him to be at ease because now they were brothers. This put Dajuan at ease and he started to refer Han-gil by his name. And now, Dajuan stood at the funeral house of that brother of his. Because of Han-gil's sacrifice, Haegwang ran away from their base and went into hiding. This meant freedom for the people of the city, because they were no longer being oppressed. Meanwhile, Han-gil's family was also safe for now, and this was all because of Han-gil's sacrifice. Still, Dajuan couldn't accept it. One such day, Dajuan leaves the house to go outside. His fellow members of the fam having no clue what he had been up to. Dajuan went outside to confront and beat up former members of the Haegwang. The guy he had in his hand told him how he no longer worked there, but Dajuan would keep beating him up anyway. Dajuan was doing this because of his own regret. If only he had stood side by side with Han-gil that day, only if he was strong enough to contribute, Han-gil would still be alive. So, in a fit of rage, Dajuan vows to take out each and every member of Haegwang by himself. This is when he is stopped by Nam Wonchong, who asks Dajuan if he wants to destroy Haegwang. If so, he made it clear that he also has the same influence. Meanwhile, Yusong wakes up in an abandoned factory and starts groaning in pain and anger. He breaks a glass during his tantrum, so one of his lackeys remind him how he has only recently got reconstruction surgery done on his face, so he shouldn't be behaving like that and rest. However, Yusong was still more concerned about Haegwang and what was happening with their group. The guy informs him how Haegwang's church has been burned down to the ground. This caused many members to get injured, while others opted to leave the group. Their reputation has been undone, and now they need to wait for a while and rebuild themselves back up again first. This just pissed off Yusong even more, and he starts cursing Han-gil for ruining everything for them. The guy tells Yusong that while Han-gil did hurt, he also lost his life. So, now they can operate however they want without anyone anyone getting in their way. They just need to rebuild themselves. However, Yusong states that there will still be people coming after them. He thinks the kids who were part of Hangel's family would definitely try to mess with them when they get the chance. So, Yusong wants to get rid of them before they can pose a threat. Back at the alley, Nam Wonchong asks Dajuan if he is also against Haegwang. If so, the two of them can work together against Yusong and Co. But Dajuan remembers seeing Wonchong at the church that day, so he assumes that Wonchong must be an executive at Haegwang. Because of this, Dajuan attacks Wonchong because he wants to take out everyone from Haegwang. Dajuan goes to attack, but Wonchong easily avoids all of his attacks. Wonchong also tries to explain to Dajuan how he is also against Haegwang, but he doesn't listen and keeps on attacking. So, Wonchong hits Dajuan with the back of his axe to shut him down for the moment. After this, Wonchong tells Dajuan to not mistake him for one of Haegwang, because he is also out there to destroy them. Wonchong mentions how he had hoped for Hangil to do the job for him, but Hangil failed. This pissed off Dajuan, who warned Wonchong not to take Hangil's name. But Wonchong tells him to channel that anger towards Haegwang, and specifically Shin Yusong, who took Hangil's life. Wonchong then goes on to say how he has seen Dajuan and the rest of Hangil's fam fight, and he was impressed by how good and brave they were. That being said, they are still not potent enough to take down Haegwang as they are. So, he offers his hand to Dajuan, telling him to join them to join up with him if he really wants to avenge Hangil's passing. But instead of taking his hand, Dajuan opts to spit on it, saying he doesn't want to associate with someone like Wonchong. This pisses off Wonchong, but understands that Dajuan is not in the mental state to take things rationally. He decides to let Dajuan go for his insolence for now and leave. However, before leaving, Wonchong gives Dajuan his contact card, and lets him know that he will eventually contact him at one point. Wonchong subsequently leaves as Dajuan grits his teeth in anger. Later that day, Dajuan sat at the rooftop of Hangil's house with a cigarette packet in hand. He had gotten this packet from Hangil's belongings, so he lights one up and gives it a try. However, he is unable to handle the strong smoke on his first try, leaving him coughing and confused as to why Hangil would smoke something so bad. His eyes then get locked into the bed where Hangil used to relax on the rooftop. It triggers all the memories of Hangil chilling there, and their training sessions together, along with moments where their bond thickened. This made Dajuan cry, as he came to realize that he can't live in this house anymore. It is because there are too many memories tied to Hangil in this place. Later that very night, as rain poured down heavily, Dajuan decided it was time to leave the house. As he made up his mind to do so, he noticed that Cha Dayop was there behind him, laying down nonchalantly in the living room. He wonders what he should do, before finally finding the courage to open the door. But when he does so, Dayop casually asks him what he was doing and if he was intending to leave the place. He then mentions how it was raining heavily, so he will catch a cold. Dajuan tells him that there is a place he needs to go to, and that it will take him a while to be back. Dayop asks him if he wants Dayop to come along with him. Dajuan tells him it is fine, and that he will go alone. Dayop thinks that he will be fine too, because he is used to being alone after all. Dajuan reassures him that he will come back and tells him not to worry. Dayop once again tells him not to catch a cold, before Dajuan promptly left. Dayop ends up crying afterwards, because he knew Dajuan was leaving yet he couldn't do anything to stop him, while Dajuan was also taken over by the sadness. Dajuan walks alone as the rain pours down on him. He reminisces on his time with Hangil fam, and thinks about how it was the kind of life he had always dreamed of. He was in a dark place when he found them, but they made him forget about everything and feel normal again. The happiness and love he felt from them was undeniable. Dajuan knows very well that no matter how much he tries again, he will never find love and care akin to the one he found at Hangil's family ever again. He subsequently sends a message to Nian, informing her that he won't be coming to work from now, leaving her worried. Dajuan wondered if it is because of the fact that he found so much happiness that it was all taken away from again. He wonders if this is a message from God, telling him to get back to where he once was, the path of vengeance. If so, he also wants God to know that he knows what the God wants him to do. Because of that, he has made up his mind and he will do anything he needs to do to fulfill his duties. Just then, Dajuan spots a bunch of bullies beating up a kid who had left home. They were ruthlessly stomping down on the helpless kid. They were doing this because they knew he was a runaway and wanted him to join Haegwang or lose his life right there. The kid was so beat up that he was barely able to answer. Just then, one of them spots Dajuan just standing there, and so he asked Dajuan what he was up to. Just then, Dajun makes up his mind that he now needs to set the tone himself. The guy notices Dajun approaching him, and this took him by surprise, but he didn't fear it. This all changed when Dajun grabbed a brick laying down on the road, which made the guy tell him to drop it. Dajun obviously doesn't listen to him. He picks up the brick, jumps up, and smashes the brick on the guy's face, knocking him out. After that, Dajun follows it up by knocking out all the other Haegwang bullies as well. The boy being bullied watched this, and thanks Dajun for saving him. But Dajun wanted him to answer as well. He wanted to know if the guy was going to join Haegwang after all, and looked at him with malice. The guy clears it up that he doesn't plan on doing so, prompting Dajun to drop the brick. Dajun subsequently starts walking away, but the kid notices the carnage Dajun had caused, and asks Dajun if he can follow him instead of following Haegwang. The guy explains how he was teamed up on by all of them, and that otherwise he isn't a pushover. He can hold his own, and can provide help to Dajun if he stays beside him. This interested Dajun. He remembers what Nam Wonchang said about him needing more power to beat Haegwang. So Dajun tells him to do as he wants. Dajun finally understands that in order to not lose anyone around him again, he needs to do this. He has finally understood that in order to live in this cursed one simply cannot concentrate on just living themselves, but also focus on taking others' lives. So, it had been a whole year since Zhou Hangil lost his life, and the shadow of that loss still hung heavy over everyone who knew him. Back at school, absolutely nothing had changed. The daily tyranny of Li Duyun was still running at full throttle. He was right back to his old habits, tormenting new kids every single day without an ounce of remorse. On this particular day, he snatched a kid's ice cream, slammed it onto the filthy ground, and ordered him to lick it up like a dog. When the poor guy let out a quiet curse under his breath, Duyun's face twisted. He grabbed the kid by the back of his neck and shoved his face straight into the melting mess. Duyun began boasting to his followers, reminding them of a guy named him Dejun who used to act like a tough guy around here, bragging about how he had him wiped out in the end. The torment did not stop in the hallways. Throughout class, Duyun kept picking on the kid, making his life a total living nightmare. Completely traumatized, the kid sat at his desk praying that the teacher's lecture would drag on for 10 years straight, just so he could stay safe inside the classroom. But as luck would have it, the recess bell rang right on schedule. Duyun stood up, grabbed the kid by the collar, and dragged him all the way up to the roof. Outside, the sun was setting, casting long dark shadows while heavy rain clouds gathered overhead. Right at that moment, an imposing figure carrying a heavy iron rod walked right through the front gates of the school. It was Dejun, and he did not come alone. He had an entire gang trailing behind him. His aura was so terrifying that students scattered in total silence, barely daring to breathe as the crew marched down the hallways. Up on the roof, Dejun had taken the kid's slippers and chucked them straight off the edge, telling him to crawl down to the schoolyard and fetch them. The boy walked downstairs with tears streaming down his face. For a split second, he genuinely thought about throwing himself off the building like characters do in movies, but the harsh reality was that he was just too terrified to pull it off. He stood there alone, desperately wishing for a hero to show up and save him from this misery. Suddenly, Dejun appeared right in front of him, holding the slippers in his hand. He looked at the kid and casually asked if these had just flown down from the roof. Realizing what was happening, Dejun turned around and led his gang straight up the stairs. Panic erupted through the corridors as bullies tried to block their path, only to be tossed aside like ragdolls by the crew members of Dejun. The moment Dejun stepped onto the roof, his gang fanned out and completely surrounded Duyun and his friends. Duyun froze, his face going pale as he stammered that their old score was already settled. Dejun did not bother arguing. He wound up and swung the heavy iron rod straight into the jaw of Duyun with a sickening crack. Duyun dropped to his knees instantly, clutching his face. Panicked for his life, he began begging for mercy, whining that he was sorry for everything and pointing out that he had already suffered enough by going into a coma and being left with a crippled leg. Dejun dropped the rod onto the concrete. Duyun let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was off the hook, but Dejun suddenly pounced, unleashing a brutal storm of slaps and punches right to his face. Desperate to escape the beating, Duyun turned to run, but one of Dejun's gang members snatched him by the collar and dragged him over to the edge, holding him dangling over the drop. Looking down at the drop below, the fear of losing his life completely broke Duyun. He wet his pants on the spot, weeping uncontrollably and begging Dejun to spare him, crying out that he was sorry for being the reason Yahello died. Hearing the name of his lost friend sent a wave of cold rage through Dejun. He slammed his shoe straight into the mouth of Duyun, shutting him up instantly. Dejun barked at him to stop talking nonsense, declaring that Yahello died solely because of Hengwang and Shin Weizong. He looked down at the trembling bully one last time, delivering a cold warning. If Duyun ever crossed his path again, he would take his life with his own hands. With that, Dejun turned his back and walked away with his gang. Later that night, deep inside an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, Hyo Iltak and his goons were tying up an indebted man, kicking him around and threatening to hand him over to a shady organ trafficking ring to clear his debts. Just outside the rusted doors, Dejun stood in the dark, lost in thoughts of Yahello. Yahello had been everything to him, his closest friend, his mentor, and his real family. Now he was gone forever, leaving a void that could never be filled. Dejun took a deep breath, stepped through the entrance, and walked into the warehouse. Iltak was still screaming threats at the tied-up man when he heard quiet footsteps behind him. The second Iltak turned his head around. Dejun threw a lightning-fast straight punch right into his face. The force of the impact lifted Iltak off his feet, sending him crashing onto the dusty floor as blood splattered from his mouth. Standing over the groaning man, Dejun looked down with pitch-black eyes and coldly demanded to know where his boss Shin Weizong was hiding. The aggressive interaction with Dejun sent Hyo Iltak spiraling down memory lane, reminding him of everything he used to be. He remembered how he used to reign supreme until Dejun defeated him, stripping away his reputation and leaving him broken. People who once looked up to him with fear suddenly began treating him like dirt. Just when Iltak felt like his world was coming to an end, he met Shin Weizong, the supreme leader of Hengwang. One look at Weizong was enough for Iltak to realize he was dealing with a top-tier gangster. Determined to climb back to the top, Iltak swore loyalty to Weizong, starting his life as a criminal all over again. Everything was going smoothly until Dejun barged back into his life and ruined it a second time. Inside the warehouse, the heavy thugs of Hengwang stood stunned, unable to comprehend how this random guy had just leveled their boss with a single hit. Recovering their composure, they barked at Dejun, telling him that they belonged to Hengwang and warning him to know his place. Dejun gave them a single chance to clear out, but two thugs grabbed wooden clubs and iron rods, rushing him anyway. Dejun reacted with terrifying speed, effortlessly dodging their incoming strikes. When a thug tried to swing a club at him from behind, Dejun delivered a lightning-fast punch that shattered the wooden club instantly. He scooped up a handful of dirt, threw it straight into the eyes of a second attacker, and dropped him with a heavy right hook. As another thug charged from behind, Dejun kicked a broken piece of the club straight into his head, knocking him out cold. In just a matter of seconds, Dejun had wiped out 3 men with pure speed and precision. On the floor, Iltak grit his teeth, staring at Dejun as painful memories of his previous defeat flooded his mind. Driven by rage, he leaped into the air and threw a flying kick toward Dejun. He yelled that seeing Dejun again made his old wounds ache, wondering where Dejun had been hiding all this time. Iltak assumed everyone from Yahello's group had died off one by one, asking if Dejun had suddenly returned to seek revenge. Declaring that it was his turn to beat Dejun, Iltak charged forward with a series of rapid punches. Dejun dodged every single strike effortlessly. Iltak threw a heavy kick, boasting that he had not been sitting idle and had bulked up specifically to get his revenge. Dejun caught the leg mid-air, shoved it downward, and slammed a heavy body blow directly into Iltak's ribs. The wind was completely knocked out of Iltak, bringing him down to his knees. In that single exchange, Iltak realized that the Dejun standing before him was on a completely different level than before, having combined his increased mass with high-level fighting skills. Deep down, Iltak knew he stood zero chance, a reality that left his remaining thugs trembling in fear. Desperate, Iltak pulled out a knife and began slashing frantically at Dejun. Dejun took a few calculated steps back to avoid the sharp blade. Iltak lunged forward for a deep stab, but a loud wooden thud echoed through the room instead. Dejun had brought up a thick wooden stick just in time, blocking the blade completely. Before Iltak could react, Dejun grabbed his wrist, brought him down to the concrete, and twisted his arm until the shoulder joint popped out of place with a sickening crack. Iltak let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Dejun told him to stop whining and answer his question, demanding to know where the big boss Shin Weezong was hiding. Gasping through the excruciating pain, Iltak asked why Dejun wanted to know that information. In response, Dejun set his heavy boot directly onto Iltak's dislocated shoulder, pressing down hard and ordering him to just answer the question. Panicking under the pressure, Iltak realized history was repeating itself. His own men were watching him get humiliated, and in a desperate bid to save face, he tried to drive his knife into Dejun's foot. Dejun's reaction time was unnatural. With a flick of his wrist, he disarmed Iltak, spun the knife through the air, caught it mid-flight, and plunged it straight into Iltak's hand. Iltak stared in utter shock, barely registering the blade embedded in his palm before Dejun began carving into his leg. Dejun warned him that if he did not speak up, he would cut off his leg completely, ensuring he spent the rest of his life crawling around like the insect he was. Terrified for his life, Iltak shrieked, begging Dejun to stop and promising to spill everything. He confessed that low-level goons like him had no idea where Shin Weezong was located, as his whereabouts were kept a top secret within Hengwang. Unsatisfied with the answer, Dejun dug the blade a bit deeper into his leg. Panicking, Iltak blurted out that a key executive of Hengwang would definitely know the location of Weezong. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, a young boy stood angrily before a high-ranking Hengwang executive, begging him to let them go and promising to pay back the debt. The executive chuckled coldly, replying that if the boy paid up, he would let him leave, but his sister would remain in his custody. The executive was none other than Moon Song-ho, sporting a slightly altered appearance and hairstyle. Back in the warehouse, Dejun paused as the name of Moon Song-ho crossed his mind. The two of them shared a dark history of their own, one that still required a heavy settling of scores. Dejun had found his next target. Gasping on the floor, Iltak sobbed that he had spilled everything he knew, begging Dejun to let him go. When Dejun demanded the exact whereabouts of Moon Song-ho, Iltak frantically admitted that he did not know his personal address, but suggested checking the territories controlled by Hengwang. That vague answer was not what Dejun wanted. Without a second thought, Dejun twisted the knife deeper into Iltak's leg, dealing a blow that meant Iltak would likely never walk properly again. Leaving the screaming thug behind, Dejun walked out of the warehouse into the night air. Waiting outside was his inner circle, led by Baek Do-jayam, the heavily tattooed second in command of the gang. Dejun questioned why they had bothered showing up. Do-jayam chuckled, telling him he should be glad to see them, explaining that they came to ensure their leader did not run into any unexpected trouble. Nearby, several Hengwang enforcers lay beaten on the pavement, cleared out by Do-jayam and his crew before they could jump Dejun. Do-jayam asked if Dejun got any useful lead on Shin Weezong. Dejun replied that Iltak knew nothing about Weezong directly, adding that their only option was to track down Moon Song-ho, a top executive of Hengwang. As Dejun clenched his fist in frustration, Do-jayam noticed his resolve and smiled, admiring how focused their leader was. He expressed his relief in joining forces with Dejun, telling him to keep pushing forward, though he suggested grabbing some food first. Uninterested in hanging out, Dejun silently walked away. Do-jayam sighed, telling the rest of the guys that they were eating without the boss once again. The scene shifted to an unfinished construction building that served as the hideout for Dejun's gang. Outside, a passing couple pointed at the abandoned structure, gossiping about the large group of men living together inside. High up on one of the floors, a 15-year-old boy named Kim Un-dong overheard them. He smiled to himself, thinking that he was just a kid, not a man. Un-dong was the youngest member of the gang, responsible for helping out around the hideout. Even though living there meant long lines for the bathroom in the morning, it was a paradise compared to freezing on the streets. As Un-dong was washing dishes, another member ordered him to go make some ramen. Un-dong told him to make it himself, reminding him of Dejun's strict rule that no one could force others into doing their chores. Un-dong reflected on how, despite all the daily bickering, every single member respected Dejun unconditionally. They all came from different painful backgrounds, yet they lived together like a functional crew. Un-dong remembered his own past before joining the gang. After running away from home, he fell into the hands of a ruthless runaway crew who beat him daily because he was terrible at pickpocketing. They tried forcing him into crime, driving him to escape once again. Dong spent an entire week starving on the streets in the middle of winter, nearly dying from hypothermia. Just as his body was giving out, Dejun found him, took him in, and gave him a second chance at life. Since that day, Dong vowed to make himself useful to Dejun no matter what. Noticing the clock struck 9 in the morning, Dong whipped up a fresh protein shake and carried it up to the rooftop where Dejun was grinding through an intense workout session. Dejun had transformed completely from the scrawny teenager he used to be, now sporting a heavily built physique. Taking the drink, Dejun reminded Dong that he did not need to fuss over him so much. He asked the boy how he was liking his time in the gang. Dong smiled brightly, expressing his deep gratitude and stating that he loved every moment of it. Dejun looked at him calmly, telling him that if he ever wished to leave and pursue a normal life, he could do so without hesitation. Dong shook his head, replying that this hideout felt like a real home. The gang felt like a true family, and Dejun was like an older brother to him. Dejun merely kept his distance, telling the boy to head back inside before he caught a cold. Later that night, 2 gang members were guarding the perimeter of the building, chatting about their leader. One asked why Dejun always kept his distance, never eating or hanging out with them. The other guard explained that Dejun had once belonged to a runaway family that meant the world to him, but a tragic event caused them to lose their older brother figure. Inside his private room, Dejun sat in silence, staring at an old framed photo of his former crew. His cold demeanor was simply a shield to prevent himself from getting attached to anyone else ever again. Suddenly, a gang member burst into Dejun's room in a panic, announcing that Kim Dong had gone missing. In reality, Dong had snuck out on a solo mission. Having overheard the conversation between Dejun and Du Jiam, he wanted to locate Moon Song Ho himself to prove his worth to Dejun deep down. He felt confident he could sniff out a clue in the dark alleys. However, as he wandered into a quiet corner, he froze in terror. The people lurking in the dark were not Hengwang members, but the same abusive runaway crew that used to beat him. The leader of the crew, a brute named Kong Jae-ho, spotted Dong right away, recognizing him as the kid who ran off. Jae-ho immediately grabbed Dong and began beating him up. Despite the pain, Dong yelled back, stating that he had joined a proper group and would never return to them. Jae-ho mocked him, asking why a real gang would keep a useless kid like him around unless they were exploiting him. He grabbed Dong, aiming his head toward the spinning rear wheel of a revving motorcycle to disfigure his face. Terrified, Dong broke down internally, admitting to himself that he was not actually trying to help Dejun, but rather desperately seeking a reason to belong. He felt like a burden, wondering why an elite leader like Dejun would ever need a weak kid like him. He recalled the day Dejun rescued him from the cold, remembering how he asked why a stranger would save him, to which Dejun simply replied that he looked like he needed help. Right before the spinning tire made contact with his face, a cold voice cut through the dark. Dejun warned Kong Jae-ho to remove his hand from the boy immediately or lose his life. In the blink of an eye, Dejun grabbed Jae-ho by the neck and slammed him hard onto the concrete. The brutal takedown sent shockwaves through the entire runaway crew, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Dejun stood tall, telling Dong to stay behind him, reassuring him that this would be over shortly. Looking at the terrified gang, Dejun declared that since these were the bullies who used to torment Dong, he was going to beat every single one of them into the ground together. Dejun stood alone against the entire crew, but the runaway bullies genuinely believed he stood no chance. Their second in command, Park Won-yeep, threatened Kim Dong, warning the boy that he would deeply regret his decisions. Suddenly, one of the thugs sprinted toward Dejun, throwing a barrage of quick punches. Dejun dodged every blow with ease before kicking the attacker aside. Another thug charged in, swinging a heavy brick directly at Dejun's head. Dejun snatched the brick midair, slammed it into the attacker's face, and immediately hurled it at the first thug. Impressing everyone with his skills, Park Won-yeep rushed forward, shouting that Dejun should teach him those moves too. Won-yeep threw a heavy combination, but Dejun blocked every hit cleanly. Won-yeep assumed Dejun was playing defensive out of fear, but Dejun suddenly delivered a devastating calf kick that snapped Won-yeep's leg. Dejun stood over him, telling him to get back up because he still had a lot left to teach him. Won-yeep panicked as Dejun raised his foot to crush his face, but Kong Jae-ho pressed a sharp blade against Dong's throat, Jae-ho blackmailed Dejun, forcing him to freeze in place. Behind Dejun, Won Yeep struggled back to his feet on his broken leg, as Jae-ho ordered him to finish Dejun off, right then and there. Jae-ho taunted Dong, telling him that he was nothing more than a useless burden. Before Jae-ho could finish his sentence, a brutal kick landed directly across his jaw. The impact sent Jae-ho flying onto the ground, knocked completely unconscious by Baek Do-jayam. The rest of Dejun's crew had arrived at the scene, taking down the runaway bullies without mercy. Do-jayam told Dejun to leave the rest of the garbage to them and focus on finishing his own fight. In a split second, Dejun delivered a single heavy strike that shattered Park Won Yeep's arm. Pain and panic washed over Won Yeep as he felt a terrifying sense of familiarity. As Dejun mimicked the heavy striking form of Yahello, he delivered a massive punch straight into Won Yeep's face, knocking him out cold. Years ago, Won Yeep had been beaten by Yahello in a similar fashion during a gang war, making this crushing defeat feel like history repeating itself. With the fight over, the crew reported to Do-jayam that the area was clear. Dejun thanked his men for stepping in. Sobbing, Dong apologized to Dejun, confessing that he only wanted to be useful and felt like useless weight to the team. Dejun looked down at the boy and told him to stop crying, assuring him that he was not useless and was an official member of his family. As they walked back toward their hideout, Dejun reflected quietly on his past. He had already lost 2 families. His birth family had rejected him, but the friends he met on the streets had given him a place to belong. He resolved never to lose the people who made up his world now. Later that night on the rooftop, Do-jayam confronted Dejun about his actions, asking why he personally went to rescue Dong. Do-jayam stressed that as a leader, Dejun did not need to put himself on the front lines for every minor issue, reminding him that he could simply issue orders to the rest of the crew. He warned Dejun that if anything happened to him while acting alone, his goal of taking down Shin Weizong would remain unfulfilled forever. He urged Dejun to start acting like a true leader. Dejun responded calmly, repeating that he had no desire to be a traditional gang boss. Do-jayam argued back, reminding him that he could never defeat Haegwang entirely on his own. Their tense debate was suddenly cut short as a frantic gang member ran up to the rooftop, yelling that a huge emergency had broken out downstairs. Do-jayam demanded to know what was going on. The member reported that a red-haired guy had barged in and started thrashing everyone, continuously screaming out Dejun's name. Do-jayam ordered him to send their strongest fighters to handle the intruder immediately. Downstairs, the red-haired intruder had already laid waste to several members, effortlessly tossing one of the heavy fighters into the air while roaring for Dejun to step forward. Dejun and Do-jayam rushed down to the main floor. Do-jayam continued to advise Dejun to stay back and let him handle it, stepping forward to ask who the guy was and why he was shouting for their leader. Dejun froze in total shock as he recognized the intruder. It was Cha Dae-yeep, his brother in arms. The two stared at each other in emotional disbelief. Dae-yeep sprinted up to Dejun, grabbing him by the shoulders and pleading for urgent help. He revealed that Kim Taek was in extreme danger after being captured by Haegwang enforcers, warning that they would finish him off if they did not act immediately. In a hidden location, Kim Taek was tied up in brutal conditions, his body covered in deep cuts as blood dripped onto the floor. Dejun turned to Dae-yeep and asked how all of this had happened. Dae-yeep explained that the disaster began a full year ago. Following the tragic passing of Yahello, the surviving members decided to go their separate ways. After Yahello passed away, Dejun spent every night wandering the streets looking for revenge, and during that time, Ha Song-bin, Hong Jie-yong, and Kim Taek decided it was time to disband. They said their final farewells, resolving never to pick another fight with Haegwang so that no one else would lose their life. Making that choice was painful for everyone, but Taek was hit the hardest by the trauma. The grief over Yahello completely broke them, leaving Song-bin in tears as the 4 of them parted ways. As Dae-yeep headed back toward their old runaway house, he looked back at Taek and realized the boy had already made up his mind. Taek was determined to take down Haegwang, even if it cost him his life. Driven by that resolve, Taek launched a planned strike on Haegwang, but he was captured at their base near Incheon Port. Dae-yeep revealed that Haegwang used Incheon Port for their international operations, specifically human organ harvesting. If they failed to act immediately, Take would meet a horrific end. Organ traffickers were scheduled to set sail from the port at midnight, meaning Take would be finished off before the night was over. Dae-yeep pleaded with Dejun, stating that even though they had disbanded, Take was still part of their family and needed their help. Hearing those words, Dejun fell into deep thought. Standing nearby, Dong overheard the entire conversation and spoke up, declaring that if Take was family, they should all go rescue him. Inspired by his words, the rest of the gang members stepped forward, declaring that their leader's problem was their problem too. Dejun thanked them, asking if they were truly willing to risk their lives. However, Dujayam cut in and shut down the idea. He urged everyone to look at the bigger picture, explaining that Haegwang was no longer just a small runaway crew. Over the past year, Haegwang had grown dramatically, absorbing various smaller organizations into its ranks. The territory of Haegwang had expanded rapidly along the Han River, taking over massive districts like Gangseo and Yangdongpo, expanding into Gangbuk, Gangdong, and Gangnam. Dujayam pointed out that Haegwang was no longer a simple gang, but a massive criminal syndicate. Compared to them, their own hideout was just a small group of 30 runaways. Dujayam argued that attacking Haegwang directly was suicidal, akin to fighting a lion with bare hands. He added that Dae-yeep's story could easily be a trap set by the enemy, concluding that staying at the hideout was their safest choice. Dejun acknowledged that Dujayam made valid points, but stated firmly that he still had to go. Dujayam presented him with a sharp choice, pointing out that Dae-yeep belonged to a past life that no longer existed. He reminded Dejun that he was now the leader of this new gang, forcing him to choose between his past comrades and his current crew. Choosing his past bond, Dejun set out alongside Dae-yeep. The two of them departed for the rescue mission alone, leaving the rest of the gang behind as Dujayam watched silently from the rooftop. On the metro train bound for Incheon, Dae-yeep admitted how glad he was to see Dejun again, confessing he feared they would never cross paths again. He remarked on how much Dejun had grown, noting that he had transformed from a helpless kid into the formidable leader of his own crew. He wondered aloud how Dejun had managed to build all of this. Dejun explained that ever since he left Hang Il's house, he had wandered the streets sleeplessly, consumed by thoughts of revenge against those who tormented him. However, after the passing of Hang Il, his personal grudges faded, replaced by a single goal, taking down Shin Weizong to avenge Hang Il. For the past year, Dejun had trained relentlessly and thrown himself into endless street fights. He never cared whether his opponents were stronger, weaker, or outnumbered him, refusing to skip a single day of training or fighting. He vowed that he would personally take revenge for Hang Il. Dae-yeep asked if Dejun built his current gang specifically to carry out that revenge. Dejun replied that he never intended to build a gang at all. He simply saved a few helpless kids on the streets, and as he kept moving forward, others naturally started following him until a crew formed. He recalled how Dujayam had once approached him on the streets, asking if he was really the guy planning to take the life of Weizong. Meanwhile, at Incheon Port, a high-ranking figure was tormenting the bound and bloody body of Kim Take. Mocking the boy for belonging to Hang Il's old group, the attacker revealed himself to be Moon Song-ho, sporting a fresh new hairstyle. Take growled that he would finish him, but Song-ho ground his boot into Take's open wounds, laughing that today was Take's execution day. Song-ho bragged that he intentionally leaked news of Take's capture, comparing it to fishing and hoping the bait would draw out Take's old friends. Song-ho's prediction came true as Dejun and Dae-yeep arrived at Incheon Port. Moving with terrifying speed, the two of them dismantled the Haegwang guards standing in their way. Looking over the vast docks, Dae-yeep identified the specific warehouse where Take was being held. Both fighters clenched their fists, fully prepared to tear through every single warehouse on the port to save their friend.